A man was trapped in the terrifying demon realm for a whole 1,000 years, but he thought it was just the first level of a beginner's dungeon. Despite lacking any special powers or systems, he persisted in drawing his sword and slaying monsters 9 billion times every day. The refinement of 1,000 years had already pushed his physical body to its peak. Even the legendary Demon King was no match for him. However, he still couldn't find a way to leave this place. It wasn't until one day when he encountered a noble young lady, and outside the instance, only a month had passed, and everyone thought the man had died on the first level. After all, his strength level couldn't even be considered as the lowest F grade. But at the huge instance stone gate stood a young girl named Liu. Her father was the vice president of one of the top 10 global guilds. However, because her awakened level was F grade, her father did not agree to her participating in the instance. But today she had sneaked out. The girl looked at the huge stone gate in front of her, lost in thought. She had heard that the first level of the dungeon was filled with very weak bone-eating wolves, but she still deliberately prepared a set of high-level equipment. In order to prove herself to her father, she resolutely stepped into the stone gate. In the next moment, the scene before her truly frightened her. Beneath the blood-red sky lay a terrifying sight of a forest of skeletons. Corpses littered the ground, and each step forward stirred up unknown red liquid. This was completely different from what the girl had imagined, because the butler had told her that the first level was in the forest, where only some ordinary active small creatures would appear in the early stages, while the most terrifying bone-eating wolf would only appear later. Little did Liu know that the instance she had entered was where the man was, and also the most dangerous place in this universe, even more terrifying than the 100th level of the instance. However, Liu thought it was just a scary scene, believing that the monster's strength could not break through her defense. Shortly after, Liu gathered her courage and continued to explore forward until she stopped in front of a ruin because she heard a strange sound here. Her heart raced as she fumbled for her weapon. Suddenly, a cacophony of noises echoed from all corners of the ruins, sending Liu's anxiety to its peak. Intense fear continued to assail her mind. Despite a ringing in her ears, Liu kept reassuring herself, until the sounds in the ruins quieted down. She thought it was the lively little animals the butler had mentioned, and her heart finally calmed down at the thought. Unexpectedly, a drop of unidentified liquid dripped onto her face at that moment. Sensing something strange, Liu's pupils suddenly contracted. She touched the liquid on her face and found it was warm, mixed with a very unpleasant smell of blood. Soon she sensed a huge figure behind her, so she quickly grabbed a weapon and swung it fiercely backward. However, when the weapon made contact with the creature's body, it emitted a sharp, piercing collision sound. It was then that she saw clearly before her a gigantic hellhound. The previous strike had completely enraged it, and with just one swipe, it sent Liu flying until she finally came to a stop after tumbling countless somersaults on the ground. As a mouthful of blood sprayed from Liu's mouth, she realized that the exquisite divine armor she was wearing had all been scrapped. Witnessing this scene, she felt extremely shocked because not even an A-level awakener could necessarily shatter it with a single punch. At that moment, unwillingness and fear had already enveloped her heart, knowing that her current self was facing an inevitable death. At the same time, the hellhound slowly approached her. With her body broken, she could only close her eyes and wait for death in silence. But the next moment, a huge explosion sounded in front of her, and for a moment, the shockwave and dust made Liu unable to open her eyes. When everything settled down, the hellhound had been cut in half by a giant sword. Liu looked at the sword in front of her, which was taller than herself, in shock, unable to say anything. Unexpectedly, at that moment, something fell rapidly from the sky, smashing violently towards the spot where the sword had just been, causing another explosion and a surge of airwaves. It wasn't until a gentle breeze slowly blew away the smoke that she could finally see what it was, only to see a man covered in dirt, stepping on the sword and looking at himself, like a war god, his clothes tattered but his imposing presence immense. When the man saw the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but get excited. "Oh my god, I finally see a living person after so long. Speaking of which, that boss just now was really strong. I almost didn't make it." With that, the man hoisted up his huge sword and leaped fiercely in front of Liu. After confirming that she was not a monster in disguise, he spoke. "Are you here to refresh the first level too? But you are badly injured now. Do you have any healing medicine on you?" After surviving the disaster, Liu couldn't help but cry, but the intense pain in her body gradually made her consciousness blur, and she eventually fainted completely. But at this moment, the man started looking for the exit to teleport the duplicate, even though he had already defeated the boss with no response. However, after looking at the unconscious girl in front of him, he ultimately decided to help her heal first. Outside the dungeon, the old butler, who had discovered the disappearance of his young mistress, began to panic. He quickly reported to the vice president, but the call did not go through. He left a message and then tried to contact Li Xia's cousin. Li Xia's cousin, Chen Kong, was a B-level powerhouse and also held an official position in the local guild. Upon receiving the news, Chen Kong quickly arrived at the entrance of the mansion with his subordinates. He then walked up to the old steward, his face displaying an angry scrutiny, and said, "How could you do such a thing, bringing the young lady to such a dangerous place? Have you lost your mind?" After hearing this, the old steward nodded repeatedly with his head lowered, standing in place without daring to refute a word. At this moment, Chen Kong was about to enter the study, but he found his face directly hitting the door of the study, staggering back a few steps before realizing that the study was actually sealed. According to common sense, to enter the copy just need to walk directly into the line, but this copy unexpectedly cannot enter, like directly hit the wall, and even the nose is a little sour. What's going on here? Chen Kong immediately questioned the old housekeeper. What the hell just happened? Why can't this copy get in? The old butler didn't know what was going on and could only beg bitterly. For a while they didn't really have a way to enter this copy. On the other side of the room, Li Xia also awoke in a daze. She seemed to see a figure that kept swaying next to her feet, but now that she hadn't fully recovered, she could only do her best to try to see the person in front of her clearly, until the line of sight was completely restored. It was only then that he could see that Liu Jiang was actually touching his thighs with something all the time. Liu Jiang also saw that Li Xia had woken up. The two of them stared blankly at each other, only to see Liu Jiang give a silly smile. Instead, he was kicked directly in the face by Lithia and staggered back a few steps. "Who are you? Who are you? What are you going to do to me?" Liu Jiang touched his face with a speechless face. "Auntie, I saved you. You woke up and gave me a straight kick in the ass. Is that how you usually repay favors?" It was only when she heard this that Lithia reacted to the fact that she was indeed in a great deal of pain all over her body, recalling that he had just been punched by a monster, breaking multiple bones all over his body. He eventually fainted from the sheer pain. "It's amazing how much better I feel now. It does seem like this guy saved me." Lithia could only apologize in a hurry as well. "Yeah, sorry, I just subconsciously thought of you as a pervert. Since you saved me, whatever compensation you want, just tell me, I'll meet what I can meet for you." Liu Jiang was interested when he heard this then. With a lewd face, he rubbed his palms together and slowly approached Li Xia. "Any kind of compensation?" Seeing Liu Jiang's lewd expression, Li Xia immediately hugged herself in disgust and curled up in a corner. "What do you want?" Liu Jiang walked closer and closer, and straight away, when he saw that he was standing in front of her, he violently plunged his sword into the ground. A loud monster wail came from the ground, and as the wail grew stronger, countless heads of the hell demon dog that had just appeared around them. A very large, purgatory centipede also appeared under his feet. The body is 100 meters long and 30 meters wide. The ground shook in an instant, and the two people standing on top of it were as if the sky had collapsed. Chapter 3, Leaving Hell. Dust filled the sky around them as Liu Jiang and Li Xia were brought up to a height of 100 meters by the purgatory centipede. The body then fell sharply, and Li Xia was instantly unbalanced due to the centipede's free fall, and her entire body was thrown out of the centipede's body as well. While she was still screaming, a hand grabbed her arm, and looking up she realized that Liu Jiang's eyes firmly grabbed herself, and directly held Li Xia tightly into her arms and violently jumped out. It didn't land until a safe place. Liu Jiang glanced at Li Xia in his arms and asked in a panic, "Are you alright?" But Li Xia had already blushed, too nervous to speak, and hastily pushed Liu Jiang away. She hadn't been hugged by a boy when she was so old, and seeing Liu Jiang's erect body instantly made her feel a wave of inexplicable feelings. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Liu Jiang is also very puzzled. He obviously just saved her. Why is she angry and not talking? Women are so confused, but this place is not the time to be pampered. That centipede fell to the ground. Countless waves of air erupted. No equipment to support the Li Xia probably cannot carry this wave. Liu Jiang once again took Li Xia into his arms once more, blocking those impacts. Li Xia couldn't care about anything else anymore. Filled with a very confused mind, trying to gently push Liu Jiang with her hand, but Liu Jiang's hold was too tight, and she couldn't open it. Lying in his arms as if she had tacitly approved of Liu Jiang's behavior, thinking that she could be quiet and stay like this, she didn't expect Liu Jiang to instantly grab her hand and violently throw her outward like a lead balloon. Li Xia was confused by this whole operation, and the whole person was thrown to a height of more than 10 meters like a piece of garbage. At this time, countless hell devil dogs crawled out from under the ground and ran wildly from all sides of Liu Jiang. But Liu Jiang's giant sword was not that easy to mess with. Dragging up with one hand, and slashing violently to the surrounding after making a gesture. Any hell devil dogs that came close to him were instantly slapped into powder. And the huge sword in Liu Jiang's hand was at least 300,000 kg. And with one hand he could wield it like a fish, and anything he touched would be instantly slapped into powder. Lithia yelled in the air, "Help! Help!" After struggling for a while, she began to fall freely, completely indistinguishable from ordinary people. If she were to fall from this height, she would be crippled even if she didn't die. Thinking about this, she panicked even more, and shouted even more vigorously, shouting for help. But all she could do now was stare and cry. "I hope Liu Jiang will hurry over to save her." Liu Jiang heard the cry for help from above his head and also scrambled to where she was about to land, catching her with his hand. Lithia thought that she was finally safe, and was just about to relax a breath when once again the wolf grabbed her ankles. The clueless Lithia also knew what was going to happen next. Done. Unsurprisingly, she, again, was violently thrown into the air by Liu Jiang, even higher than the height she had just reached. All she could do now was howl and frantically beg for help. Liu Jiang had gone completely killing mad down there, and that red gas he was emitting was visible all over his body. Lithia was worried that he might go crazy and accidentally brush himself off as a pawn. The hell demon dog next to him realized that this man Liu Jiang was actually getting braver and braver as the battle went on, and that the attack for so long didn't cause any scratches to him, and the body also exudes out endless killing intent. Always do not fear death of the hell demon dog to Liu Jiang, this god of killing. Do not dare to continue to move forward, eventually fleeing in droves, until finally Liu Jiang stretched out a hand, and Lithia fell into his hand perfectly, like a delicate curtain call. It caught her. Just when Liu Jiang still wanted to say something, Lithia's stomach turned over, causing her to immediately run to a place without regard for her image, squatting down and violently vomiting furiously. It's more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Lithia's entire body was dumbfounded. This guy was scarier than the devil. I thought he was a prince and would treat me as gently as a princess. I didn't realize it was a demon that hit me like a ball. The thought of that flip in her stomach came back again, causing her to vomit wildly. Liu Jiang, however, was unimpressed, and he, who was still unaware of the seriousness of the matter, walked next to Lithia indifferently. "Hey, are you okay? Was it something you ate today that didn't feel good?" The one who still wanted to get closer to pat Lithia's back with her hand was slapped directly on the face by a sudden slap. Before he could figure out what it meant, countless small fists hit him in the chest. The whole Liu Jiang scratched the back of his head, not knowing what to do. "Stupid, stupid, stupid, you people are just stupid," said, and went back to puking. Although Liu Jiang couldn't understand what she meant, it was better to get out of here quickly at the moment. Liu Jiang asked Lithia in a somewhat serious manner, "The bosses are all done, so where's the duplicate teleportation port? How did you get in here? Take me out with you." Lithia was a bit confused when she heard this. Wasn't the teleportation doorway always in the sky? Can't you leave whenever you want? Could this guy be fooling me? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, so she gamely walked alone to the teleportation zone on her own. Liu Jiang was dumbfounded, but still followed behind Lithia. Lithia saw the Liu Jiang who followed him and became angry. "Although it is true that this guy saved me, but he himself dislikes this wooden lump the most. Obviously he is so strong but also want to play with me as a toy. I've never been so angry." Without thinking about how to get out, he walked under a spell with a brain, but Liu Jiang stopped and froze as he looked at her. Although Lithia said she was angry, she did feel a bit puzzled when she saw Liu Jiang act this way. "What are you freezing for? I thought you said get out, but don't come up yet." Since it was also the first time for Lithia to enter the duplicate, she herself was not sure what the exit looked like. She only heard the old butler say that after clearing the duplicate, a teleportation portal would appear, and all one had to do was to walk in. This formation under his feet looked like a portal at first glance, but why didn't Liu Jiang come up? Very puzzling. A sense of foreboding surged through her, and reality quickly told her why this wasn't a teleportation entrance anymore. The spell was activated and a gradual blue light emerged from the soles of his feet. A sense of coolness filled her entire body, and Lithia slowly closed her eyes to feel the soft coolness, thinking to myself that I can finally get the hell out of here. It wasn't until she seemed to hear the sound of seawater that she slowly opened her eyes. In the sky, as if the sea had fallen, countless seawater poured down. This scene is just like when Nuwa failed to mend the sky and the water exposed in the sky was like a huge wave in the sky. By the time she got up and wanted to run, it was too late. She could only look at Liu Jiang standing dumbfounded in front of her. The flood of water pushed right into her face, drowning his entire body inside the spell. This water could only be inside the spell as well. Liu Jiang was just curious as to why she was standing in it to take a bath. Is it that you have to take a shower before you go back? really love cleanliness. Since Liu Jiang had always used this spell to bathe before, he assumed that Liu was going to take a bath before he left. It wasn't until the flood waters dispersed that it became clear that Liu was kneeling inside the spell, soaked to the bone and coughing on the ground like a drenched chicken. The spell formation also disappeared at this moment. Apparently Liu Jiang still didn't know the seriousness of the matter, and was just trying to walk over when he was hit by countless small fists. You asshole, asshole. Knowing this place is a trap and watching me suffer. What is your intention? Look at you. You're quite honest. How can you be so bad? Liu Jiang also scratched his head, speechless, but in order to get out he didn't think that much. At this time, the blood-red sky began to be covered by black dark clouds, and a huge white light flashed by. Liu panicked and hid behind Liu Jiang. It's thundering. Countless thunderous sounds came from the sky as if the god of thunder was angry, with thunder flashes and huge sounds. If what was just there was purgatory on earth, now it was the end of the world. Chapter 4, Portal. Where did you get me? The entire sky was covered in black smoke, and the ground was so dark that you couldn't even reach your head anymore. Only a little bit of shimmering light emanates every time there's a thunderstorm. It seemed to be raining in the sky, and although I couldn't see it, I could hear it. The feeling of the rain spilling over me, the cool relief, the pitch-black scene and the sound of thunder made Liu incomparably scared and could only hold Liu Jiang's hand tightly. I hope he doesn't abandon himself. And there were some unintelligible questions for Liu Jiang. What's going on here? I've never swiped a copy. Is this the first tier copy? Why is it so horrible? I've never heard of this happening before. Liu Jiang was also puzzled. He had been here for who knows how long, and these things had never happened. And it didn't seem to be rain that was falling, because it was really fishy and smelly. It was neither blood nor magical fluid, but it just stank. His own body had been honed in this place for so long that it had long since developed very powerful antibodies to toxic gases and liquids. But this rainwater is not toxic in any way. What the hell is going on here? Neither one was aware of the situation. It was also at this time that the dark clouds in the sky suddenly appeared as a very huge hollow, as if it was going straight up to the clouds. Liu Jiang and the two of them also saw the huge black hole in the sky. There was still a trace of shimmering light inside, and this was the entire area, the only source of light. In a world of immense darkness, the faint ray of light in the sky made it seem so striking. Countless lightning bolts surrounded that black hole. In an instant, a red ray of light shone out from inside the black hole at extreme speed, directly mapped onto Liu Jiang and Liu. Liu Jiang still didn't understand what it meant and immediately drew his sword in preparation for battle. But with this kind of light, Liu Jiang didn't feel any danger. He himself had been fighting here for so long, and was sensitive to the killing aura. But there was neither a killing aura nor a poisonous aura in this situation. So what was going on? For a moment both were incredibly nervous. Liu was already scared out of her wits and hugged Liu Jiang's hand even tighter. After some time like this, a blood-red spell appeared on his feet. Liu Jiang suddenly understood. It's the portal. The source of that red light emitted, more and more intense. A sense of dizziness rushed to the heart. Liu, as if she felt the sky spinning, and finally could no longer hold on to her will, fainted on Liu Jiang. I don't know how long it took, but in a daze, Liu seemed to feel something licking her face. It's warm, it's sticky, and you can't say it's comfortable. But looking back she then saw that a little piggy had been licking next to her face. Frightened, she sat up violently and slapped the little piggy in front of her. Yelled, what the hell is this? Still haven't figured out what's going on right now? Liu Jiang's voice came from the side. Why are you so sleepy? It's almost the second day. It's a miracle you've lasted this long without eating or drinking. Liu looked back, only to find that Liu Jiang had taken off his shirt and was sitting there cleaning his large sword. The perfect body coupled with that still good face made Liu a bit frozen for a while. Such a perfect body. Not at all like that kind of practiced, more like that kind of battle-hardened warrior, looking very sturdy. It made Liu drool a little. After all, my own old man never allowed me to fool around with other boys. The ones you can see at home are usually some nobles of some kind of son or other. Not many good-looking ones. All of them are weak and scholarly. Even if there were a few good-looking ones, they were all kind of dudes with weak bodies kind of thing. This was also the first time she had seen a fierce man like Liu Jiang. So powerful? She didn't even know that her nose was bleeding without her realizing it. He froze for a moment before coming to his senses, and forced himself to turn around in a hurry, holding back his inner agitation. What are you doing? I can tell you, I'm decent. Of course in that case, as usual, Liu Jiang didn't understand what she was talking about. And a reminder for her, by the way, next to that I grilled some fish. You haven't eaten in 2 days. Don't you want some? Hearing the fish, Licea's stomach grumbled sparingly as if she had fought in World War II, and her body immediately swooped down next to that fish like a starving ghost, fiercely grabbing it with her hands and frantically nibbling on it. It was the first time she had ever felt something so delicious. He had grown up with clothes on his back and now, after a few days of starvation, even eating a grilled fish without any condiments could be so delicious. It made Lithia eat until she cried. It made Liu Jiang next to him look dumbfounded. This guy, who didn't have the look of a pampered little princess at all, looked more like a beggar on the streets wolfing down his food. When she was full, she was content to lay there and burp. Talking is a little on the nose. Hey, where is this place? Is it close to Phoenix? Licia casually looked around and realized that this place was full of woods and there was a small stream next to it. Every now and then something else pops up inside the grass. The feeling was exactly the same as what the old butler had said about the first replica scene. Only Lithia couldn't remember for a moment. When Liu Jiang heard this from Licia, he was a bit surprised and ran next to her. You don't know what this place is? I'll go. I'm waiting here for you, but I'm relying on you to lead the way. You tell me now you don't know. Licia looked at Liu Jiang with a disgusted expression. Okay, my lady is known as a jack of all trades. It's just this place. Just walk around and get out, as long as it's not in a copy. But what I didn't expect was that Licia's mouth was like an open light, and the two of them really didn't walk out of the copy. It was just a teleportation from that hell Liu Jiang had just been into the first tier copy. But in comparison it was already so much better than where it had just been. It was impossible to tell that this was a copy, and the two had mistaken it for a forest somewhere without realizing it. There were even a few small animals that frequented the area, and there was no sense of danger at all. Lithia covered her forehead and after organizing her clothes, she planned to officially leave. She pointed confidently in a direction and said firmly, "It's this way, the sun sets in the west." "That's right, follow me and you'll get out of here." After saying that a brain into the forest, Liu Jiang of course, is also a two-timer, although I do not know what Licia is talking about, but it is quite reasonable to say that it should not be said. Without saying a word, he followed Lithia, and so, two clueless people walked into this forest. There are flowers, grass, and a creek. There are trees, fruits and animals. It's not like a copy at all, even as the two wander around like a spring break, perfect for avoiding beasts on the road. Lithia picked grass now and then, played in the water after a while, and there were critters to tease on the way, but round and round they still hadn't found a way out of here, bouncing around this jungle, laughing and having no idea of the seriousness of the situation. Look here, this kind of flower I've never seen before, eh? And then, there's this, a stone of love. I'm going to take it back as jewelry. Look at this, it's a little piggy with a head up its ass, eh? I've never seen that before. And this, a tattered dress. It looks like the one you just wore. It's really a big world. When she said this, she also foolishly turned back to Liu Jiang and giggled, and even took the tattered clothes and walked to Liu Jiang's face to let him wear them. At this point, Liu Jiang was already speechless to the point of being completely speechless and just lowered his head, his eyes becoming very dark. Weakly, he said, "Is it possible that these are my ing clothes? We've come full circle and back again. You douche." With that, he punched her in the head. Chapter 5, The First Level Boss. The Bone-Eating Wolf. Lithia was in so much pain from the punch that the ragged clothes in her hand fell to the ground, and crouched down to cover her head. Aggrieved, he said, "It's not my first time here either. I'm sure I'll be able to walk out the second time. Just give me a chance." Obviously Liu Jiang didn't want to listen to her nonsense anymore. There wasn't a word this little ninny said that could be believed. "Looks like you're on your own. Thinking about it still can't swallow the breath of being walked like a dog by her today. And you have the nerve to say it. You'll be following me next. Even though I don't know my way around, my instincts are pretty good." After saying that, he dragged Licia's clothes with one hand and dragged her into the forest in anger like carrying a chicken. As expected, the two were still lost in the forest. The circle went back to where it had just been. The two had been walking continuously for at least 5 hours since morning. Licia could no longer walk, and the sun was also very scorching, causing her to gasp and drag her hands, like a hot dead dog, behind Liu Jiang. As she tried to look up to see where exactly she was now, she was confused and realized that there seemed to be a fortress in front of her, and her father was waving to her from over there. Lithia giggled and greeted the person directly in front of her. "Father, you're finally here. I'm dying." Lithia had a direct heat stroke, and all that was in front of her was a mirage. By the time she was about to get closer, she realized that the fortress and her father were getting farther and farther away from her, and eventually she didn't hold on and lay down on the ground. However, Liu Jiang was carrying that huge sword, as if he didn't know how tired he was at all. and kept walking forward, completely unaware that Li Xia was already unconscious behind him, until unconsciously he walked to a lake, wanting to take a drink of water to rest for a while, called Li Xia a few times and found no response, then realized that Li Xia had disappeared. Scared, he scrambled back. Along the way, he observed everywhere, but he didn't find Li Xia's figure. It wasn't until a fork in the road that he saw that not too far away was going to be something lying on the ground, and when he walked over, he realized that what was in front of him was actually a human corpse, which had been sunburned to the bone, and looked charred through. But Liu Jiang is not willing, obviously just now or so cheerful. How can he, who hadn't produced any emotions for a long time, was somewhat unable to hold them in at this moment. Liu Jiang put down the huge sword in his hand and walked step by step to the corpse. Then he knelt down and picked up the body. Tears dripped down on top of that body, and her cheeks had long since turned red from crying. You don't scare me. You don't scare me. Wake up and snap out of it. Have you forgotten? At least you're the one who brought me out here, yeah. Don't you die here. What the hell kind of place did you bring me? If you die, then won't I be the next one trapped here? You asshole. With that, he picked up that body and cried out in heartbreaking pain, until something hit him in the face. But this time Liu Jiang hadn't noticed until another thing hit him. That's what caught his attention. Looking down to see what exactly was the thing that had just hit him, looking a bit like a small stone, black but sticking to something like. Liu Jiang tried to use his hand to pick up the small black stone just now. It turned out to be almonds with dates. With a sudden realization, he turned with a jolt to see a tree next to him, under which was lying a leisurely and relaxed man. It turned out to be Li Xia, who was lying under that tree to take a cool ride, with the inside of her coat pocket stuffed with jujubes, and the inside of her mouth bulging with food. After the two of them exchanged a glance, Lithia could no longer hold back her belly slap and laugh. Pointing at Liu Jiang, he laughed. Ha ha, you talent, hugging that body and crying your heart out. Who wouldn't know it would think you two knew each other? He even showed that hateful face like the way Liu Jiang had just hugged the corpse and cried bitterly. I can't do it without you. Laughing, he continued again. Even if I died this morning, I couldn't have been dried out in the afternoon. That's a bit of common sense to laugh at. Liu Jiang instantly lost his temper when he saw Li Xia's face. Immediately throwing down the corpse in his hand, he angrily ran next to Li Xia. You asshole. Sneaking in to sit down and rest. It would kill me to scream. Made me look for you all over the forest. With this heat, I don't think anyone would be able to walk here all day and all night. Li Xia's small body was even more unable to withstand it, and then she angrily questioned Liu Jiang. You think everyone is like you, tired as an ox, walking all day without knowing how to rest. Thought you were so good, you couldn't find the intersection after searching for half a day. Now aren't you still back? The two began to be stubborn at the drop of a hat, like natural-born enemies, bickering, until the grass next to it suddenly made a little noise. That's what made them look at that location at the same time. Only a wolf jumped out of it. Bone-eating wolf. It was the boss of the first-tier copy. The two froze for a moment, then instantly became alert. The bone-eating wolf was also ready for battle. Its feet braced on the ground in a hunting stance, and bared his teeth at the two. Li Xia and Liu Jiang glanced at each other and seemed a bit confused. Outside the entrance of the replica, the vice president was urgently notified since Lithia's cousin had been unable to open this replica's entrance. The entrance to the first-tier replica had long been surrounded by people by now. Both staff members with fighting ability and ordinary people without fighting ability want to watch what is going on here. An old nobleman dressed in a gorgeous and stately outfit was walking around anxiously in front of the replica's entrance. He had a face of white hair and a beard above his chin, and his eyes were so grave that the secretary beside him felt anxious for him. This man is none other than Li Xia's father, the vice president of the global top 10 guild, Phoenix, Liu Jiang. This time a staff member came running over in a huff. Vice president. Before he could finish his words, Liu Jiang grabbed him by the collar and inquired angrily. What the hell happened? What a shame to be so anxious. The staff member faltered. It's not good, Vice President. MS. MS. Vice President, what's wrong? Miss. Staff member, the lady is afraid she won't be able to get out. What? Next to her, Li Xia's cousin, Li Xining, was very angry when he heard this and grabbed the staff in the vice president's hand. Very angry. I'll kill you right now if you keep talking nonsense. The staff had been scared to tears. He's also just telling the reality of the situation, so the blame can't be placed on himself. The vice president certainly understands this. Put him down. Now that this has happened, don't put all the blame on him. When Li Xining heard the vice president's words, she could only put down the staff in front of her even if she was angry. Somewhat reluctantly, he questioned the vice president. Second uncle, is there really no way at all? Xia, Already and I are not even close to being siblings. I won't give up on her as long as there's a glimmer of hope. The vice president certainly knew this, but there was nothing they could do today. It can only be left to fate. This girl is my only child. How can a father not feel bad? I've already notified that rank awakened person closest to here. From what I heard on the phone, he sounded like it was a sure thing. So now we just have to wait for him to come over. When the vice president said this, no one dared to say anything anymore. After all, if an A-rank awakened person couldn't open this door, then everyone present wouldn't be able to open this place. The S-class awakened people wouldn't even bother with such trivial matters. Being able to invite an A-ranked awakened person was already giving Liu Jiang, the vice president, enough face. After all, there were only less than 10 Class A awakened in the entire country. The two of them, Liu and Liu Jiang, within the copy at this moment, were also facing preparations for the upcoming battle they were about to enter. Liu slowly stood up, and a dozen of these hungry wolves appeared once again within the grass. All of them were fierce and slobbering, as if they hadn't eaten in a long time. Chapter 6. Is this a wolf? A dog? A dozen or so wolves viciously surrounded Liu Jiang and Liu, seemingly immediately about to hunt them down and kill them for their bellies. But the two of them, Liu and Liu Jiang, looked more like demons at this moment, with very greedy expressions and bizarre smiles, even to the point of drooling a little every now and then. The whole bone-eating wolf in front of him was a bit overwhelmed. It had never thought to its death that there were people who were not afraid of themselves. Now in a situation where it was neither in nor out, he just kept circling around Liu and Liu Jiang. At this time, however, Liu pulled out a fine weapon from inside her pocket with a weird face, slowly approaching the pack like a demon. In fact, one wolf had already displeased Liu. That male was not as arrogant as her. Liu, this female, even dared to be so arrogant. Exasperated, it immediately rushed up, impacting up at an extremely fast speed, not at all at the same level compared to the speed of those wolves in reality. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Liu. Only a clunk of iron came, and the foremost bone-eating wolf was knocked to the ground and fainted. Liu squatted next to the fainting wolf and asked Liu Jiang with a confused look on her face, "Whose dog do you think this is? It's so cute looking, too. Just knocked it out by accident." But there's a lot more there. The wolves next to him also retreated backwards in panic after seeing the scene, looking at the two like they were emboldened. They were still chatting away. This made them even more incredulous. Liu Jiang certainly didn't know about cats and dogs and all that. He had killed for many years down in hell, and had seen countless strange and peculiar-looking monsters. Whether this was a wolf or a dog in front of him, he couldn't really tell. But hearing that Liu had called them dogs, then of course she herself was treating it as a dog. I don't know, but the fact that there's a dog out here means its owner must be around too. Let's look for it now, maybe we can still find it. As if she had heard salvation, Liu slapped her own palm and came to a realization. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Come on, now let's get going, or it'll be dark later. The two of them hit it off and stood up with the intention of following these dogs. Dogs usually come home at night anyway, they can't all be lost. Before that, though, Liu was going to grab one and jerk it off as she went, because this one at the bottom of the foot had been knocked out, so we'll just have to catch another one. The bone-eating wolf obviously hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet, and was greedily looking at Liu's backside. It was also at this time that Liu slowly turned her head. That wry smile and those greedy eyes were the devil. These wolves weren't stupid and immediately fled. However, Liu's speed was surprisingly so fast that she rushed in front of them in a flash. Seeing such a horrible picture, they could only use all their strength to continue to shake off Liu. The kind of speed had already made the fastest speed they had ever had. It was really unexpected that as a boss, they would have a day when they were using all their strength to escape. I don't know how long they ran, and they didn't dare to turn back until there was no more movement behind them, and then they dared to relax. But it always felt that there was an inexplicable sense of oppression that had been behind it, and when it tried to look back, it found a very terrifying scene. Like a demon, Liu crawled the ground on all four paws and flew towards her position furiously, faster than even all the wolves here could run. Even with all her might, Liu caught up with them and ran beside herself, smiling at me. This terrifying scene caused the entire gang of wolves to scramble to flee in all directions, but in the end, it didn't escape her clutches. A bone-eating wolf sat crouched in place with a growth on its head. Liu eventually got her merciless claws into it, and holding it with one hand while jerking it with the other. It didn't feel like a boss at all, more like a lost puppy. What made it even more terrifying was that all the other wolves were caught by Liu Jiang alone. Even if they were more alarmed, it was useless. Liu Jiang's strength was already a dimension stronger than theirs. It could be said that Liu Jiang caught all the wolves at the same time. It's scarier than Lithia. The two of them, Liu Jiang and Licia, also smiled evilly. It seemed like there was some kind of conspiracy going on. After some time, all of these wolves had a rope tied around their necks and were being walked like dogs by Liu Jiang. Liu Jiang still knew nothing about it and asked Licia, "I think that's it. I've never had a dog, but I've seen it in a TV show, so I guess that's it. Now if only we'd follow them." Obviously Licia also did not know, and never had a dog, but also just saw it inside the TV. But in order to play be in front of Liu Jiang, he ended up pretending to think for a while, after which he said something very anticlimactic. "There's one more very important thing." Liu Jiang was a bit puzzled. What's a dog's favorite thing? Liu Jiang actually learned to snatch the answer. Asterisk 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 asterisk. But the answer is wrong. The most important that is naturally the decoration. Liu Jiang looked like he suddenly realized. Load. Decoration. What is it? Soon Licia told him the answer. Licia first brought all the dogs to a lawn within a lawn. I do not know what to do something. It took a while for Liu Jiang to realize what decoration was, only to see that all of these wolves' bodies were covered with wreaths of flowers and wreaths of grass by this dishabag, Licia, and each head was like a flowery dog. Liu Jiang also darkened his face at this moment, pressing the bridge of his nose helplessly with his hand. He looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. I never should have trusted you stinking old. Meditate for a moment. No, when am I supposed to trust this guy? Am I crazy? Next to her, Lithia was still humming a little song as she brought it a wreath. Puppy boy, quickly opened the door. Before he finished singing, Liu Jiang turned around and dragged a dozen wolves away. Is really speechless. A dozen wolves were dragged along like they were carrying garbage. So great was the monstrous power that they didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. Licia saw this desperate guy Liu Jiang, a person stinking behind him, but it was no use. Liu Jiang already had no intention of taking care of this guy. This dishabag has already managed to waste a lot of my time, and if I don't find a way out of the intersection, I'm going to have to spend the night here tonight. Although Licia was angry, but being a battle scum, she still obediently followed. Luckily, she still had a wolf in her hand, which would allow her to jerk it off as she went. Of course that wolf wouldn't dare resist, only in her hands, letting her treat her like a flower dog. Time passed by and the sky slowly began to darken. Liu Jiang realized one thing at this moment. This group of dogs had no intention of leaving. As soon as he stopped, they all sat down, and when he took a step, he followed. There was absolutely no desire to go home. The whole thing made him very helpless, sitting down and fuming for quite some time. It was only then that he let all these wolves go. Only Lithia kept chattering beside herself like a fly, completely oblivious to where we are today. Liu Jiang was already completely speechless. He didn't even take it seriously when he let Lithia fool around with his body, even to the point of putting that dog right on his head. Is this the end of my life? Die with this stinking old. It's a bit of a bummer. Outside the replica, it was crowded with people, and everyone was shouting, Huang Lu, Huang Lu, Huang Lu, Huang Lu. A Class A awakener had already arrived at his destination. The expression was very disdainful, one hand in his pants pocket, very tuggy. Chapter 7 Boss in the Dark. A man with a somewhat ethereal look arrived at the entrance of the first-tier copy. Countless shouts came from all around him, and he seemed to enjoy this feeling of being admired by millions of people. Huang Lu, 28 years old, deacon of the top 10 guilds in the world, the Phoenix Guild, known by people as the strongest secret mage. I heard that he has countless means. Each time he unleashes a different ability, and when he fights with other people, he can always give them a surprise effect. Vice President Liu Jiang heard Huang Li's arrival and immediately stopped what he was doing and rushed forward to greet him. The people around them could only run over and bow forward respectfully. The vice president was also respectful, nodding his head and coming over to ask for advice. Elder brother Huang, you've finally come. It's really hard for you, coming all the way from the east side of the city. Some other day I shall pay a visit. Huang Lu had long since seen this kind of deferential attitude as the norm. If it were anyone else, he probably wouldn't even bother, but after all, Li Jiang was the vice president, so he more or less had to give some face. However, the expression was still one of disdain. You're welcome, vice president. I didn't come here to catch up with you guys, just say what's up. I'm kinda in a hurry. The vice president naturally didn't dare to be slow, so he hurriedly explained his daughter's situation. Hopefully, Huang Lu will be able to get his daughter out. But Huang Lu didn't immediately agree and instead gave the vice president a scowl. The vice president quickly realized what he meant, and continued to add, As long as you can save your own daughter, whatever kind of reward you want, I can fulfill it. I hope old brother Huang can lend a helping hand." With these words, Huang Lu was even satisfied. Walking leisurely in his pants pockets to the front of the replica's entrance, the people inside the vice president's family, seeing that their family's vice president still had to nod and bend his head so much in front of others, were already furious to the extreme in their inner unwillingness. But nowadays one can only dare to be angry. Huang Lu looked up at the height of the replica's entrance, then stretched out his left hand and seemed to be coalescing something. An unidentified pile of blue gas wrapped around his left hand. It contained an endless amount of power, and one could tell with the naked eye that this punch must be very powerful. All of them were chipper and calm, watching what was supposed to happen next. Liu Jiang's eyes were refracting that blue light. This is the strength of an A-class powerhouse. Huang Lu reached out to build up his strength, assuming an air of readiness to pounce, only to see that the blue gas gathered in his hand faster and faster, until at the last moment a fist hit the doorway of the replica. Endless waves of monstrous air rushed out, and everyone present had to cover their eyes to barely see what was happening in front of them. Liu Jiang was overjoyed. Is it done? Inside the copy on the other side, it was already completely dark, and Lithia sneezed and wiped her nose with her hand. Who cursed me? The two didn't make it out of the replica, so they had to set up a fire pit here for the night. The wolf from this morning was still cradled in his hand and used as a pillow. Liu Jiangtuan shrinking next to the fire. Life is really going to mix here for life? It's really upsetting. And still stay with this. Sometimes I really don't know what the hell is going on in this God's arrangement. Thinking back to everything in the past before, Liu Jiang is more and more difficult to think about. Tossing and turning, just cannot sleep. But at that very moment, a small hand crept into his arm and slowly made its way up his chest with it, gently caressing. A faint word rang in his ears, even as the warmth of her words echoed in his own. Don't be discouraged. I'm sure we'll be able to get out tomorrow. Licia was stroking Liu Jiang's body continuously with a very lewd expression. Every now and then there was a weird laugh. The whole thing was like cheating. It didn't take long to get happy, though, before he got a couple of pussies on his head and hid in a corner, cuddling up to that wolf and commiserating. I'm just encouraging you too, being so hard on me. Liu Jiang just bit his teeth and cursed angrily. It's already a blessing in your 8 lifetimes that I haven't killed you by now. After that, he fell head over heels and went to sleep. Licia could only be aggrieved, plucking that wolf's fur while secretly scolding Liu Jiang. And so the time passed slowly. 2 shifts at midnight. Licia was already completely asleep, but Liu Jiang had trouble sleeping. What's the point of sleeping if you can't get out of here? Thinking back on life and what it means. But this was only secondary. The main reason that caused him to be unable to sleep was that Lithia's snoring was just too loud. It was as if there was a man lumbering next to her. And on such a quiet night, it was she who snored the loudest. Really hate to go over there and gag her. How can a girl who looks so civilized have such a fiery personality? And she sleeps in such an uncouth position, with her arms and legs spread so wide as to welcome the embrace of the Virgin Mary. It's bolder than my sleep. The wolf next to her had a bunch of fur plucked out of it. A real living hell. Just then, the sound of some animals scurrying inside the bushes came from the surrounding area, and it was a bit scary to hear hee-haw and rustling in the middle of the night. At this point, Licia had already entered dreamland, oblivious to the fact that something was approaching them. The surrounding insect cries also stopped their clamor at this moment, and for a while the entire forest became incomparably quiet, as if nothing had ever happened. The moon was also exceptionally bright tonight, and even though it was late in the day, you could still see the ground clearly. 2 red eyes appeared inside the grass, followed by more red eyes, densely appearing inside the pile of grass. The burning pitch of the fire seemed to have been extinguished by something pouring over it. The pairs of red eyes were slowly approaching Licia and Liu Jiang, while the bone-eating wolf lying on Licia's head was long gone. An extremely large beast appeared beside him, and the liquid in his mouth dripped to the ground. Looking at the liquid flowing at Licia's neckstalk, the beast could no longer suppress its inner mania, and aimed at Licia's neck and gnawed fiercely. Bang! Outside the entrance to the replica, the punch that Huang Lu had thrown surprisingly did not produce the slightest fluctuation to the doorway of the replica. There wasn't even the slightest scratch, and there were contemptuous glances coming from the people around. There was even some whispering. This isn't supposed to be an imposter, is it? It looks fancy. How come it doesn't work at all? Huang Lu naturally couldn't accept such a result, and hearing someone question his strength made him even angrier. With that, his right hand once again gathered red light and slammed his fist hard against the doorway of the replica. The result is still not moved. He cannot believe his own attack, even if it is the 10th layer of the boss. That is also a punch to kill the goods. This door has not moved in the slightest. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he could only turn his anger into countless punches striking the doorway of the replica, but he still failed to cause the slightest damage to it. Segment after segment of air came from around the room, and Huang Li seemed to have gone to his head. The vice president next to him wanted to advise a few words, but he was viciously and angrily disliked by Huang Lu. Off. I'm going to use that move, and anyone who doesn't want to die gets out of the way. Chapter 8. The doorway to the vice book appeared. Get out of here, all of you. Huang Lu rolled up his sleeves and spread his legs in a big pony stance. The surrounding people also dodged at the sight, as this move was the famous stunt that was rumored to have defeated the 22nd floor boss with a single strike by Huang Lu. I've heard that nothing in this world has been able to withstand this blow of his intact. Seeing this scene, everyone was overwhelmed with excitement, not only because he was able to save Liu Jiang, but also because this time, he was able to see with his own eyes an A-ranked powerhouse doing his best. The odds of that are lower than winning the lottery. The colorful light, like a poisonous snake, surrounded Huang Li's body as if he were a god. Huang Li's eyes also radiated a white light, similar to a Super Saiyan transformation. The hair was also sticking upwards like crazy. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise as they observed what was happening in front of them. Huang Lu once again built up his strength, waves of energy converging on his left hand as he yelled a loud roar. Ah! With his left hand sparing no effort and veins rising, he slammed his fist onto the doorway of the replica, and a huge explosion erupted from it. Even the interior of the replica trembled slightly, and because of this weak trembling woke up the sleeping Liu Jiang. Stretching and bracing himself to support his hands, he spoke with some lethargy. Can't you let people sleep at night with all that commotion? Liu Jiang also thought that it was again Liu Jiang this goods and what moths, would have liked to reprimand him a meal, only to discover something even more remarkable. The bone-eating wolf that had just been used as a cuddle pillow was now biting his neck like a rabid dog, and his harlotry was flowing down Liu Jiang's neck. Unfortunately, Liu Jiang was carrying a fine artifact around her neck, and other than the set of armor on her chest, which had been shattered by a punch earlier, she was still carrying fine equipment elsewhere as well. Liu Jiang picked up the wolf as soon as she could, rubbing her chin and looking left. It always feels familiar. If the one just now was like a dog, this one now was called a real wolf, but it even dared to bite my mother. I see that it has lived long enough, and slapped that wolf in the face, viciously pointing at it and questioning it. Oh, I kind of get it. My era is not eaten by you. Looking for death is it? Dare to touch my things. The bone-eating wolf carried in his hand went from being vicious before to being aggrieved now, not daring to make any noise, like a fear etched in his genes, until Liu Jiang reminded her behind her. I'm afraid that wolf you're holding is the same dog you just had. Just look around you. Only after hearing this did Liu Jiang see when a very large wolf appeared in front of her. Even more terrifying was the fact that countless wolves just as large had appeared around them as well. Their fur color has also changed from the previous white to the reddish black it is today. The canines on his mouth had also become several times sharper than before, so much so that they pierced his own lips and grew right out. The eyes were very fierce, like a beast that hadn't fed for a long time. But this thing was no different than a dog to Liu Jiang. He picked up the huge sword next to him and sharpened it right where he was, not taking this situation in front of him seriously in the slightest. Only Liu Jiang pulled out a fine weapon, a long sword, from inside her pocket, and slowly drew the hilt of the sword, and his eyes became incomparably sharp at this moment. The energy that he had secretly practiced on his own earlier was also on display in this moment. In fact, Liu Jiang's talent was very terrifying. Although awakening out was F rank, not considered a strong person, but she was gifted, and such things as talent were innate, and with practice, sooner or later she could become strong. The night was cold tonight, but not as cold as Liu Jiang's sword. Under the moonlight, a cold killer is born, without any extra movements, just standing there exuded a merciless killing aura. The moonlight shone on that sword, and the refracted light was like a crystal clear jewel. As it flickered a bit harshly, Liu Jiang slightly rotated her own sword. An array of sword light stabbed at the wolf's eyes. It caused it to briefly lose its vision, and when it slowed down and looked at Liu Jiang's position again, it was horrified to find that the person in front of it had already disappeared. This was followed by the heartbreaking wails of the wolves around them. Reacting, the head wolf immediately remained vigilant and separated from the remaining wolves. Only it was all in vain. As a wave of cold air swept past it, a crisp sound passed through its ears, and the wolf's head fell to the ground. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was horrified to see his headless body in the bloodstained, cold queen in the moonlight. That's the end of it. Liu Jiang also froze when he saw this scene. Blood stained her clothes, a trace of blood remained at the corner of her mouth, and the once innocent eyes had long since disappeared. leaving a cold and merciless face under the moonlight. She looked at Liu Jiang with a slight sideways glance, as if proclaiming a proof of her strength. Is this woman still the same person as the one who would only nag me next to me in the morning? If you take a closer look you'll realize that she's actually quite clean looking. It's considered a generation of beauty. Liu raised the blood-stained sword and flung it downwards. The blood on the blade fell off like dew, and the blade became incomparably clean. A fine sword indeed. Then it slowly put away the sword. The moment it was put away in the hilt of the sword, that ignorant and innocent girl appeared again. Liu Jiang, who was still immersed in that feast just now, was surprised to see that Liu threw a wink at herself, flirting with Liu Jiang as she walked over like a spiritual little sister, blowing a few whistles every now and then. My god, that spicy eye movement really made Liu Jiang unable to watch. That foot still stomps in place every now and then. Liu Jiang saw this scene, his eyes instantly darkened. Without saying a word, he quickly ran to the front of Liu. Liu is still a little confused, did not react to a hand grab the collar, was viciously lifted up. Liu Jiang's gloomy face also turned very fierce. Where did you put my cold goddess? Hurry up and change back. Was it you who took her? You bad seed. What's wrong with doing what you do? You engage in taking over. Hurry up and give her back her body. With that, he flung Lithia's body up and down, trying to violently force her to turn back into the high-flying queen she was before. But the two hadn't had enough fun for a while before the sound of the copy vibrating sounded again. It sounded and felt like a small earthquake, but it was only for a little while. Lithia also remembered something at this moment, having just had this vibration when she fell asleep. I originally thought it was Liu Jiang messing with something else at night, and when I got up, I thought it was those wolves that made it, but none of it seems to be true now. The sky seemed to be brightening as well, and the morning rays of sunlight were shining through. The wolf that had previously been used as a pillow by Liu also began to shrink its fur from deep black to the previous grayish-white color due to the arrival of daylight. Those hairs that had been plucked from the body had also returned as good as new. It was also at that moment that a door seemed to appear in the vast sky. Is slowly descending without any fulcrum. After Liu Jiang and Liu looked at each other, they stopped the jostling in their hands, hurriedly packed up their things, and hurriedly ran to the place where the stone door had landed, because this is the only path they have left to get out. If you miss it, you're really stuck here forever. The two of them had never thought about it since the beginning. They were still inside the copy today. It was just that the portal to leave this place opened normally after they had just finished off the boss. And the vibration just now was the slight vibration that Huang Li's amplification outside the entrance of the replica had produced on the replica. Chapter 9: The Inner Replica Gate. Without saying a word, Liu Jiang and Liu desperately ran towards the place where the stone door landed. Even their shoes fell off and they didn't plan to come back to pick them up. The two ran toward freedom like prisoners who had just finished serving their sentences and run out of jail. That is, until they ran up to a spell with a blue pattern carved into the ground. Liu Jiang had already run here early and waited. Liu also appeared in Liu Jiang's field of vision at this moment. The two looked at each other, as if in this moment they left behind all their previous grudges, and were as incomparably happy as if they had jointly obtained the relief of a small bird. Liu still has 2 more steps to take before she walks into the phalanx. Liu Jiang also stretches out his hand facing a smile, and Liu also stretches out her hand with a smile. Liu Jiang dragged Liu into the law here with one hard pull, so much so that he was so happy that the two were about to dance in place. A man, a woman and a dog look like a family, and it's quite cozy, holding hands and circling around inside. It wasn't until almost half an hour had passed and the spell hadn't been activated, which caused them to stop their happy looks. 3 froze and crouched in place. Liu was the first to lose her temper and hit Liu Jiang's arm with her fist. Hey, what do you think is going on here? Couldn't this be the teleportation spell to leave? Of course Liu Jiang didn't know what was going on. After all, it was his first time refreshing his copy. So where did he know all this? I don't know. In this way the two sat here for a good period of time, found that this spell formation still did not have any movement, which began to intend to use their brains to think about what is going on. Before this, it's just plain dumb. Could it be that some kind of incantation is required for the activation of the spell? Liu Jiang was a symbolic chanting, "Open Sesame." After realizing it had no effect, more odd spells were foolishly uttered. Pineapple, pineapple, honey. Liu Jiang's strange behavior was taken in by Liu, who was next to him, and then revealed a constipated expression as she looked at Liu Jiang. And I wonder what's going on in your head. Even if it's chanting an incantation, there's no way it's going to be this childish Get over yourself, will you? Liu's cynicism made Liu Jiang, who was already in a hurry, even more angry. Turning around, he picked her up by the sleeve and said angrily, "And you have the nerve to talk about me. If you have a solution, then you should hurry up and use it. Just know how to criticize next to me." Can't get anything done? Just know how to jerk off the dog. What the hell do you want to do now? Sure enough, the two started arguing again at the drop of a hat. Adhering to the principle of a gentleman moving his mouth, Liu Jiang still fell into the wind, because Li Xia cursed and would make a move. But also thanks to Liu Jiang, this physique is hard enough, or not out of 2 rounds will end the quarrel with Liu Jiang. Quarrel failure. The end of the quarrel. The quarrel between the two entered a white heat, and it was at this moment that the spell formation suddenly catalyzed. Blue light shone out from the spell, and little by little, it surrounded them. Seeing this, Li Xia also let go of the finger that was stuck into Liu Jiang's nose with a very shocked expression. Liu Jiang also felt some sense of weightlessness in his body, as if he was about to float up. Turning around, he realized that it was the dog that had left Faytown which had prompted the portal to activate. His body had begun to float completely at the thought. Was it really time to get out of here? Liu Jiang closed his eyes and felt it all, tears unconsciously coming out. Only before he was happy for a while, he saw Li Xia farting around with 2 small steps, running to the side of that dog again, forcibly ripping that dog inside the spell and hugging it up. At that very moment, that sense of gravity swept back in, and Liu Jiang, who was halfway through his flight, instantly crashed down, creating a rolling cloud of smoke. Within the smoke, Liu Jiang was silent for a long time. His eyes and expression had long since darkened. Sprawled on the ground, he was already furious to the extreme. His left hand was still tightly clenched in a fist, beating the ground unwillingly. Looking up at Li Xia and realizing that she hadn't taken this seriously, Liu Jiang charged behind Li Xia with an angry giant punch. Li Xia also felt the killing intent behind her. Cold sweat, slowly turned around, only to find a burly body with a murderous aura behind her. Before you know it, you get a pustule on your head and sit there squatting in aggravation. I'm just getting attached to it. What's wrong with taking it with me? Liu Jiang picked up Li Xia with one hand and pointed at her in a vicious warning. Can't you see that this spell failed to teleport because of your dog? Hurry up and get rid of it. The scene was just like the wolf that Lithia had warned earlier. Hearing about the throw, Lithia hugged the dog even tighter. It's like it's connected, and it almost strangled the dog. Liu Jiang tried to separate them, but they were stuck really tight. If he pushed too hard, he would probably break Li Xia's hand. It can't be helped. There it is. Only to see Liu Jiang lifting up Li Xia, then kicking it out casually as if it were a soccer ball. Since we can't separate you, you'll be here with it for the rest of your life. The moment that dog left the spell, sure enough, the spell opened again once more. That feeling of weightlessness started to come through again, and it was really soothing. Liu Jiang closed his eyes again and waited to leave the place, only to fly halfway and fall down again. Li Xia came running into the spell with that dog on her ass again. Angry Liu Jiang was already green with anger. This one is the real devil, right? It's tougher than all the boss we've encountered before. Liu Jiang kicked her out once more, but he snuck in with the dog again like a doggy. It just kept looping. The two circled around for quite some time, which threw Lithia further away, trying to teleport up before she could run back. This time Liu Jiang was close to that stone door, but a horrible scene appeared before his eyes. Lithia was running wildly this way with the dog's life in her mouth in a four-legged crawling fashion, just like the alien. Unfortunately, the blue light of the phalanx had disappeared from the ground, and the blue light had begun to slowly rise. It would be nearly impossible to stop it again. Liu Jiang also began to relax. Only he still underestimated Li Xia, only to see her a kind of rocket-like speed desperately sprinting until she was almost close to the phalanx. Her feet stored up strength to fight, directly jumped to the end of the phalanx of light. The whole thing went through with that dog, and with an extremely fast speed, it rushed straight at Liu Jiang. Frightened, Liu Jiang hurriedly swam upstream in a kind of breaststroke, but it still wasn't as fast as Li Xia's serpentine swim. Struggling hard, he was eventually glued to Lithia, a hold that stuck to his body like a piece of transparent glue. Even though Liu Jiang had been pushing her face away, he still couldn't get Li Xia off his body. The dog was also held fiercely by Lithia, never letting go. Sure enough, what doesn't get out never gets out, and since the dog was something inside the copy, the spell didn't continue upward anymore, but got stuck between being able to go in and not being able to go in. And just like that, a man, a woman plus a dog were stuck in mid-air, stalled, with funny expressions. Chapter 10. A truly invincible person is about to walk out of the copy. Outside the copy, smoke rose in all directions and dust flew in the air as if it had been through an unprecedented war. Huang Lo propped up his legs and panted heavily at the entrance to the replica, pulling out all the stops. The replica door was still intact, not even a scuff mark left. Huang Lo had run out of means. Voices of skepticism and disdain began to come from all around as well. The people from the Li Jiang family also looked disdainful at this sight. Even Li Xia's cousin couldn't help but sneak a taunt into the vice president's ear when he saw this image. Second uncle. The people you invited aren't good either. Holding back nothing moves. And owe him a favor. Really? Huang Lu saw more and more people mocking him around him, and that unbalanced attitude within him still grew more violent. But don't make a fool of yourself here. The sound of discussion around them had gone from whispering before to becoming more and more reckless. Huang Li's heart finally couldn't hold out at this moment and violently turned around, viciously pointing at all of you. Who are you to talk about me? A bunch of losers who have no strength and only talk about others behind their backs. If it were up to you guys, would you be able to do it? There's something wrong with the doorway of this copy. It's definitely been subjected to some kind of restriction. Even if another A-ranked powerhouse came over, they still wouldn't be able to open this door just the same. Huang Lu was getting more and more agitated the more he talked, to the point of becoming a bit maniacal. Yes, it is. Ha, 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 ha. It must not be me. It must not be me. The onlookers didn't dare to say anything more. After all, they didn't dare to offend Huang Lu here. It was only from the previous expectation and admiration, to the present fear and abhorrence. Huang Li's handshaking was already very obvious. Even though it was already stretched inside his pants pocket, he still couldn't hide his nervousness. He hurriedly ran to a corner and pulled out a communication device from his arms. I don't know what kind of phone call was made, except that when it was dialed, the tone was respectful and very humble about his current situation. Yeah, something came up on my end. Yes, this replica doorway won't open. I used it, but there's not even a scratch on this doorway, so I can't open it. So come over here for a minute if you're interested. When Huang Lu spoke, he was also too nervous, resulting in stuttering, while the conversationalist seemed to have realized the seriousness of the matter, hanging up the phone after dropping a line. I know. Huang Lu raised his head very reluctantly, biting his lip and taking a deep breath. Once again, trembling, he took out a cigarette from inside his pants pocket, crouched inside the corner and smoke. He's not afraid of anything but people looking down on him. The scene was now beyond his ability to wrap up. After all, the bull has been blown out, and it's not a good idea to just walk away. The vice president seemed to have noticed Huang Li's nervousness as well, then slowly walked behind him. Use a comforting tone to pacify Huang Lu. Elder brother Huang, there's no need to be too nervous. If it's not possible, forget it. I still have other ways. Old man. The more Huang Lu saw the vice president was the more angry he became. This kind of concern was a great shame for him. Honestly, if anyone else dared to talk to himself like that, then he could disappear from this world tomorrow. But after all, Liu Jiang is the vice president. I dare not say that he has more power than me. At the very least, he is at the same level as me. Now there was nothing to do but to eat a dumb loss, and holding back his anger, he stated, "Thank you for your kind words, Vice President. But who said I couldn't? Did I say I just gave it my all?" At this moment, Huang Lu was biting his teeth, and his lips were already bleeding from his careless biting. The fists were so tight that even the veins were clearly visible. Of course the vice president didn't dare to be aggressive anymore. After all, if he really pissed this bastard off and started to go crazy, it seemed like no one here could really stop him. One can only apologize and then retire. Huang Lu gritted his teeth when he looked at his back. In his heart, he was still thinking that this time he made a fool of himself. Could it be that this old thing deliberately set a trap? If I find out it was you, I don't care if you're the vice president or not. On the other side, Li Xia firmly trapped Liu Jiang's body like an octopus. Though Liu Jiang had tried many times to get that dog off of him and ultimately failed, the tightness of the hug was not the main reason. The main reason was that he was afraid of hurting Li Xia. After all, she was the specific of an ordinary person. But it's not a good idea to stay stuck in the situation we're in now. Liu Jiang lowered his head and glanced at Li Xia, realizing that she seemed to be in the mood to sleep, even a snore or two from time to time. The whole Liu Jiang was speechless. That's good. Just get rid of the dog while she's asleep and not paying attention. As soon as he said he would do it, Liu Jiang's mind flashed through 1,000 ways he could put someone to sleep quickly. That's when the horrified thought occurred to me. Why didn't I just knock her out and get rid of the dog? I'm so stupid, I said and slapped myself twice. Thinking of this, Liu Jiang looked at Li Xia once again, and this time Li Xia had actually woken up and was looking at himself with pitiful eyes, like he knew what Liu Jiang would do. It made Liu Jiang embarrassed to do it, but even that didn't stop him from wanting to go back. Liu Jiang slowly raised his head, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Mental note. I'm sorry. She was about to knock her out with a hand slash, but she realized that Li Xia had just thrown the dog away. The whole Liu Jiang won't even. But it's good that you don't have to do it yourself. The portal was also activated at that moment, and slowly rose. Liu Jiang didn't want to miss this opportunity again. He had to hurry up and throw her upwards. Thinking that, he immediately grabbed Licea's collar and with force threw her directly in front of himself. Just in case, he too quickly swam upstream until he saw Lithia completely through the clouds. How did things suddenly get so easy? It always felt like there was just something wrong that this guy could be so obedient. Sure enough, just like what he thought in his heart, this Licea guy has made a mess again. A thin white line appeared next to Liu Jiang, only to see the row of lines violently straighten. The dog that was still falling to the ground was suddenly yanked by this white line with force and flew back up. Liu Jiang saw this scene wide-eyed and scared. Immediately breaststroke again, struggling to swim upstream, but it was too late. The white line was traveling upstream with the help of the power from above, and its speed was several times that of Liu Jiang. The dog whizzed past him at once, like a bullet. Looking at the way the dog flew past him further and further away, Liu Jiang was completely dumbfounded. No, Before Liu Jiang could finish the words in his mouth, his left hand had already grabbed the white thread. The force, along with him and the dog, flew violently upward. His lips were full of air and the flesh on either side of his mouth was flapping wildly. It didn't stop until it penetrated the clouds and flew into a blank space. Lithia had also been waiting for them here for a long time. The moment she saw Liu Jiang, she came running over, stepping into hugs like a brat whose father was buying candy for his daughter. Only in return, 2 pustules grow on the top of the head, then commiserated and found a place to crouch. Chapter 11, The Strongest Man. There was nothing within this space, except for the endless abyss, which was a space with no end in sight. Only the stone door was erected in the center, and it was carved with many very strange patterns. It's creepy to look at, but compelling. Liu Jiang curiously walked to that stone door and carefully looked around it. There doesn't seem to be anything more special about it other than it's very large. Licea at this time, Ran emerged from the side of Liu Jiang, and with a disinterested face, he explained to Liu Jiang what was going on. Haven't seen the world, have you? Let me tell you something. This stone, in fact, is the only portal to go out from here. I came in through a door like this before. If it's like that coming in, it must be like that going out. We should be walking true out of the copy while entering the space between the copy and the gate. The same forest that was just there. You're a man who's good at everything but being overly cautious. Licea taunted Liu Jiang with a smug look on her face as she walked towards the gate herself, with the dog in hand, until she slammed square in the face right into the gate and her whole body fell to the ground as if she had charged headfirst on top of a large rock. Bleeding nostrils and bitten lips, he sat there helplessly and cried bitterly. It made Liu Jiang next to him laugh, because it's never been so much fun to see Lithia's mouth disappear. While holding her stomach, she pointed out that she deserved it. You're so stupid. Her mom opened the door to stupidity. Stupid to the point of being stupid, he said and laughed while stomping his feet. Do you know why you crashed into it? Didn't it all come out clearly? This dog is inside the replica. How could you possibly bring it out? Give it up. Licea of course still didn't give up, casually grabbed the dog next to her and threw it hard at Liu Jiang's head. It was only dodged by Liu's slight tilt of the head. Then it changed to Liu Jiang looking at Licea with a lewd face as he slowly walked to the gate. The two men's identities seemed to reverse in this moment. I told you you were short-sighted. Since you want to spend the rest of your life with this dog, you can stay here with him, mocking as he walked towards that gate. With a smug face, he walked towards the gate, thinking that he would be able to get out just like that. But a loud clanging sound came, and Liu Jiang's entire body stuck to the replica gate. Obviously Liu Jiang couldn't get out either, but he was much better than Licea. Just the whole person was encrusted inside the wall, but the indestructible body clamped onto the hardened replica door did not cause much damage to Liu Jiang. At the same time the gate was smashed into a very deep dent by his body. Seeing this scene as if she had caught a chance, Licea laughed crazily in place, slapping the ground while mocking Liu Jiang. Thought you were good. It also turned out to be jumping the shark. Let's see if you dare to taunt me again. Ha! Neither one of them was convinced by the other, but Liu Jiang was furious when he saw Licea's ugly face. And you have the nerve to talk about me. Didn't you run right into the door yourself? Lithia, that was the first time for me. That was the first time you saw me hit it and then you hit it upwards. You're hopelessly pure stupid. At the drop of a hat the two got into a fight, oblivious to the fact that the hardened gate also only stopped Liu Jiang's advance, but it was not causing any harm to him. And this was a door that the A-ranked Huangla had failed to do any damage with all his might. The sound of the crash Liu Jiang had just made was felt even by the crowd outside the doorway. With such a terrifying vibration, if one did not have S-class strength, it was estimated that they could not even do it to make the earth tremble. This was 5 days from when Licea entered the copy, and if the copy was refreshed as normal, as long as it didn't come out within 3 days, it would be judged as having died. the latest from the replica since the calendar. Are only 3 days, 5 days is already doomed to be hopeless. Vice President Liu Jiang had long known that the ending would be like this, and was very upset inwardly. His only daughter however, he could not let everyone see his sadness, and could only shed tears silently and alone, and even some funeral preparations were arranged for his subordinates to handle. Over here, Lithia sneezed heavily as well, and after the two of them fooled around for a while, they started fidgeting there again. Liu Jiang thinks the main reason they can't get out is because they brought this dog out. Otherwise there's no reason they can't get out. Lithia doesn't think so. She just thinks that we haven't mastered the way out of here yet, and that if we can find it, we can definitely get out. After a while, Licia sat there in a board squat with a disdainful face and asked, "Hey, aren't you strong? Since you can't get out any other way, you'll just break the door down." Liu Jiang resolutely ignored such brainless words when he heard them. Immediately, he turned his head to look elsewhere. After some more time, he still hadn't come up with a solution. Then Liu Jiang slowly stood up and lifted his pants pocket. Breaking down this door doesn't seem to be out of the question. With that, he put his giant sword to the side, rolled up the ragged sleeves, stretched and twisted his knuckles. A long exhale. Glancing at Lithia, he then said, "Stay close. I need someone else's inspiration to perform my abilities. Just stand next to me and don't move." Lithia didn't understand what it meant, but stood frozen next to him anyway. "I didn't know what the point was, but I did it anyway." Liu Jiang immediately took a horse stance when he saw Licia coming over and yelled, "Come on!" Licia was startled by this yell, and hurriedly got nervous before moving closer to Liu Jiang. In a blink of an eye Liu Jiang disappeared in front of his face, followed by the explosion and smoke from the sound of his fist colliding with the wall. A majestic aura spread out at this moment, so much so that the shockwave blasted Lithia straight away for miles, falling to the ground with her mouth full of dust. This scene, like a nuclear bomb blowing itself up, could have smashed itself with just some debris if there hadn't been nothing around. It took a while for that wave of air to end completely. After the explosion, only Liu Jiang could be heard laughing maniacally amidst the smoke. "You're being really stupid," laughing as he slapped his thighs. "I told you to come closer next to me, and you did. You're really talented." Unable to hold back his laughter, Liu Jiang even went so far as to kneel down and slap the ground. "I'm relieved to see you in that mess." Licia was dumbfounded, then inexplicably appeared in front of Liu Jiang, dirty and filthy, with eyes full of murderous aura inside. Liu Jiang had just finished dismounting and lifted his head when he spotted Licia. Done. Outside the entrance of the replica, Huang Lu was still gloating in front of the crowd, convinced that no one else opens this door. Even if an S-class powerhouse came over, it would be impossible to open this door. While saying that, he was holding up his waist and was very proud of himself, and the nervousness that he had just felt had long since disappeared. Just stay up until the guy comes over and prove himself. The people around them began to talk as well, starting to get a little shaky on Huang Lu. Huang Lu had a satisfied look on his face, and from time to time, he even glanced a few times at the vice president, who was secretly hurting himself alone at the side, was about to walk up and say a few words of comfort. "I say this copy must." Before the words were finished, a huge explosion inexplicably occurred at the entrance of the replica. Even those who were close to the entrance of the replica were directly blown away by the relentless force, with some hanging from trees and some being blown to the roof of the building. Endless gusts of wind erupted from the explosions. The shockwave didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, and kept erupting outwards. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, so much so that it drowned the entire crowd near the entrance of the replica. The sound was so loud that even those who were a little closer got a direct ringing in their ears. Chapter 12 Unshakable Things. This horrifying impact lasted for some time before gradually subsiding, but the smoke was still thick. Huang Lu patted the dust on his body and looked at the explosion that occurred at the entrance of the replica in shock. Li Jiang and the others were also worried as they watched what was happening in front of them. A coughing sound came from the smoke. Cough, cough, cough. What's all this? What's with all the dusty ones? Hey, does that count? The crowd also heard the voice, while an incomparably burly figure appeared in the smoke. It looked very dominant. Huang Lu tried to use his detection ability to observe what exactly was in the smoke. It was only that no matter how much he tried there was no way to tell the strength of the man in front of him, because he saw zero energy fluctuations. This is a very incredible phenomenon because even ordinary people have 1-2 energy fluctuations. Even any animal has his own energy, but the person in front of him didn't have any energy fluctuations at all, and it seemed to be laced with other energy fluctuations, just very vague. Huang Lu seemed to have thought of something and immediately clenched his fists in a battle stance. Could it be that the boss in the copy was killed? It doesn't look like a first-level boss either. The crowd had also heard Huang Li's words, and each of them were on alert. Some of them just ran away. With every step he took out, that murderous aura grew stronger and stronger, to the point that it left Huang Lu a little breathless. Vice President Liu Jiang could only gulp as well. Li Xining was sweating coldly, and this oppressive feeling even made him feel a little sick to his stomach. A pair of red eyes that looked terrifying in the smoke. Every step looked like a limp, looking more like an alien monster. The air seemed to quiet down, and some of those who hadn't run away had been scared out of their wits, until a breeze blew through. It's very refreshing. At the same time, don't blow the smoke away. The figure was finally able to make out what it was, and everyone was staring intently at the location, until it's fully visible. Licia was lying on Liu Jiang's head and biting his head hard with her mouth. There was also a dog in his left hand. Liu Jiang's hair was messy and he looked at everyone present with a confused expression. The atmosphere became very awkward all of a sudden. A ragged man stood amidst the smoke and all three saw everyone present at the same time. All of them were flabbergasted. A crying voice came from not far away. "Daughter, my baby girl." Li Jiang could no longer restrain himself the moment he saw Licia. It was only his precious daughter who could make his old bones so sad. Hurriedly ran over and hugged Liu Jiang tightly. Because Licia was on Liu Jiang's head, he didn't know who to hug, so he hugged Liu Jiang tightly. The whole Liu Jiang won't even. An old man suddenly rushed up and hugged himself, and kept calling out to him for his daughter. "Hey old man, who are you looking for? There is no daughter of yours here." At this time Licia shouted in Liu Jiang's ear, "Dad!" After saying this, he jumped from Liu Jiang's body to hug tightly, and Li Jiang cried bitterly. Frightened Liu Jiang are a little panicked. The two father and daughter like a shock. "I missed you so much." Li Jiang also felt Licia's aggravation. His daughter had been pampered by Cici since she was a child. Where had she suffered? Today's appearance, dirty all over. There are blood, dust, dirt, even this cute little face is full of dust. Looking at their own daughter this way, Li Jiang all knows a soursome hard to accept. "Good girl, daughter. You have suffered, and father has missed you." An underling next to Li Xining asked him in boredom. "Young master, why did you just regurgitate? Was it something unclean you ate this morning?" These words were purely and simply not giving Li Xining a leg up, but fortunately, Li Xining didn't know how to flirt with anything, so she just said it. "I don't know. I just saw it and got sick to my stomach." The entire underling next to him was speechless. Li Jiang saw his daughter, unharmed, brought out by this man, and inwardly he wanted to thank him from the bottom of his heart. It was only when the mood stabilized and I took a serious look that I realized. The man in front of him was tall and strong, and you could tell he was strong just by looking at him with the naked eye. Did this man save my daughter? With that in mind he then humbly asked his daughter, "And this young man is?" As a result, Lithia froze for several moments before stifling a, "I don't know." Those words confused Li Jiang. "I wonder how you got with them." Lithia scratched her head. "I don't know?" Those two sentences instantly confused old Den. Liu Jiang sensed that something was wrong and also immediately rounded up. "Oh, roar. My name is Liu Jiang. May I ask if this lady is your daughter?" That comment dry burned Li Jiang's CPU. Put aside that you two don't even know each other's names yet, meaning these two just happened to come out together, and then my daughter also happened to climb on you? Liu Jiang was a little confused, but after thinking carefully, it seems that it is really these few that brought this dilettante out. I should be the one to lead her out, to be precise, or there's a real chance she wouldn't have made it out of there. After listening to the two of them speak so much, Li Jiang finally sort of had a sentence that he could understand, but it couldn't be shown, so he could only pretend to have heard the conversation between the two of them earlier. "Hara, so that's how it is. That's very kind of you. If you don't mind, could you please honor me with a visit to my home? Stop by for a quick lunch or something and catch up with me on how you guys are doing in there?" In fact, Liu Jiang didn't even listen to these words from him. He only heard that he could eat, so he agreed without saying a word. And what puzzled him was why he had to reward someone's face when he went to their home for dinner. Liu Jiang really doesn't know anything about the human condition. Pure illiteracy. In fact, Huang Lu, who had been shocked for a long time beside him, had long since gotten tired of seeing Liu Jiang chatting there like nobody's business. As soon as he came out, immediately and angrily, he ran to Li Jiang and stopped Liu Jiang, pointing his finger at Liu Jiang's chest in anger. He questioned, "Hey, you asshole, what just happened? Why do you walk away from this copy of the explosion and act so unconcerned? Damn you, are you a demon from a copy?" Liu Jiang took a look at the person in front of him and realized that it was someone he didn't recognize and was talking so badly that he directly ignored him, choosing to walk past him. But how could this make Huang Lu stop? The more Liu Jiang did this, the more upset it made him. Originally just lost face, now let me lose face again. Today is not to teach this guy a lesson is not possible. He slowly turned around, an eerie murderous aura showing in his expression, his eyes bloodshot, his fists clenched, deciding that he was bound to teach Liu Jiang a lesson. Liu Jiang, who was next to him, also sensed the hostility and rushed forward to stop it. One hand took Huang Li's arm, trying to calm him down. Elder brother Huang, what are you doing? Calm down. Anyways, he's also my daughter's savior. It's not appropriate for you to make a move here, is it? But Huang Li can't endure this time. He must let the people present know that those who dare to mess with me have no good end. Angrily, he shook off Liu Jiang's hand. Get out, old thing. If it weren't for me seeing you as a vice president, I would have slaughtered you long ago. These words directly scared Liu Jiang so much that he didn't dare to make any more moves and could only hastily protect his daughter behind him. Inwardly, he was silently praying, hoping that he wouldn't just beat Liu Jiang to death. Huang Lu at this time also angrily walked to the back of Liu Jiang, his left hand on Liu Jiang's arm, with all the strength of a hard pinch, bound to make his entire arm waste. But something alarming came up. He realized that no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't shake the arm in the slightest, as if he were squeezing hard on a piece of diamond. Even the clothes had been broken, and Liu Jiang was still acting like nothing was wrong. And one turn of Liu Jiang's head scared Huang Lu into a cold sweat. By the time his entire body turned completely around, the oppressive feeling struck again. Scared Huang Li's cells were trembling as if fear was happening instinctively. Hello? Honestly, I hate punks the most. Why do you think you have to have nothing better to do? Chapter 13, The Appearance of S-Class Men. Liu Jiang had assumed that the Huang Lu in front of him was just a punk from the moment he came out. No matter how weak he was at least an awakened who had walked out of the first tier of copies. He wasn't going to be bullied by a punk, was he? Huang Lu found himself trembling all over, thinking not about whether the enemy was powerful or not, but feeling like he was really wasted. How is it that you meet a random bravery yourself and get scared like this? He couldn't possibly think of what kind of person Liu Jiang was no matter how he thought about it, because the scent on him is zero. But there was no mistaking the feeling of the pinch in one's hand just now. It had definitely been used with all one's might. This one is horribly strong physically. Huang Lu forced back his inner fear, directly clenched his fist and ruthlessly slammed it into Liu Jiang's face. But to his horror, he realized that his hand was easily caught by Liu Jiang, and saw his perishing eyes and that very angry expression. Scared, Huang Lu started to get a little overwhelmed. Seeing Liu Jiang slightly forcefully breaking, Huang Lu felt a monstrous force coming from his hand sweeping over his whole body, as if his left hand was pressed on a mountain and could not be shaken at all. What followed was the gut-wrenching pain, the most pain he had ever felt, and the direct pain brought him to his knees instantly. Please, 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 don't kill me. I was wrong. Don't kill me. I was blinded for a moment and bumped into you, so be generous and let me go like a fart. Ooh-hoo. Huang Lu was even in so much pain that he cried out. This sense of power, he hadn't experienced it for a long time, and the first time he felt it was from the body of Chen Kai, an S-class awakened person from the M country. With that kind of absolute suppressive power, if you don't beg for mercy today, you're probably going to lose your hand. For a spell tanking me, if I lose a hand it's the equivalent of being completely wasted. Nowadays it's not about saving face, because Liu Jiang's current posture was just too scary. It was slightly inferior to even the strongest bosses he had seen. Is this really the kind of ing oppression that can emanate from a human being? Next to him, Liu Jiang saw that Huang Lu was actually subdued by a single move and froze in fear a little. He had thought that this Liu Jiang was a strong man, but he hadn't expected that he would be able to steal to the point of taking down Huang Lu with one hand. But things couldn't go on like this, because Huang Lu was a public figure no matter what, and if this were to kneel down to someone else in public, it would have a great impact on the guild. With that in mind, he hurriedly ran next to Liu Jiang, shook his hand and said humbly, "Junior friend Liu, take your time." This brother was also just confused for a moment and definitely did not mean to offend you. Even if you give me a little face today, I will definitely pay a visit in the coming day. What do you think? Liu Jiang saw that the old man in front of him was also a cultured person, so he didn't make it more difficult and casually released Huang Lu, but inwardly still very upset this kind of punk. From the bottom of his heart, quite despised this kind of mixed food and drink people. There is no need for the old gentleman to speak so politely. Punks like that just don't deserve to be taught a lesson. Since he's your friend, I'll pretend I didn't see it. But I'm telling you, if you know any of his relatives, you must teach him a lesson. Why is his quality so low? Liu Jiang also hurriedly and respectfully stated, I will definitely go back and severely punish this person. This time, Huang Lu and Liu Jiang, they didn't dare to underestimate Liu Jiang. It was estimated that there was at least the strength of an A-ranked awakened person, but the list of all A-ranked awakened persons in the world, they had long since read it, and there was indeed no such figure as Liu Jiang. Li Jiang is thinking of pulling in Liu Jiang, and Huang Lu is thinking of taking revenge on Liu Jiang. Both of them had their own decisions to make about Liu Jiang in this moment. Just as Liu Jiang wanted to turn around and leave, a bunch of black vehicles appeared on the highway, lined up neatly on both sides of the highway, in the middle of which slowly drove a very beautiful, fuchsia red aristocratic business car. There is also a small gold man erected on the front end of the car, emphasizing the nobility of this car. A bunch of black-clad bodyguards, descending from their vehicles in unison, surrounded the entire entrance to the replica. Even some of the military came over to evacuate the crowd, like you're about to greet a very great man. There were also a couple of secretaries who hurried over to Huang Lu, walked up to him, and uttered a direct passage in a commanding tone. Mr. Huang, where is that unbreakable door you mentioned? Seeing that the time had come, Huang Lu showed a wry expression pointing to the door behind him, but the scene in front of him was particularly shocking, for the gate, which had just been as good as new, after the smoke cleared, only a very large hole was left behind, along with dust all over the floor. The sun shone on it as if it were a ruin. Huang Lu was also very flustered after taking a good look at the large door, anxiously observing the massive giant hole in front of him. The two secretaries couldn't help but gulp at the scene in front of them and move their glasses. Mr. Huang, you shouldn't joke with us. After all, that one gentleman is waiting inside. You should know that his time is precious. Huang Lu instantly panicked, as he hadn't noticed just now that the gate was broken either. But with this scene today, I can't say the door has been opened. You, flustered and holding back half a day not knowing what to say. Some aggrieved glanced at Liu Jiang, just when he didn't know how to end it either. A voice came out of that car. No need to embarrass him. He's running out of reasons to explain. As soon as this voice came out, the black-clothed men who were just standing around all rushed to the side of the car, standing in the 2 rows of the car door as grandly as if they were welcoming a king. The secretary also rushed over to open the door. For a moment, it seemed as if the whole air had grown quiet. Liu Jiang also noticed the sudden silence and glanced at the location of the vehicle with some curiosity. The car door was slowly opened and a foot came out, followed closely by a walking stick, until a tall figure walked away from the car and out. It turned out to be an old man with a laid-back old man's hat on his head, an old aristocratic peaked jacket, and a pair of somewhat old-fashioned jeans on his legs, a cigar in his mouth and a pair of sunglasses in his eyes. This person was none other than the S-rank awakened person, Chen Kai. It's true that he can't open this door. It's hard to hit a 40th floor boss with his little strength. This door with a forbidden system on it is not something that someone like him can hit. After saying that, he raised his glasses a bit, carefully observed Liu Jiang who was not far away. I think this is the same guy who broke the door. Ha, kind of funny. Chapter 14, The Weight of a Giant Sword. This young man, I see you have good qualifications. Are you interested in joining our guild? President Chen Kai, president of the Phoenix Guild, S-ranked awakened, ranked 9th within the strongest 15 people in the world. And I heard that he had brushed the 66th floor boss by himself. But since the Phoenix Guild only had 13 A-ranked henchmen besides himself, and they were still at the back of the pack within the global A-ranked powerhouses, they had no say in global speeches, so they were in dire need of more powerhouses to fill up his guild. Liu Jiang is a good candidate in his eyes, and he was also confident that Liu Jiang would definitely agree to his invitation. After all, no one would refuse such an enticing offer and still be invited by the president himself. After a while he realized that Liu Jiang was still frozen in place looking at himself, thinking that it was because he still didn't know what conditions he could offer. So he was still hesitating. If you're willing to enter our guild, the first position of chief will be yours. Hearing this, even Li Jiang who was next to him was very shocked. This kind of condition is no longer a normal deal. It's pure and simple welfare. No one would refuse such an offer, because the position of the chief is the highest position besides the president, can directly obtain 10% of the shares of the entire union, which is only second. The main thing is to be able to directly utilize all the materials inside the guild treasury. As long as it is able to enhance their own strength of the things through can be used unconditionally. The reason why Chen Kai would make such an offer was also because he had just observed all of Liu Jiang's moves from a short distance away and thought that he did have the strength to be competent as the chief. But Liu Jiang is not at all understand these gold. Just simply feel that before this person must be some kind of political figure. If you follow him to mix, it is estimated that there are old many things to do. Still, Liu Jiang didn't reject it outright, but just scratched his head, somewhat at a loss for words, and asked Li Jiang, "Old man, is this guy a friend of yours? Come over to eat with us too?" These words gave Li Jiang a daze. and even Chin Kai next to him found it a bit unbelievable. After all that he had just said, not only did he not reply to himself but he was still concerned about where he was going to eat later. Liu Jiang anxiously and hastily stated, "No, no, he's my boss. If you're hungry, sir, then let's eat first." Now Liu Jiang sort of understood. So it's your boss. No wonder they drew so much pie when they came up. But I'm sorry, I don't really like doing all those chores. I'm sorry if I'm too tired. After saying that, he directly ignored Chin Kai and walked past him. The plan was to find a place to have dinner with Liu Jiang and then go home. This action had scared Liu Jiang, who was next to him, silly, and had directly ignored Chin Kai. This was an S-class powerhouse. Compared to Huang Li's kind of petty fighting, S-class and A-class was the gap between the fault lines. Liu Jiang hurriedly ran next to Chin Kai and bowed frantically to apologize. However, Chin Kai didn't take this seriously. After all, trying to rope in someone like Liu Jiang was not a simple task in itself, so it didn't blame Liu Jiang. Just lifted his hands and nodded, smiling slightly. It's okay, let's go. Liu Jiang could only nod his head and respectfully step back, then hurriedly followed Liu Jiang's pace. That's funny. Huang Lu was still upset inwardly at the sight. These two goods surprisingly did not fight. Upset to upset. Face still have to give, so can only nodded to come over. Carefully asked 2 sentences. It will. President, you just let him go? What I didn't expect was to be slapped before I finished my sentence, and to be given a hard look. Is it your turn to talk about what I do? Think about it. How much trouble have you gotten me into? If next time, I find you embezzling public funds from the guild, it won't be a slap in the face. With that said, he turned and picked up his cane and walked into the car, leaving behind Huang Lu who was already furious to the core. Once Chen Kai got on the car, he bowed deeply and shouted, "The president has a good journey. I will not fail you." That's what he said, but his expression was already twisted and convulsed with anger. Liu Jiang, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Liu Jiang on the other side also ran to Liu Jiang's side, somewhat timidly, and asked out of breath, "Where is this going, sir?" Liu Jiang raised his hands and waved at the back. "Go back and take a shower and change first. I can't be asked to go to dinner with you guys dressed like this, can I?" Liu Jiang could only lower his head when he heard this and let out an "oh." Liu Jiang walked and suddenly stopped, standing in place for a moment. Turn around suddenly. "Right, old man. Where is this place? My family is in the Broad State. Is it far from here?" Suozhou was thousands of kilometers away from Phoenix, and after Liu Jiang explained the cause, Liu Jiang broke down. However, Liu Jiang still brought Liu Jiang to a nearby high-class villa building, inside Liu Jiang's villa in Phoenix. "Thank you so much, old man. We don't know each other, and you invited me to dinner and let me take a bath in your big villa." Weirdly embarrassed. Ha! Liu Jiang certainly didn't take this to heart, and had arranged for many service staff to wait here early on. Some waiters in overalls came over respectfully and surrounded Liu Jiang to start cleaning his body. There were some with chicken blankets sweeping the dust off him, and some with rulers measuring beside him. It was even as if the clothes had been customized for him. It was just that Liu Jiang felt a bit awkward and wasn't quite used to it. After Liu Jiang handed Liu Jiang over to the staff, he took his leave first. A female staff member slightly reminded Liu Jiang, "Sir, could you put the weapon on your back for a moment? You're not handling us very well on your back." Liu Jiang thought about it as if it was right. It was indeed inappropriate to eat and carry a sword. Then he took out his greatsword. Then inquired the attendant, "Excuse me, where do I put this sword?" "Yeah, I don't know how long this sword has been breaking in with me, and I've gotten used to always carrying it on me." The staff also rushed over to help when they heard Liu Jiang's words. "Sir, you just go in. Leave your weapons to those of us who will help you with them." Liu Jiang looked left and right for a moment. Looking around him didn't look like any untrustworthy people, so he shouldn't be hitting on the idea of his own weapon, right? With that in mind, he intended to let them handle the weapons, and as soon as he did, he placed them on the ground. The greatsword also slammed into the ground as heavily as a jackhammer, smashing out a heavy, deep crater. Such was the commotion that the frightened staff next to him thought the gas tank had exploded. Each one panicked and pulled back. It wasn't until he saw that the sword had sunk within the floor that he was shocked at the power of the sword. Liu Jiang followed some waiters into the private room to clean up his body after putting his sword there, leaving a couple of frozen male waiters looking left and right. "Hey, the money for this broken floor tile is probably going to come out of our paychecks again." With that, he casually gripped the hilt of his sword, then turned to leave, until he took his first step when his body felt like it had been yanked violently by something and his arm was instantly disjointed. It was as if his hand was tugging on an unshakable boulder, and the pain that tore through him after dislodging the joint caused him to immediately fall to the ground. "Ah!" Chapter 15, The Family Feast. Pain, 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 pain. Hands off, don't move, don't move. The disjointed scene made the people next to him think it was too much to be so careless with a weapon. Is this sword that heavy? With that in mind, he casually walked over to the sword and gripped the huge sword with both hands, intending to pick it up. It turned out to be wrong as soon as the force was applied. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the sword even a little bit, as if it was like a pin in the sea. Even though his hands were blue and his expression was red, he couldn't move the sword even a little bit. It wasn't until this time that it became clear to them that if they had pulled up the sword with force without thinking, I'm afraid that disarticulation would have been considered good enough. Other people also felt something wrong, rushed to run up together to grab the sword. The result is the same. They all add up to a dozen people. Even the ability to even let the sword move a little bit cannot do. But they just saw with their own eyes that Liu Jiang picked up this sword casually and threw it to us very casually. It's a little scary to think back on just how strong that guy was, but on second thought it was right. After all, it was the person brought by the vice president. If it wasn't the celebrities of the society, then it was the powerhouses of this world. It was probably another one of those A-rank awakening powerhouses. Liu Jiang had already finished his shower and walked out wearing an aristocrat-specific underwear. The perfect body proportions with this particular underwear made the whole person look more like a dominant president who just came out of the shower. There was also a dry towel tied around his head, which was very impressive. Even the waitresses, who had always seen the world, couldn't help but drool at the sight of such a perfect body. The person who was dirty just now is actually so handsome now that he's cleaned up. Some of the male staff rushed to Liu Jiang's side and took him to straighten up his dress and hairstyle, and only after a while did they realize that the few waitresses were still frozen. So it was a careful reminder. Hey, hurry up and get over here. The reactive waitress immediately ran over in a manner and dressed Liu Jiang in the set of clothes that were customized for him. From time to time also take advantage of Liu Jiang did not pay attention to secretly touch a few of his abs. A female waiter also played a hooligan, slapped Liu Jiang's ass. The waitress who had just been very civilized was now more like a wild gorilla that hadn't fully evolved, and the way she looked at Liu Jiang was out of place, because generally most of the people who are served here are nobles, and not many of these nobles have a particularly good figure. Even if they have practiced on their own, they have never seen one that can reach this proportion of Liu Jiang. Height and body are online. Even their face value is first class high. Seeing such a handsome fierce man for the first time, naturally, many girls will be able to resist the idea. Liu Jiang also looked at the waitresses with a confused expression. Do you have to pat your ass for this part of the change? But in order to respect what others were doing, Liu Jiang didn't say anything. After sorting out his clothes, it was time to start customizing a haircut for his head shape. Then Liu Jiang was even more confused. Not buddy, I just came for dinner. What's with the hairstyle change and new clothes? How many star hotels do you have here? The service is so upscale. The staff next to him was only responsible for his work and did not have the right to talk to Liu Jiang, so he did not answer the question either. Each one was minding his own business and doing the job at hand. One moment tugging at his mouth, the next picking at his eyes, until Liu Jiang was completely asleep, then inexplicably was gently tapped on the mouth. Woke up from the dream which realized that he had just passed out from sleep. After a male waiter saw Liu Jiang waking up, he brought him to a mirror. A shocking scene emerged. A dressed in gorgeous rich and handsome guy appeared inside the mirror. Mature tinfoil hot plus that robust body. Don't know absolutely think he is which company's overlord. Liu Jiang wondered if what was in the mirror was him or not, and tried to rub his hand on the mirror to remind himself that he must still be dreaming now. But the truth inside the mirror was him. He had never been so godlike himself during that time in hell. Liu Jiang touched his chin and was almost moved to tears. Holy, is this still me? Handsome as this? Even a mountain gun like me thinks this man in front of me is handsome. The way he looked at himself. Liu Jiang looked at him with two eyes. Dude, how much is your suit? I genuinely like it. The staff could only awkwardly wave their hands, but they still couldn't talk to Liu Jiang. That is, until an old butler walked in from inside the booth. Only after seeing Liu Jiang's appearance did he realize that the man had a few godly looks. But was this what it looked like? Just came in that moment to see his appearance. I thought it was Grandpa brought a beggar back. Today's Liu Jiang was the one who deserved to look like a strong man. Mr. Liu, sure is spirited. Grandmaster has been waiting in the dining room for a long time. Please follow me. A hall on the other side of the room was already filled with people. Everyone here was a noble, but most of them were Li Jiang's clansmen. They had all heard Li Jiang describing Liu Jiang, so they wanted to come over in person to try to see who this person was. Who can be so strong? And who saved our Listia? If it's an A-ranked combatant, then this trip wasn't in vain. Each one of them chatted in the hall with a look of anticipation, waiting for Liu Jiang's arrival. At this time, a secretary hurriedly walked next to the vice president and whispered a few words to him. The vice president simply nodded and let him stand down. There was an obese-looking, gold-toothed guild senior staff member who asked a question that concerned everyone in the room. "Old Li, are you sure that this person has the strength of an A ranker that can be compared to him? If that's true, then our guild will have gained another top-tier combatant." Liu Jiang put down the wineglass in his hand and sat up straight to look seriously at the people present. "I can assure you that he is definitely strong enough." At those words the whole room relaxed, but then Liu Jiang made one more thing clear to those present. "But I can't guarantee he'll enter our guild." The crowd was very shocked to hear this. "What? So what have you been up to? How did you become vice president? What on earth were you thinking when you didn't pull together this kind of battle power quickly?" Liu Jiang crossed his arms and propped up his head and said, "It's not that I'm not pulling for him. Rather, the president didn't even succeed in pulling him together." The moment these words came out, everyone looked as if they had heard something extraordinary. How is that possible? Liu Jiang also told the crowd all the conditions that the president had offered, but Liu Jiang still didn't agree. This couldn't help but make everyone in the room a little worried. We can't let this kind of battle power be snatched away by other guilds. They had even thought of the next best thing in order to get Liu Jiang. If he can't be used for his guild, then no one wants him. Almost everyone present was in favor of the idea, except for Liu Jiang, because he knows that's impossible and no one can get rid of him. His own intuition told him that Liu Jiang was an unyielding king. Force is never the optimal method. It was also at this time that a waiter hurried in and told everyone present that Liu Jiang was organized and ready to come in. Everyone was quiet when they heard this. All of them silently looked at the doorway. Just what kind of a person could make Liu Jiang look so favorably on him? Some are already in a cold sweat. Others are gagging. That feeling of holding your breath is really depressing. What kind of a person would it be? Countless fantasies come to mind. Someone who could suppress Huanlo with one hand must have a huge muscular body. Others believe that he is a valiant and arrogant king. Some people even thought that he was the legendary S-rank awakened person who had been hiding and never showed his face. At that moment the door was slowly pushed open. Chapter 16 The Unrecognized Strongman. The main door was slowly pushed open, and a tall, robust, upright and majestic man walked inside the hall. Everyone looked at Liu Jiang's handsome face and majestic demeanor and subconsciously thought that this person was definitely a very extraordinary character. After Liu Jiang saw Liu Jiang, he hurriedly walked over to invite Liu Jiang respectfully. The others panicked at the sight. Since none of them knew Liu Jiang's character, they didn't dare to do anything else. Liu Jiang was the first to speak. "Sir is truly a godly power. It's a blessing in this life for me to have the honor of having you over for dinner." Of course, this kind of action Liu Jiang just thought that this old gentleman was just very polite. Otherwise how would he say these words to himself? It's a shame he's not a literate person, or else he would have exchanged words with him high and low. But what appeared in front of him directly focused Liu's attention on those delicacies on the table. What Australian lobster, king crab, top red wine, all only brushed on the network, the real thing. They have never eaten it. I also merely brought his daughter out of the first tier of copies, and he had to treat himself to dinner, making me feel weirdly embarrassed. Liu Jiang took the dull-eyed Liu Jiang and brought him to the upper seat on the entire tabletop, then sat down. This seat would normally only have top VIPs or people like the S-rank awakened president, qualified to sit on it. After all the other seats were occupied by the guild's senior staff. To be able to sit on top of these people speaks volumes about the uncomplicated nature of the position. But the main character of this banquet was Liu Jiang, so it was only natural to arrange for him to sit here. Some of the executives had only just sat down and hadn't even begun to talk about eating yet, when Liu Jiang directly reached out and grabbed the lobster next to him, gulping it down, eating with a mouth full of grease and dirty clothes. It left the senior staff around the room looking a little confused. While Liu Jiang was eating, he also saw the knife and fork on the table next to him, and after freezing for a while, he asked somewhat at a loss for words, "Sir, you've got a broken spoon. How come it's all hollow?" Liu Jiang mistook the fork for a spoon and simply said that the spoon was broken. The shocking words made the surrounding senior staff look confused. Highly educated as they were, they had never heard such strange words uttered at a banquet. It even made them all think whether this person Liu Jiang had any strength or not. "You're not from any village, are you? Where is the handsome and noble king? Is he any different from a beggar on the side of the road in his current state?" Liu Jiang's mouth was stuffed with meat and bulging. He was also clutching a whole large leg of pork in his left hand and a large roasted chicken in his right. The plate was full of meat. Even the eyes were still glancing at the dishes on the table, with no manners at all. The surrounding whispers began to grow louder and louder. and the number of people who began to question Liu Jiang's identity increased. Li Jiang feels that this is not the way to go on. It is not that he is afraid that these senior staff will suspect Liu Jiang, but he is afraid that their questioning voices will be heard by Liu Jiang and upset him. If he gets violent here, who can stop him? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and he immediately changed the subject. Mr. Liu Jiang stuffed his mouth with meat and turned his head to look at Li Jiang after hearing someone call him. The chewing in his mouth stopped. Can I ask how you got my daughter out of there? Or maybe, just said 2 words before realizing that Liu Jiang had started chewing again. That kind of barfing sound was too much for Li Jiang to bear, because looking at him eating that way, he just couldn't talk about it himself. But Liu Jiang saw that Li Jiang wasn't speaking anymore and he stopped chewing again. Li Jiang renewed what he had just said once again. That is, in what kind of? Said Liu Jiang started chewing again and looked at Li Jiang seriously with a dull look. A look that made himself strangely embarrassed. Plus the sound of his own voice mixed in with the sound of his chewing made it very uncomfortable to listen to. Li Jiang didn't even know what to say. With a disgusted face, he looked at Liu Jiang. In the end, there was no way out. So he wanted to wait until Liu Jiang had eaten what was in his mouth first. I didn't realize that Liu Jiang had just swallowed a mouthful. And before Li Jiang could open his mouth, he started stuffing a whole bunch of things in his mouth again. That barfing sound started coming again. As soon as Li Jiang stopped, Liu Jiang also stopped. Li Jiang started talking again, and Liu Jiang started chewing again. Li Jiang couldn't bear it any longer and could only speak with a hard head. It's that. I said. Barf, 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 barf. These 2 voices mixed together and froze, causing the executives next to them to freeze like they were watching monkeys. It wasn't until Li Jiang finished his words in one can that he stopped continuing to ask, but the expression had gone speechless, and after a deep sigh, he touched his eyes. He no longer expected Liu Jiang to hear what he had just said, because he himself wasn't sure what the hell he had just been talking about anymore. But things were just so strange. Liu Jiang's words dried out everyone present. Oh, you mean your daughter? She really doesn't know anything in there. She can't cook. She can't watch where she's going. She's not even honest about eating. But let me be clear. Your daughter does have a bit of a mental problem and needs to be disciplined. The words startled the senior staff next to him. Even they didn't dare to directly talk about his daughter in front of the vice president because they all knew that Li Xia was Li Jiang's scales. None of the people who had previously insulted his daughter would be alive by now. Even a slightly disrespectful remark would be quietly dealt with later. What was even more odd was that Liu Jiang was able to answer what Li Jiang had just said. That mingled with the sound of chewing was no different than the language of the aliens. The problem is, he actually answered it. More worryingly, though, the next vice president was expected to go ballistic, but the imagined picture surprisingly did not appear. Instead, he found that Li Jiang unexpectedly spoke to Liu Jiang again in an uncharacteristic manner. Then can Mr. Liu be more specific? What on earth did my daughter go through in there to get that kind of comment from you? When this statement was made, everyone was very curious about this question as if they had chicken blood. Liu Jiang raised his head and glanced around, realizing that they all seemed to be interested in the issue. But Liu Jiang has always been unconventional. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he spoke directly. No, that was a statement that made everyone expect something for nothing. But then Li Jiang asked the next sole question. So, Mr. Liu, the copy is even out of order. So has there been chaos in there as well? Or has a more powerful boss appeared? Liu Jiang raised his head to look at all of you again. Then his expression became serious once more. Everyone thinks it should be okay this time, right? Until that line about not knowing reappeared and broke their defenses completely. No? One of the executives couldn't hold back any longer and immediately stood up to angrily rebuke Liu Jiang. No, dude, I can't believe you don't know. What are you doing getting serious all of a sudden? Aren't you just purely wasting our time? Are you just trying to make us look like monkeys? I'm telling you, if you, today, just a couple of words and they were pulled right down by some staff. Before leaving, he still spat a few words about Liu Jiang. You've all been tricked, all of you. If you guys believe that he's a Class A awakened, then you might as well believe that I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang. If you really don't believe me, then test his awakening level. See if he dares? After that, he laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha. The sound ended abruptly and the door to the room closed. Chapter 17:0 Awakened. The words of the senior who had just walked away couldn't help but start to shake everyone in the room. After all, Li Jiang has been making things happen lately. And it's not like he couldn't do something like this if he was really looking for a random person to fool us a bit. Pointing the finger at a deer is a way of making a statement? It's true that their status is one level lower than Li Jiang's, but it's not his turn to bully a bunch of us. The obese senior from before immediately offered to verify Liu Jiang's strength. Everyone present agreed with the decision. We've given Liu Jiang enough face, but we can't be treated like monkeys. With that in mind, he thrust his hands and asked Liu Jiang with a disdainful face. This, sir, it's not that we don't believe in your strength. Rather, we only believe what we see with our own eyes. If you're really strong, then you might as well let me try. Since Liu Jiang came over just to eat, he couldn't understand what he was saying at all. Again, he thought this shouldn't be another one of their family's eating customs. Crap, I'm a social terrorist. But each person seemed as if they had to see what kind of mastery Liu Jiang had. Liu Jiang could only awkwardly state, "Ah ha ha, sorry guys, I really don't have any stunts. Why don't I give everyone here a split?" It's as if this cowhorse vocabulary is out of place with these people at the top. Liu Jiang even ventured to ask, "May I?" Now everyone had a black face. Even Liu Jiang didn't have the face to look at it anymore. Choose to tilt your head over and pretend you can't see it. The obese one looked speechless at the top. What do you think? Liu Jiang knows he can't avoid it anymore. This split is going to be a definite split? I don't want to do something so embarrassing, but after all, people invited me to dinner, so I can't refuse people. With that, he stood up inexplicably. The executives all seemed to realize what was going on and shook their heads and waved their hands. Then Liu Jiang found an empty place and literally split in place. It was so hot that it made the executives present want to gouge their eyes out. What are you doing? Crash. This is definitely being treated like a monkey. Then he angrily accused Liu Jiang. No matter what else he tried to weasel out of, he had to give an explanation to everyone present. But Liu Jiang still said that he was really strong, just that no one believed him. They could no longer listen to Liu Jiang's nonsense. Had to punch him in the face. Well, since the vice president won't admit it, right? Then do what Mr. Chen just said and test this kid for his awakening results. Things like the awakening stone don't lie. Don't you dare? Liu Jiang is very hesitant, because whether Liu Jiang is willing to do it or not is one thing yet. After all, I just invited him over for dinner. It's not like he's really from our guild. Looking at Liu Jiang's difficult look, that obese senior already knew the result. Even if the god of heaven came today, he would have to test his awakening level. Liu Jiang was still splitting in place, listening to them with a dumbfounded look on his face. But it's still unintelligible. However, he could clearly feel that Vice President Liu Jiang seemed to be defeated. He himself was invited to dinner by Liu Jiang, so naturally he couldn't stand by and watch him suffer. Then immediately raised a hand and said in a serious voice, "Don't give him a hard time. Come at me with something." The surrounding people also heard Liu Jiang's words and actually dared to initiate the molestation. With that, he huffed and ran next to him, grabbing him by the collar and warning him angrily, "Don't think I don't know your machinations. Wait a minute, I'll let you have it all." Of course these words were unintelligible to Liu Jiang. It just simply seems so inexplicable that these people are talking. Always like to beat around the bush. Do rich people always talk so special? After one of the executives next to him snapped his fingers, several staff members walked in at the door, carrying a crystal-like stone in their hands as they walked in. That obese senior then slapped one hand on top of that stone and looked at Liu Jiang seriously. "Watch this. This is the stone that tests your strength. If you can test the colors in this, I'll turn a blind eye to this." After saying that, he pressed his left hand on the crystal with a strong force, and all of a sudden that crystal emitted a deep blue color. Rank Awakening D. After finishing, let Liu Jiang hurry over to test it. Everyone had lost their patience and just wanted to see Liu Jiang's true strength. It's all here. Liu Jiang can't do anything about it. It's all up to Liu Jiang to make his own decision. Liu Jiang froze in place and hesitated for a moment. Everyone thought he was afraid. However, he didn't expect that before the mocking words could be uttered, Liu Jiang slapped him on the face. The crowd looked at the stone in shock. Is that suspense in your mind finally going to be revealed? Whether you live or die depends on this moment. In this tense atmosphere, Liu Jiang was not taking this seriously at all. With one hand on the crystal and the other still picking his nose, and sticking boogers right on top of crystals. To everyone's shock, the imagined color did not appear. This kind of things is very unreasonable. Even the most ordinary person will have his own color, and the brightness of the color is the proof of his strength. Could it be that Liu Jiang's color was so faint that he couldn't even see? No way. But what is the explanation for what is happening now? There are only two possibilities for this to happen. Either he is dead. It is impossible to verify the energy only in the dead, because the dead are no longer in the realm of living things. There is another possibility. Liu Jiang wasn't human at all, and apart from the dead, only the bosses inside the replica couldn't test out the energy. Thinking about this, the crowd couldn't help but feel a little scared. Thinking back to the words that Liu Jiang had talked to him, coupled with the fact that he had investigated Liu Jiang's background. It was said that he had disappeared inside the copy for a month, and now he had inexplicably come out. It couldn't be. The more I think about it, the more outrageous it gets. The executives have started to break out in a cold sweat. You look at me. I look at you instantly and start to get a little overwhelmed. There was only one B-rank awakened person brought to this meeting. It was just unknown what level boss Liu Jiang would be. Bosses that could transform into human form were all at least at tier 40 or above. At this moment, Liu Jiang was still picking his nose with one hand and propping one hand on that crystal, oblivious to the fact that his actions had frightened everyone in the room. After a while, he realized that the men hadn't said anything yet, so he took the initiative and asked if they were still okay, but no one dared to answer his question. Even some of those closer to the door are starting to sneak away. Liu Jiang was also sharp-eyed and directly pointed out the one who wanted to run away. We haven't finished eating yet. What's the rush to run? It's not like you have to pay for it. The executives who tried to escape ran out immediately after they were spotted. As much as this move, the people still in the booth panicked even more. It's a case of go or no go now. All of them are starting to blame the obese executives for making things this way now. They are trying to save face, but they are even more desperate. The atmosphere became very tense all of a sudden, until another person came in outside the doorway. Hey, why are they all here? Well, you guys even finished your dinner, so you're not waiting for me, are you? Chapter 18. Only kindred spirits can hear kindred spirits. I told you what's all the buzz about, so it's you brat. Come here and eat all my food. The person who spoke was none other than Licia. She's not the same today as she was before. She's gotten a lot better looking. She was wearing a big, very ornate dress and a white princess hat with a white feather on her head. She also wore a set of pure white gloves on her hands, and after applying makeup she was so beautiful that she was a far cry from her previous self. Just like a princess from a real fairy tale, only the mouth is still so broken. Come up and directly open spray Liu Jiang. After Liu Jiang heard the source of the sound, he immediately acted like a thief, looking here and there, hiding behind Li Jiang, because he really didn't dare to face the stinky anymore, having been bullied to the point of creating a psychological shadow. As long as every time I hear Lithia's voice, nothing good will happen. But Licia, like the adulterer she caught, just caught Liu Jiang dead, running next to Liu Jiang and pulling his ear with his hand. His other foot stepped directly on the desktop and very angrily questioned Liu Jiang if he had stolen food again. Liu Jiang also only dared to condescend to say that he really did not steal food. Really did not steal food. But you can't lie about the grease stains on the corners of your mouth. And your hands and mouth were covered in dirt that you hadn't wiped off after just eating. Such sophistry made Lithia even more angry. Straight away, he grabbed his hair with his hand and pressed his face against his face, giving out a despicable look and questioning Liu Jiang. Ha! How dare you lie to me? Don't let me catch you stealing food. The scene in front of him confused everyone around him. I was very much in shock just now, but now I'm stunned by the scene. Licia asked Li Jiang, who was next to him. Dad, tell me, did this douchebag just steal food again? Where did Li Jiang dare to speak? Nowadays he had long been scared out of his wits. One could only straighten his body and shake his head slightly. But what this move got in return was a slap from Licia on Liu Jiang. Yeah, you asshole, now you're hitting on my old man. Come on, what exactly did you bribe him with? Still pretending not to know. Liu Jiang could only blow a whistle at the ceiling. No, but Liu Jiang wanted to just use the I don't know routine to put it off. And that definitely wouldn't cure Licia. Are you going to say it or not? Don't make me use that trick. Liu Jiang had long since gritted his teeth in fear at this moment. 3, 2, 1. Just after finishing one, Liu Jiang grabbed her hand and looked at Licia with an aggrieved look. Can't I be wrong? Upon hearing this, Licia relented. After shaking off his hand he found a random place to sit. That's more like it. Come on, sit with my lady. Liu Jiang could only sit next to her in resignation, like a child who had made a mistake. It turns out that during the time they stayed in the copy, Liu Jiang always ate the baked fish secretly, so he was always caught by Licia. The first few times of stealing food is okay. You can just find an excuse to muddle through, but after stealing more, Licia realized something was wrong. Caught Liu Jiang that is a meal of dazzle. So every time Liu Jiang heard this, he would subconsciously think that he had made a mistake. Only this time it was different. They had all the food they needed. It was only after the two sat down that they realized. That's not true. Liu Jiang asked suspiciously. Isn't this your family that invited me to dinner? Physical objects are enough. Why are you still scolding me? Now it was Liu Jiang's turn to start asking Licia back. By this time it was time for Licia to start getting a little weak again, and after realizing that something was wrong, she blew a whistle at the ceiling as well. It took Liu Jiang a moment to react to the fact that he had been tricked. "You asshole, look at me head on and talk." But Licia still pretended not to hear, and Liu Jiang tugged on her collar and directly pressed his face against hers. "Invite me to dinner just to invite me to dinner, and you dare to threaten me? Ha? Tired of living? Ha?" The two men's 1-2 punch took the people around them off their feet. Some of the executives are already whispering behind their backs. These two shouldn't have any ulterior motives, should they? The test ability just now didn't measure his energy, but there's no evidence that he's some kind of big boss or anything like that, either. Could we be making too much of a fuss? The people next to me also thought there was some truth to it. Why don't we just ask them? It seems that the idea is shared by all. Alright, let's do it. Hey, Sia, uncle, ask you something. Licia first froze for a moment, then her expression immediately changed back. From just a big grinning look instantly become a good understanding of the little girl like, "Uncle, you speak." The temperament changed all of a sudden. More like a dignified and serious little noble girl who knows her manners. "How do you and this Mr. Liu know each other? Can you tell me about what happened to you guys?" Hearing this query, Licia just gently picked up the tissue next to her and slightly wiped her mouth. The body was sitting there very upright, and his eyes were looking at that senior with incomparable seriousness. "Yes, uncle. Actually, it's kind of fate that I met Mr. Liu. It's a long story. That was when I first entered the first tier of the replica. I was accidentally injured within the replica, and after being saved by Mr. Liu, that's how we met. It also reflects the fact that I entered the copy without authorization without knowing anything about it, with serious consequences. I'm very sorry for that, and it's my fault for going ahead without my father's consent, and I would like to sincerely apologize to my father for that, and a sincere apology to all my uncles. I've worried you all." Such a well-behaved and understanding Licia made the executives present think. Sia is still as polite as ever. After listening to Licia's words, the hearts that were hanging in the air all relaxed, and they all seemed to be satisfied with this answer of hers. At least it's much more reliable than this old dad of hers. And next to him, Liu Jiang became even more curious. Licia had just acted as if she wasn't a person all of a sudden. Puzzled, he asked Licia, "Which girl has taken over this again? Where's that Licia guy?" But after saying that, he was punched in the head by Licia. The executives, from what Licia had just said, had learned that Liu Jiang had merely run out with Licia after being trapped inside the first layer of the copy. At best, they're just average people who look fit. How else could they have been trapped on the first level of the replica for a month for so long? After learning this conclusion, they also let go of their hearts. Only, there was one thing they hadn't seen so far. That was the same armor that was on Licia's chest. That armor is being kept in a secret institute. The armor had long been tattered and torn, and there was a very large dent right in the center. The parts around it have been shattered as well. Analyzing the data, the power of this punch was the same as the record for the heaviest punch in history by the world's most powerful Class A awakened. Hang miss, it weighs at least 30 t. A grade A copy of the Bone-Eater Wolf, even if it was awakened, could not possibly deal such damage. This is, simply, a miracle of the replica world. Chapter 19, The Weight of Terror. Come on. We will not get drunk with our little friend today. As long as they knew that Liu Jiang was not capable, the executives here all relaxed as if they were relieved. Compared to how he was expecting Liu Jiang to look before, it was completely a world away. Because Liu Jiang's behavior at the banquet was just unacceptable. It would be a disaster to let someone like that into the top ranks, even if it's unorganized. How does he manage to eat and pick his nose at the same time? It's completely out of place with this face of his. At this moment outside the doorway Liu Jiang's huge sword was still stuck in the center. There were already countless staff members gathered around. It couldn't be moved a fraction of an inch, either with a rope board or with a machine. That is, until some of the awakened who had followed the higher-ups over also realized that something was wrong here. Then it was time to walk over and see what was going on. "Hey, what are you all huddled around here for?" A male waiter clerk rushed over to him and explained. "This sword is just too heavy. We ordinary people can't even move it. It might have imposed some kind of restraint. Or else how could it be impossible to move even a machine in this size?" These words made all the powerful people present feel amused. 15 B rank awakened. All of them came here to protect the top brass inside this banquet. It has been standing outside for a long time, and hearing that there is still a sword here that can't be moved, every one of them has gone away and come over. Some of the men in black also separated the ordinary people surrounding this huge sword. All that remains are the awakened. 2 of the strongest B rank awakened. One with a black hat on his head and a large robe. Guild named the Miracle Travelers due to the fact that he usually ends up winning in a miraculous way no matter what he does. The other wore a pair of sunglasses in his eyes. a cigar in his mouth, a bearded man with incomparable strength. And it was rumored that even some S-ranked powerhouses didn't have as much strength as he did. The name of the guild: Weird Jack. The appearance of these two people was instantly recognized by some ordinary people. Look who that is. Seems like Odd Jack, and the miracle traveler. As soon as these words came out, the number of people who came over to watch started to grow. Some of the attendants who still had work on their hands also snuck over to peek when they heard the two names. Monstrous Jack gave a wink to one of the B-rank awakened beside him, and the one beside him took a big step to the sword, and his right hand tried to grip the hilt tightly, attempting to pull it up with a little bit of force, only to realize that the sword was indeed a little bit heavy. Then he looked at the strongest B-rank awakened person in front of him and spat, rubbing his own hands together a few times. Both hands gripped the hilt of the sword once again. His feet made a big horse stance that stored up his strength. His fingers gripped on the hilt of the sword, and he even moved it a few times every now and then. The crowd held great expectations to see the might of a B-ranked powerhouse. There were also a few girls who recognized the awakened one who drew the sword on the spot. The very same runaway rabbit walker that just saved an entire big rig. With one hand, he fended off the big rig that came barreling out of control, and act like nothing happened afterward. You can imagine how strong he really is. Now I can actually see him again. These things were soon heard by everyone present, which made the crowd even more curious about his strength. The fleeing rabbit walker, seeing all the people around him shouting for him, couldn't help but feel a slight sense of relief. But the mystery of the hero has to be kept alive. Shifting his shoulders, he was just going to make a big show of it. After all, if you pull up this sword at this time, then this wave of popularity will be pulled up. Couldn't pass up an opportunity like that. It's just a sword. How heavy can it be? That thought quickly slapped him in the face, only to see him instantly build up his strength and jerk upwards so violently that the dirt he was treading on under his feet was shattered in an instant. The entire person's veins rippled, and majestic energy rushed and exploded from his body. The fleeing rabbit walker could already visibly feel that he had used all his strength, but could not detect the slightest movement of the sword. This sword is really ridiculously heavy. You can't make a fool of yourself at this time. Even if you die, you have to move him a little. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He directly erupted with a majestic power once again, so much so that the eyes started rolling. All of his body began to emit rolling white smoke. This feeling of his body reaching its limit had still appeared when he was in the 44th floor copy. He himself was convinced that such a huge power, even carrying a huge building himself, was a sure thing. But this huge sword in front of him didn't move at all. The runaway rabbit walker was in utter despair. After a series of struggles, he eventually lost consciousness and fell to his knees. Weird Jack rushed forward to assist him and realized that he had actually fainted from exhaustion. The runaway rabbit walker was among the best he could remember in terms of strength. I can't believe I didn't manage to pull the sword. This made him even more curious about the sword. Weird Jack glanced at Miracle Traveler, and after the two looked at each other they threw the cigarette in their hands to the ground and stomped it out. Intend to do it yourself. The surrounding bystanders felt nothing short of disbelief when they saw that the fleeing rabbit walker had actually fainted. How is that possible? The chatter also began to grow, and sensing something was amiss, the Miracle Traveler ordered his men to disperse all of the crowd that was there to watch, because this sword is indeed not simple. Weird Jack circled the sword, rubbing his chin and trying to figure out what the weight of the sword was. There weren't any other energy fluctuations, which meant that the sword didn't have any traces of spell casting, just pure weight. But shouldn't the weight thing be that the larger the volume, the heavier it is? Even if the heaviest substance on the planet made up this iron sword, it wouldn't be so heavy that it couldn't even be moved around. I heard that Chen Kai, an S-class awakener, once carried a huge mountain with one hand. If others can, why can't I? Weird Jack was starting to get a little rambunctious, until he finished his last turn and stopped abruptly. Then as soon as he did, he grabbed the sword and surprised him with a direct strike. For a moment the entire booth seemed to fall silent. Odd Jack's eyes turned red, and his hand that my sword was in turned hot red with veins clearly visible. Countless white smoke emerged from his body, but not a single fluctuation of energy was felt from within his body, until after a short while he momentarily let go of his hands and then fell back 2 steps with some effort. That's what stabilized it. It was also the moment he let go of his hand that the air around him also seemed to flow, and in an instant all the glass in the entire private room shattered. A very large giant hole appeared on the ground at this moment as well. A bunch of cracks had inexplicably appeared in the seats around them as well. The glass also all shattered at this moment, some cups and saucers all broken. Even some of the staff members who hadn't gone far were scared into a cold sweat by an invisible force. But these were not the main thing. What made Weird Jack feel very alarmed was that he had just used 80% of his strength, and he couldn't even lift this sword a little bit. What kind of horrible weight is that? It was also at this time that a voice came from the doorway of the private room. What are you doing? A dumbfounded Liu Jiang looked at the tattered hall and the two awakened who had collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, and thought that the place had suffered some kind of attack. But then he saw that his sword was still in place, and subconsciously thought, it can't be a terrorist attack. It's still protecting my sword. It's too dedicated. With that in mind, he immediately pulled out his cell phone and tried to call the police. Chapter 20 The Ruined Home. Hey, you guys don't have to be like this. Weapons are just things outside of the body. Life is the most important thing. I can't afford to pay you guys even if you do. Liu Jiang was afraid that these people will find themselves to ask for protection money. Ahead of time to explain to them that they share pussy no? A rotten life. But naturally no one knows what he's up to when he says something in this brainwave. Nor did he know that the sword belonged to Liu Jiang. He just watched Liu Jiang strutting over. When he was about to stop him from saying something, he realized that he walked over to the sword and casually picked it up, placing it behind his back. The feeling of ease was as if it was as easy as just picking up a chopstick with your hand. That's not possible. The words had not yet been spoken by them, and seeing Liu Jiang's move they were all scared and somewhat afraid to be confident, and picked his nose at us. I'm satisfied with today's meal, so I'll leave you to it. This made the people in the room even more confused, but there was one thing that everyone was very sure of, and that was that there was no way Liu Jiang could be allowed to walk away easily today no matter what. No energy fluctuations could be felt on this person. Yet he was able to easily pick up this huge sword. If we don't make it clear, then we're not leaving today. The miracle traveler directly held Liu Jiang's shoulders with one hand. Liu Jiang was also frozen for a moment by this action. This time, though, he looked back at the miracle traveler and didn't look like a spirit boy, so he didn't do anything, just curious to ask, "Oh, excuse me?" Miracle traveler then wondered what he was even in for now. It was completely impossible to tell from his expression what he was trying to do. It was all broken. I can't imagine he'd be strong with that dorky look. There are some things that you might need to check with me. Otherwise, it was also at this time that the door to the private room was suddenly opened. Inside, a whole bunch of previously drunk senior staff came out, red in the face and stumbling in his walk. As soon as we got out of the doorway some people started yelling. It means to hurry up and call those beer-rank awakened people who followed us here to take us back quickly. This kind of thing generally couldn't be done sloppily, and some of the ordinary beer-rank awakened people hurriedly began to go over to assist and protect them. Miracle Traveler saw that more and more people were starting to go over there, and his master came out, and now it was impossible not to go over there. Lowering his head, after biting his teeth and thinking for a while, he still chose to go over to protect those high-ranking personnel. After all, if something happened to these people and they lost something, it would be very unfavorable for the entire guild. Almost all of the people at the top were drunk, and only one, with some sobriety, was left. It was only because of this moment of clarity that he could see that the hall was now in disrepair, but it didn't matter much, just a curious pointing out and asking a few questions. "Oh Miracle Traveler, what's this about? How did you get this place to look like this?" Miracle Traveler had wanted to say it, but seeing that so many of the top brass in front of him were drunk like this, it was useless to say it. After casually flirting with them, they were going to wait until they sobered up before they understood what had just happened. By the time he turned to look at Liu Jiang's position once more, he realized that he had long since gotten into a drop car and left. This planted a seed of curiosity within the Wonder Traveler's heart about it. The one who had the same idea as him was Weird Jack, because the way Liu Jiang had just casually picked up that huge sword had nagged him deeply in his mind. Lingering, if he hadn't just exhausted his strength, High and Low would have to ask him about it. Everyone in the booth had already left as well. Only Liu Jiang, who was sitting on the table, propping up his temples with his hands, was left. He was beginning to fall deeply into doubt. Could it be that Liu Jiang is really just an ordinary person? But the scene where he made Huang Lu kneel down with one hand is always fresh in one's mind. Could it really be that Huang Lu had exerted himself too much earlier and had long since exhausted himself? Am I really overthinking this? With that in mind, he glanced down at Licia, who had long since passed out drunk, and fell into a deep thought. "Oh daughter, you said how you got involved with such a person." Just when he was about to give up on Liu Jiang as a person, he realized something very alarming, only to see that the position Liu Jiang had just sat in, two very thick handprints had been struck out under the table. In this way his pupils snapped, and his body instantly stiffened with a hideous expression. This table is made of diamond, not to mention that it can be strangled by hand. Even if it is bombarded with artillery shells, it may not be able to strangle the diamond but Liu Jiang could actually manage to pinch and deform the diamond. Feeling that his inner world was somewhat turned upside down, Liu Jiang slowly squatted down to take a long, hard look at the handprint. Even the fingerprints imprinted on it are very visible. This time he was firm that Liu Jiang was definitely an unbeatable character. Cold and sweaty, he once again looked at the already drunken Licia, and once again uttered the words, "Oh daughter, daughter, what kind of a monster have you hitched your wagon to?" After a long journey home, Liu Jiang was also back on the path that he had once walked on since he was a child. Looking at the long-gone dead trees along the roadside seemed to warn of the aging of the place as well. The fence next to the path had been covered with ivy long ago, and there were many weeds spreading along the road. At one time there would have been some hawkers coming and going. Not to say that it was crowded, but at least it was a bit more lively than it is now. Never been back to this place since entering Shamrock University. Nowadays one can only rely on childhood memories alone to find the way home. He remembered that there used to be an orphanage not far from here, and that he used to walk back from school when he was a kid. There is also a very large dormitory building on this side, built after the National Poverty Alleviation Funds were distributed. I remember a dozen or so other young friends who were orphans together at the time, and who were also completely separated after high school. It's a shame to think about it now. If Dean hadn't sold all of his family's 10 acres of land to put us through high school, then we probably wouldn't have gotten out of here in our lifetime. The people here are all gone, but the changes are still small. Just some of the houses have aged badly, but the roads and buildings have not changed. This place really just doesn't have any resources, except for permaculture. And no one would come to a place like this to get rich, right? Liu Jiang walked up to a fence. As in the old days, the fences were lashed together with timber, now long rusted and tattered. Liu Jiang gently pushed away the fence. Arrived. Chapter 21, Is this a female ghost? In front of me was a 3-story height scrapped dormitory building. The corridors were dilapidated and mossy. Liu Jiang walked up the dusty stairs, and the sound of his pace up the stairs disturbed the crows that were hiding and drowning in the dormitory building, causing them to fly out in groups. Liu Jiang sighed and also sighed to things are different until he came to a battered iron door that had grown rusty. It was engraved with a few large words, the 502. It's so nostalgic, where I live. Liu Jiang gently pushed open the worn-out iron door. Due to the reason that the iron door has long rusted, was pushed open at the same time also issued a very loud creaking sound. It then slapped heavily against the wall, raising a cloud of dust. All the facilities inside were exactly the same as they had been when they had just left. It doesn't make much difference except that it's old and dusty. It feels like the room has gotten smaller. But then again, think maybe you're growing up. Nostalgia is often short-lived. Liu Jiang without saying a word rolled up his sleeves, is to clean the entire room, until it was scrubbed as clean as a normal habitable house. It was a reassuring lie down. Phew, the house is still electrified. Just need to get some more household equipment back, pretty much should be good to go. Liu Jiang looked at all the inventory on his body is only $3,000. Looks like furniture shopping will have to be put on the back burner. But Liu Jiang seemed to have found something else. There was also an old television set in front of the bed. I think back to the days when I used to watch this TV set with those little friends who would stand by every day. It was the only television set inside the entire compound, and it was kept in our dormitory. But the whole building would come running to our dorm to watch TV. It was also paid for by Dean for us. It's also really nostalgic to think about. Adhering to the practice of using what you can. Liu Jiang still plugged him in and tried to see if he could open it. The result was predictable. The TV hadn't been turned on for almost 6 years, I think, and it was a miracle it was turned on at all. Liu Jiang actually did not hold any hope, and when he saw that the screen did not respond, he just casually tapped a few times, and the TV set was fine. Now that's not so boring. Another money saved. Liu Jiang was also relaxing on the bed. This was how he wanted to spend the day. A news story also played on a nearby television set. Since the copy has not been refreshed for a long time, the probability of the bosses inside running out has started to gradually increase. A 45-tier boss is suspected to have appeared in broad state. This incident has already been dealt with by 2 B-rank awakened individuals, but until now both of them have been heard from. This is a very bad result. We have also rearranged the A-ranked awakened to investigate this case, and we hope that the general public will be safe out there. Liu Jiang lay in bed watching the news in front of him, somewhat bored, and picked his butt. Can this really be trusted? What he didn't realize was that from the time he walked into the building, there were notices posted at the door and on the poles. The main reason people leave the area isn't because they can't develop the economy here. It's because there are too many duplicate teleportation gates in the neighborhood of Ri. Once a boss breaks out, this will be the most dangerous place. That's why all the people here were evacuated for safety reasons. It's just that the bulletin has been up for a long time and has long since gotten stale and worn out. so Liu Jiang didn't notice these at first, and of course he had long since lost his feelings about them. Watching the news and the weather is starting to darken. The place was already sparsely populated, plus it had been a long time since anyone had come and gone. It's even creepier once the night is over. The old dormitory buildings coupled with the deserted earthly paths always give a vague sense of unease. Some of the dormitories always seem to have children playing in them, but then when you look hard enough you realize there's nothing there. The dead tree downstairs always had a woman with long white hair sitting in it. I wonder why you're sitting there brushing your hair. This kind of environment would have been scared out of their wits if it were anyone else, but for Liu Jiang it was really wonderful. After all that time in hell, it was rare for him to be able to stay in a place that was so quiet. This kind of scene was a complete world away from the previous one in the replica. Compared to that hellhole, this is already considered heaven. And with no fuss, he made a cup of tea and stepped outside in the hallway to blow off some steam. Because it was so stuffy inside the dormitory, there was no fan, so I had to run down the hallway to cool off. The first thing that came to his mind when he saw the sight of children inside the other dormitory buildings was not fear, but rather the thought that he was still so nostalgic for his childhood that he was seeing his own. And when he saw the woman under the tree, he thought instead that the man looked so much like Dean that he was moved to tears himself. Looking at the bright moon overhead, Liu Jiang smothered his tea in one gulp. Then it was lights out with the intention of going to bed. But would something like this put him to sleep easily? Obviously it's not that simple. Liu Jiang had just turned off the lights and lay down on his bed when the TV set started flickering inexplicably. Of course Liu Jiang just thought the TV was broken. Even when the TV suddenly went out, he was still relieved to think that it was still so fully automatic. It still shuts off when you go to bed. How come I hadn't seen this feature back when I was a kid? But since the TV was off, he just put the covers on and went to sleep. It seemed that the mysterious force couldn't do anything with this scoundrel and could only let him sleep for now. The night was slowly settling down as well. 4.5, 2.5. The moonlight was shrouded by dark clouds, and at this moment the whole courtyard became even more eerie. Even just standing there one could feel a deep chill. Liu Jiang's side was no exception. He always felt like there was something squirming under the covers, like something had been tearing his body apart, but the body feels asleep again, kind of like a ghostly sleeper now. The wriggling thing was slowly creeping toward his face as well. It spread from the navel to the chest. Liu Jiang also began to break out in a cold sweat, his mouth trembling all the time. What to do? What to do? I'm about to lose my hold. Just as he thought about it, a warm stream of water erupted from his ass, and a loud fart erupted from under the covers. The odor was unbearable, making the thing that was under his covers choke. Still wanting to desperately crawl out, he realized that Liu Jiang had long ago already strangled the quilt to death, fearing that his poisonous gas would leak out of the quilt and choke him. Ignorant of what's inside the quilt? Those squirms on his stomach just now. He just thought it might be a tummy upset from eating too much today. Originally, this fart or cannot let go, but that thing has been scratching their stomach. Really cannot hold. Much more soothing after farting. Liu Jiang also exhaled deeply and rolled over with the intention of going back to sleep. But things don't end that simply. Without realizing it, another strand of pale hair appeared outside the window. A terrifying figure slowly appeared. Chapter 22, The Pillow. A pair of wrinkled palms slowly reached out to Liu Jiang's face. A pair of sharp claws moved in front of him. The strands of pale hair also floated in through the window and slapped Liu Jiang's face. And Liu Jiang thought it was some kind of small bug, so he casually scratched it a few times and then didn't care. Until the sharp claw that was like a rigid claw slowly lifted up, aiming at Liu Jiang's face and violently stabbing downward. Only a clunk was heard. The female ghost's sharp claws not only couldn't do a bit of damage to Liu Jiang's face, but instead folded all of her own claws in which it made even the female ghost feel violently startled. Still can't figure out what's going on here. He's in a spirit body. How can there be an object that can shatter a spirit body except for the fact that he can touch the object? Liu Jiang also sensed that there was something moving so he planned to get up and boil a cup of water to drink. The female ghost realized that Liu Jiang was getting ready to get up and hurriedly hid. When Liu Jiang finished drinking the water and then lay down again, the female ghost then dared to come out and continue to make things happen. Since you can't just poke him in the face, you'll have to do it another way. Although he didn't know what method he used to block his attack, as long as he was a human being, then he had to breathe. With that in mind, he gently caressed Liu Jiang's face, then slowly brought his hand to his neck. The expression also changed from the slight shock from before to extreme excitement. The corners of his mouth couldn't be restrained from rising. Could barely contain my excitement. Her hair also slowly floated up in this excited state of his, and it wasn't until her hands completely gripped Liu Jiang's neck that she felt the time had come. Taking advantage of the fact that Liu Jiang had just fallen into sleep, Her hands fiercely exerted force, and a majestic spiritual energy gathered in her hands, strangling Liu Jiang's neck to death. This force, if it was anyone else, I guess the neck would have been ripped off, but that was Liu Jiang. The female ghost, with all her strength, failed to pinch herself Liu Jiang, and instantly broke out in a cold sweat, because she sensed that this thing in front of her could not be shaken at all. Her hands were like pinching on a steel plate, and she could not do anything to Liu Jiang. But Liu Jiang didn't have any sense of oppression or energy in his body, and was nothing more than an ordinary, normal person any way he looked at it. The female ghost didn't believe that she still couldn't do anything about an ordinary person. Both hands once again pinched Liu Jiang's neck with force, then stomped on his face with both feet and yanked hard. The ending was predictable, still causing no trouble to Liu Jiang. Instead, it made him snore. This is a great shame for the female ghost. Furious, she used her mouth to bite Liu Jiang's neck directly now. Tried to use his sharp teeth to break his aorta, but biting half a day not only did not break the defense against Liu Jiang, but also in his neck flowed a stall of harlequin. Eventually there was just no way to get out of it, so he let go and sat there paralyzed, doubting his ability to do it anymore. Unconvinced, she started pulling up Liu Jiang's arms and thighs again, trying to see exactly where his weaknesses were all over his body, until she stepped directly on Liu Jiang's face with one foot and grabbed Liu Jiang's arm with her other hand, exerting all her strength and pulling hard. His own arm was almost dislocated, and Liu Jiang was still awake. However, it was also at this time that she violently realized that Liu Jiang actually had his eyes open, so scared that she panicked and put down Liu Jiang's arm and immediately disappeared. But such a big commotion still didn't wake Liu Jiang up. Just heard Liu Jiang say something vague. "Stop it, douchebag. I'll bake you some fish tomorrow." Liu Jiang even went so far as to just think that it was Licia who had just been fooling around next to him. After a few casual remarks, he went back to sleep. Since Liu Jiang was on high alert when he slept inside his previous copies, there were countless dangers approaching him whenever he closed his eyes slightly to sleep. So he has formed this habit of keeping his eyes open whenever he sleeps, so much so that now that it's out, he still retains the habit. And for Liu Jiang, as long as he could sense something dangerous, his body would subconsciously defend itself. And the female ghost in front of her couldn't do anything at all that could threaten Liu Jiang. At best, she could only do the same as Licia, fooling around next to herself. So went back to sleep without much concern. The female ghost was furious when she realized that Liu Jiang could still sleep so peacefully. That's already a bit of a personal insult. However, she also knew that physical attacks were not going to work on Liu Jiang, so she had to think of other ways. Come to think of it, it looks like we can only use a mental attack. Saying dry you do, the female ghost inexplicably ran to Liu Jiang's bedside, looking at his hair with a smug look on her face. The first thing was to pull his hair, and sure enough it still didn't help at all. But his purpose wasn't to pull Liu Jiang's hair either, but a bad smile. After a while Liu Jiang always felt a little uncomfortable in the head, but couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. It's just weird and there's a scent. It wasn't until a pile of white foam slid down his face that he could see the trick the female ghost had pulled. He was seen rubbing Liu Jiang's head vigorously and squeezing a large amount of shampoo on his head. Washed Liu Jiang's hair in the middle of the night. It was said that no substantial damage could be done, but there was enough mental damage. Let's see if he still sleeps when he wakes up and realizes he has a pile of foam on his head. Shall we? If I can't, I'll stick a piece of on his head and I'll see if he dares to humiliate me. The more the female ghost thought about it, the more pleased she became, and a look of dementia appeared on her expression. Thought he was going to get away with his duplicity and was still reminiscing about what happened next, oblivious to the fact that Liu Jiang seemed to have noticed. When she looked at Liu Jiang once more, a pair of hands appeared on her own face before she was violently wrapped around her head and instantly yanked into Liu Jiang's arms, and the female ghost still wanted to struggle desperately, but realized that Liu Jiang's hold was really too tight. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. But this was purely just Liu Jiang sleepwalking, also due to the fact that the female ghost was washing his hair was just too comfortable. In his dream he directly thought of the female ghost as a furry lion head, so Liu Jiang hugged her fiercely. After realizing that she couldn't break free, the female ghost was oddly frantic and yelled for help from where she was. Help! Help! Also because it was a spirit body, there was no sound fluctuation, so this sound convinced Liu Jiang even more that this was a dream. No matter how much she struggled she was held by Liu Jiang to death. And so, in a daze, time passed. The sky is slowly starting to lighten as well. A ray of sunlight shone on Liu Jiang's face. Liu Jiang also slowly opened his eyes, yawned and stretched, only to realize how he was lying outside the corridor, and his own feet were strangling a girl to death, and the girl had long since foamed at the mouth and passed out, and there's a bunch of kissy lips on the face. What's going on? It turned out that Liu Jiang hugged this female ghost last night and kissed her like crazy, and his mouth kept chanting, "Big furry lion, big lion." The female ghost next to her, however, was struggling desperately, and her expression became very fierce and helpless. In the end, it was her hard-dragging body trying to get rid of Liu Jiang's, which caused a scene outside the corridor. At the same time, the ray of sunlight shone on the female ghost's face. Underneath the snow-white hair was a very clean-cut face. The skin was a little incredibly white, and under the gentle little face was a peachy mouth. Not at all a creature like the devil he had seen at night. The pale and soft face was hit by this light and the skin began to slowly peel off, catching fire instantly. The pain also jolted her out of her stupor, followed by panicked hands on the ground, frantically dodging backward out of the way of that sunlight. Chapter 23 The Boss in the Sidebook. The flames only went out after the female ghost desperately dodged that sunlight. It also relieved her. It was also at this time that a voice came. "Hey, are you okay?" Hearing this voice, the female ghost's pupils snapped open. Cold sweat instantly flowed. Her eyes slowly looked upward, and that horrible face once again appeared in front of her. Liu Jiang's dumbfounded look had been filtered to be very scary in the eyes of the female ghost. Without saying a word, she heard the voice and ran wildly straight for the deep, shadowy recesses of the staircase. Couldn't care less about anything at all. Old lives matter. Liu Jiang was blissfully unaware of the horrors of his last night, and scratched his head in bewilderment. Is he that scary himself? However, he did not think much about it. Looking at Langdang and running female ghosts, Liu Jiang also just as this girl is to come here nostalgia. Forget it, let's just buy some furniture. Buy it back early and maybe catch the clearance sale. Today's news continues to cover the latest reports from the broad state, because it's become an extremely dangerous area. Class A awakened. Hodgins, age 24. It is said that his family's wealth can account for 1/5 of the world's total wealth, and due to his own amazing talent, coupled with his family's resources, it makes him the youngest representative of an A-ranked awakened, able to be ranked in the top 10 of the global A ranking list. Yet he was the one primarily responsible for this broad state cleanup program. Mr. Hodgins, has this operation progressed much? Does the broad state belong to the safe already? But the answers received were not satisfactory. Hodgins looked at the camera with a serious face and spoke earnestly to the man inside. The level of danger this time around is going to be even more dangerous than the copy bosses that broke out in the past. Although we've cleared out a portion of the monsters, I'm sure there's definitely an even more terrifying one hiding in this place. I'm here to remind everyone that if you're still in the broad state and haven't had a chance to evacuate, don't walk out of the room. Hide in the house and lock the doors and windows, and make even less noise. We will definitely resolve this crisis in the fastest way possible. You journalists get out of here too. It's a dangerous place. The TV news showed the dangers of the broad state while reminding people not to go out or make a lot of noise. But Liu Jiang took it as a whisper. A man crouched beside the porch, watering the flowers and humming a little tune. I'm a firebird. Every now and then they blow a whistle. Just at this time, a cockroach ran near Liu Jiang's feet. Slowly, he climbed to his feet. Liu Jiang felt a little itchy in his leg, looked down. A cockroach lying on his foot writhing madly, scared him to stand up in a panic, frantically shaking his thighs. Immediately afterward, he picked up his own slippers and huffed across the room with a slap. Unfortunately, the cockroach ran a little fast, and will also fly, directly pounced on Liu Jiang's face. The whole Liu Jiang were scared to fall to the ground, crazy to their own face to greet, but after a series of tossing and turning, the cockroach was still slapped to death by Liu Jiang. Just as he was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and relaxing his breath, another cockroach came behind him. Ah! Liu Jiang angrily slammed his slippers on the ground with one hand and roared loudly, "If I don't exterminate your species today, I won't be surnamed Liu." Shot one dead. Another one came. I didn't see so many cockroaches when I cleaned the place yesterday, and I'm wondering why there are so many after a night's sleep. Whether it's under the TV stand, under the bed, the kitchen is full of cockroaches. Luckily I bought my own insecticide. It was either these cockroaches or me today. Meanwhile, somewhere in the broad state at this time, a group of survey teams arrived at a cave. It turned out to be a B-rank awakened team, codenamed Hardness Rock, of which there were two B-rank awakened leaders, one called Rock and the other called Firm Stone. This entire squad was dressed in 5 or 7 different colors, each representing a belief. Hey, Kensher, are you sure it's in here? What came into view was indeed a very large cave, which could not be seen to the bottom at a glance, and the mouth of which looked as if it had been forcibly pulled open by some kind of creature. There was also a foul odor emanating from inside, which made people uncomfortable just by looking at it. There were also some cockroaches crawling out every now and then. I'm 100% sure that there's an incredible guy here. my powers don't lie to me. Unless, wants to say something, Rock asked curiously. Unless what? Before they could continue, a powerful cold wind gushed out from the mouth of the cave. The people who made it had to cover their faces with their hands to protect themselves from this strong wind. The Rock was immediately alerted to the fact that this was definitely unnatural wind. A few people looked at each other before disappearing and rushing into the cave. The cave was pitch black without any light source, but they had also brought lighting equipment in advance. The stench was much more intense here than outside, but there weren't any bodies here. It's not at all clear where the stench is coming from. Anyway, it's definitely the stench that comes from rotting flesh. After probing, this cave was also dug out within this month, and the strength of the monster that could have this ability was definitely not weak. Some of the less psychologically inclined are already shaking, because the further you go towards the cave there, the narrower it starts to get, until everyone can only squeeze into one row and continue on. And the smell of that blood was starting to get so bad that just breathing it made me vomit. Some of the weaker awakened had to put on protective masks to proceed, until one man saw the end and a crack appeared in front of the crowd. Inside the crack was a huge space that seemed to be emptying out this entire mountain, but it wasn't absolutely dark inside. There was a hint of external light. The crowd was also excited to see this as they all flocked inside the crack in a brain. They thought they could stretch their legs, but they didn't realize that they had walked across a bridge of naiads and had come to a hell. The crowd had just stepped in when they found themselves stepping on an unknown liquid on the floor. When he looked down, he realized that under his feet was a large lake of blood. It simply stinks. Some of the more timid awakened were so frightened that they didn't dare to step right in, afraid that there's something horrible down here. Even the Rock and the solid stone felt the chill. Seeing such a horrifying scene also made him break out in a cold sweat. So much blood and yet not even the remains of a body to be found. Could this monster just extract someone's blood? At that thought, a piece of something fell from a height and smashed into the blood. The frightened crowd immediately began to get into a fighting stance. Rock also summoned a huge shield to protect everyone here. The lump of black also seemed to have sensed that someone had broken in. Laying on the ground and shifting slightly, a horrible head poked out from inside the bloody water, and two tentacles slowly extended out from his head. When he slowly stood up, he was actually 7 or 8 meters tall, so stout. A hideous bloodstained face appeared before the crowd. Chapter 24, The Cockroach Monster. I smell it. This boss was actually spitting out human words directly. Usually bosses that can talk don't have a low copy level. By the time everyone had taken the light to it in horror, an immense cockroach stood upright in front of itself. There was an arm nibbled in his mouth. The expression was very intimidating. Seeing this, Kenshir couldn't contain his inner rage any longer, and after transforming his left hand into a huge rock, he jumped above it with a fierce leap. I can't stand you anymore. And his feet instantly exploded, creating a super strong impact slamming into the cockroach's head. With the speed of just the blink of an eye, the huge rock smashed heavily on the cockroach's head. Just when everyone thought that this punch would definitely hit that cockroach monster hard and heavy, the accident still happened. Only to see the cockroach monster swing upwards with just a slight amount of force. Kenshi's arm instantly snapped off before it was casually grabbed. Just like that, he locked eyes with the cockroach monster. Kenshir couldn't help but gulp as he looked at its hideous expression. His mouth trying to say something else? Instead, the cockroach monster pinched him so hard that blood spurted out of his features. He also wore a very pained expression. The cockroach monster, on the other hand, was still holding him like a toy, but Kenshir spat the blood from his mouth right in its face. With a mocking face, he said, "Vermin." After hearing this, the cockroach monster didn't get angry, just made a move. A pro-am shot put toss. Build up your strength and throw it out instantly. The solid stone flew out violently as if it were a cannonball, smashing into the wall and erupting with a loud bang. The people around were shouting desperately at the sight of such a scene. Kenshir! Captain Kenshir! However, the cockroach monster even patted itself on the back after throwing it out. Extremely human-like. When he was done, he looked back to the group of people who were shouting madly, and raised his hand to point. Put, mind, and you will be just like him. Granite knew that the monster in front of him was not something that the current group could handle, and not daring to slack off, he immediately put up his shield even stronger. He was convinced that this shield couldn't be broken even if an A-rank awakened person didn't use their full strength. But no sooner did he think about it, the cockroach monster darted in and made a gesture of a professional boxer building up his strength. The muscle lines were just terrifying. The gravity-filled punch came hurtling this way at an extremely fast speed, and the heavy punch slammed into the shield. Everyone who was scared just dared to close their eyes and block their foreheads. A loud crash came and everyone prayed they were okay. It wasn't until he slowly opened his eyes to take a look that he realized that the shield blocked it. This doubled Granite's confidence and reinforced the shield again. And it was mocked. A pest is a pest. How is it possible to know the might of man? But the cockroach monster seemed to understand him as well, and at the same time didn't get angry. Just stood up straight and looked at them slightly in place. Then it proceeded to pose with the swing of a professional boxer. The feet were also set up in a position where the swing was the most powerful, and a punch was instantly thrown, and certainly didn't break the barrier. Only, the shield seemed to be getting the cockroach monster more and more excited, swinging out one fist and then another. It began to slam into the shield punch after punch, and each one was incredibly powerful. It was as if each stroke had been swung with full force. Granite was starting to panic now, and didn't know how long the shield would last, but if he kept hitting him like this, sooner or later he wouldn't be able to hold out, and he's starting to get faster and faster. It's like trying to practice this shield like a sandbag, because that cockroach monster felt that there was nothing left that could hold up to so many of his hammerings and still remain undamaged. The shield backfired and made it happy. Eventually the shield broke under pound after pound, but the punches didn't stop. The moment the barrier ruptured, countless fists violently attacked, ruthlessly smashing into the group. Granite knew that maybe he could still live if these punches hit him, but if he swung at these low-level awakened, he would only die. Without hesitation, he immediately stepped in front of the group of juniors who had followed him for a long time. Countless fists landed on his body. Walking lights began to echo in his mind, recalling how when this group of people just started running to our guild and getting on their knees begging us to take him, I remember I still refused. It's that they're the ones who are just stalking and kneeling in front of the guild and won't leave. No matter how windy or rainy it is, run to the door on time and kneel down. The mouths of the people still say that I am their idol and that they would give all their lives to follow me forever. It's funny to think about it now in retrospect. Why did I turn you down in the first place? Isn't it just that you don't want to see the scene now? I can't protect you guys, but like I said, I'll always just fall in front of you. The last punch landed hard on Rock's head. In fact, he had long since rolled his eyes, broken in hundreds of places, just trying to keep those punches from hitting his little brother as much as possible before he was dead through and through. At this moment, the B team was all but wiped out. The ground was full of corpses, and the cockroach monster had a satisfied smile. Only there was something even more terrifying that was staring him dead in the face. Hey, what have you done to them? The cockroach monster looked back curiously, only to find that the solid rock that had just been there was now as good as new, and his eyes were red and his hair had turned red. Constant energy burst out from his body, and the aura was several times higher than before. Kenshir ripped off his shirt and looked viciously at the cockroach monster. I want you dead. Without saying anything, the whole person flew out instantly like a rocket with both feet, and slammed his fist into the cockroach monster's face. This punch was a world away from the previous one, and it directly broke several of the cockroach monster's teeth, immediately followed by countless punches. He wanted to take out the cockroach monster in the same way to avenge his partner. The cockroach monster also knew that he couldn't be letting off steam at this point, and that there was a real possibility that he would be finished off by this guy if he continued to be beaten like this. With a backhand, he shrugged off Kenshi's punch, then a stomping build-up, swung his fist out violently, and just like that, the two were instantly wrestling. Never dodge a punch. Kenshir has as much as 5 times the energy as before because of the effects of the potion used, yet now it could only fight this cockroach monster to a draw. He could guarantee that his own body was definitely already very tough among humans. This cockroach monster has high recovery, but low defense. If this keeps going against the wall, there's only one outcome. Kenshir swung the heaviest punch he could with the determination of all his companions, right to the head. Cockroach monster's head is blown off by a punch, and Kenshir falls to his knees from exhaustion. Big gulp of air. The face was already full of blood, and the body was at its limit. Still, he was resigned. Why? You're all leaving me. Kenshir was already in tears. Tears dripped onto his clenched fists, and he was resigned. Only, the fight isn't over yet. A voice came from even deeper into the cavern. It's nice. It's really nice. It's been a while since I've seen a fight this intense. An even more terrifying and imposing cockroach monster slowly emerged from the depths of the darkness. Kenshir immediately took a panicked step backward, but the scene before him made him completely despair. Countless heads of just that kind of cockroach monster slowly crawled out of the darkness like a wave. That one was just an ordinary one in the group. This one that speaks in the very center is the king of this cave. At this moment he didn't know what the point of being here really was anymore. That feeling of powerlessness had already made Kenshir have no desire to fight any longer, because in this situation, no one could save him. Chapter 25, Hodgins. That was fun. Let's catch a few more next time and have some fun. A cockroach king in a cloak and crown appeared in the shadows, though one half the size of a normal cockroach monster. The strong muscles and solid physique were proof enough that they reigned supreme here. It was a kind of sturdy flesh formed after the muscles were concentrated, and the eyes reveal 3 parts disdain and 2 parts helplessness. The mouth also speaks a fluent set of human languages. I don't even know what you were thinking, daring to find my cave of your own accord. With that said, a normal cockroach monster walked up to Kenshiro. Casually, he grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. At this point, Kenshiro would have closed his eyes and waited for death. However, the cockroach monster didn't mean to kill him directly, but only scratched his head, seemingly thinking about something. After a moment's pause, he said, "There are others of your kind who are as hardy as you are. Why don't you send a signal here and tell them to come over for a bit too? We've got a lot of brothers here who don't have any fun." Kenshiro opened one eye with some disbelief. What he didn't expect was that this gang of cockroach monsters had gotten arrogant to the point that they wanted me to call someone over. But looking at the cave full of cockroaches, he realized why these guys dared to call it that, because they did have the capital. Kenshiro slowly raised his hand and grabbed the cockroach monster by the arm. A faint word came out of his mouth. "Sooner or later you vermin will get what's coming to you. Even if I die, I will take you." After saying this, the cockroach monster was horrified to see a red flickering light appear on Kenshi's chest, and the intensity of that flicker grew brighter as his heartbeat got faster. The brat has installed a nuclear bomb inside himself. As he tried to throw down the solid rock and run, he realized that his arm had been grabbed tightly. No matter how much he shook it off, no matter how much he smashed it, he couldn't get rid of it. Panicking, he tried to just cut his hand off, and was about to exert himself when he realized to his horror when his arm had been broken. By the time he looked up again, half of his body was gone. A strand of blonde hair drifted past it. A cockroach monster was spiked between hands. The man was none other than Hodgins, with his blonde hair and that aristocratic jazz outfit that showed off his gentlemanly demeanor. Kenshiro also nearly fell to the ground because of his severed arm, being held up by one of Hodgins' hands. "Are you okay?" The blonde hair combined with those soft eyes gave a sense of full security, like an angel. Just his presence always seems to bring happiness and fulfillment. "Team, Captain, I'm sorry that I didn't get to." Hodgins didn't let him continue when he looked so badly hurt, just gently blocked his mouth with his index finger. "You've done well. I'll take it from here." A bunch of awakened who had come over for support also hurried in from outside the cave. "Quickly over here." Countless awakened people poured in amongst the cave, blowing out a rather huge hole in the previously narrow mountain path. Some healing awakened people rushed over to take the injured people on the ground to be treated. It also re-arrived with 18 B-rank awakenings, all of which had been paired with fine weapons and equipment. Hodgins also handed the healer the solid rock in his hand. A horrible sound also came from behind him at the same time. "Clam, who told you to leave? Did I give you permission to leave?" Hodgins heard the sound as well and lifted his head to look up for a moment, then slowly turned around. The expression didn't change, but the eyes were filled with a murderous aura. With just a glare, many ordinary cockroach monsters sensed the danger and backed away. That cockroach king also sensed that Hodgins was different and stronger than those guys before. But that's good. It's less boring. Hodgins could tell at a glance where the creature in front of him was from. The boss at the bottom of level 43 just looks like a cockroach. Not actually a cockroach, but it's kind of related to a cockroach. It's all the vermin that eat garbage. I've decapitated one before. A cockroach king like you. I wouldn't mind killing another one today. Hearing these mocking words from Hodgins, the cockroach king instantly became furious. "Ha! How dare you call me a trash-eating pest? You have the nerve to say that. You humans take out our leaders every time you enter our territory and have that look of entitlement on your face when it's over. Do you realize how much that hurt us? In our pack, only the strongest can be king, but the one who can break out of that hellhole and come to your world, that's the King of Kings. You know how much hardship I went through to get here. Now you have the audacity to call me a garbage-eating pest. If I don't break you into pieces today, I won't be worthy of being a king." With that, he took a step and flew straight out. Instead, the resulting wave of air blasted the cockroach directly next to it. The speed was so fast that even those 18 awakened didn't notice that it had arrived in front of Hodgins, and hit him hard with a punch. The rock behind him was also directly punched out by the power of this punch, creating a huge crater that led straight to the outside of the cave. The blinding sunlight shone in on this terrifying power scared those 18 Ju-B rank awakened people into a cold sweat as they stared blankly at that huge pit. Only, such a quick punch was actually deflected easily by Hodgins, and it also cut 2 deep wounds in the cockroach king's body, and he was so fast that he almost didn't even see the cockroach king clearly. This made it even angrier. The cockroach king would not allow anyone else stronger than himself to exist. Immediately stomped in place, his veins bulging. "Ah, ah, ah, I want you dead." With that, he threw away his crown and pulled off a tentacle from his head, green pus gushing out. The cockroach king turned into another form at this moment. The size became bigger than those ordinary cockroach monsters, but the strength and aura was dozens of times more powerful than before. The terrifying pressure was so great that even Hodgins didn't dare to slack off. In a hurry, he ordered those other B-rank awakened to hurry up and get rid of all the remaining cockroaches. Just keep the king cockroach to yourself. After receiving the order, they too had to head deeper into the cave, leaving Hodgins to confront the cockroach king, as each one wears a piece of the eternal flame. The eternal flame is a flame that can burn everything. Even water can't extinguish it, so they weren't afraid of these cockroach monsters. The eternal flame was something directly extracted from the ability of the S-rank awakened person, He Jia, so the power was naturally extraordinary. Such a huge swarm of cockroaches would be unthinkable if they were released, and not a single one should be spared. Hodgins also took off his white gloves and then tied his hair. The cockroach king in front of him was already so huge that it was 20 to 30 meters tall, and this cave could no longer support its size. After twisting his wrist, next, the real fight. Chapter 26 Hodgins' defeat. Looks like the target is locked. Start plucking. Hodgins' eyes became sharp, and he instantly drew the sword in his hand and swung it a few times, before assuming a strong attacking stance. The cockroach king had long ago grown impatient with the defiant look, and gritted his teeth as he swung a hard downward punch. The huge fist was like a meteorite was as it fell violently, and a strong explosion occurred after it smashed on the ground. The sheer power of this punch shattered even half a mountain, and it also created a huge crater in the ground, and the smoke spread. Such a big commotion, even Liu Jiang, who was still exterminating cockroaches with insecticide not far away, heard it, and a look at the place where the sound happened. What's going on over there? Whose gas tank exploded? The cockroach king, at this time, was also very satisfied with his attack, and taunted Hodgins with glee. "Che, who's the pest now? As I said, if you dare to annoy this king, you will only end up dead." But this time it miscalculated. Before the words were finished, a voice came from the smoke. "You've got some skills, but that's good. Killing you would be a way to serve as a chaperone for me." The cockroach king was still a bit stunned, looking incredulously toward the place of smoke. A figure slowly appeared from the smoke, and when the whole person was about to step out of the smoke, in an instant, all the smoke there was blown away by a shaped wind, and at the same time, the person inside the smoke disappeared. The cockroach king was immediately alert, looking around for Hodgins, but it still couldn't be found, and even the scent had disappeared. This, in turn, made him start to panic a bit. It didn't realize the top of its head until a shadow appeared next to its feet. Jerking its head upward, the sword had appeared in front of it, and with an extremely violent force, it was instantly thrust into its head. The drilling pain was too much for the cockroach king to bear, and he immediately slapped his own face, only to find that Hodgins had long since disappeared, and at the same time, his own feet and ankles had been inexplicably cut. Losing his balance, the cockroach king fell to his knees, but Hodgins' attack still didn't end. After the ankle is knocked out, it's the bracelet. After the bracelet is also cut is the neck stalk, back, shoulder, chest, and eyes. With a coherent and rapid chopping attack, it instantly pierced all of the cockroach king's fatal vitals. It didn't stop until a final poke through its heart. The cockroach king was also hit by this series of attacks and could no longer stand up, slumping heavily on the ground. There was still one eye left, but it realized that Hodgins was standing in front of it at the moment, holding a sword full of blood. He slowly walked towards himself, and crouched down after coming up to himself. The left hand stroked the cockroach king's head. "Go down to the gutter. Where's the right place for you?" Such mocking words caused the cockroach king to feel incomparably angry. However, its vocal cords had been hacked off and it couldn't make a single sound, and could only stare at Hodgins with dead eyes, then watched with resignation as his other eye was poked out. Eventually there was no movement at all. Hodgins, too, shook the blood from his own shoulders and left in a dashing turn. The 18 squad members from before had also taken care of all those remaining cockroach monsters. Upon seeing Hodgins, he also hurried over to join him. "Captain, you ended the battle so quickly. Why is it that you're faster than all of us every time?" Several people were happily gossiping and flirting with the strength of Captain Hodgins. After all, Hodgins had always been known for his speed in battle, but it's not easy to kill one so quickly. A 43rd floor boss. "Captain, you must have a drink with the brothers tonight, or none of them will leave," said each one began to laugh heartily. Only Hodgins lowered his head and shook it gently, expressing helplessness. Only, the laughter laughed and laughed and laughed, and then suddenly it was gone. Hodgins' eyes snapped open and he immediately looked up. only to find that only half of those 18 partners were left. His mind began to go blank in an instant, and he jerked back in horror, only to find that the huge corpse that had just been there was gone. A suffocating sensation began to set in. Hodgins guaranteed that the only reason he could manage to disappear silently in front of others was because he was fast enough, and there was also a very deep understanding of the aspect of hiding breath. But the cockroach monster had disappeared, and he couldn't even feel its breath. Hodgins, alert, immediately drew his own sword. This time it was his turn to start looking around vigilantly, and to look up into the sky every now and then. But there was still no sign of the cockroach king. It was as if time had frozen even at this moment, which was a very bad premonition. Looking at his partner's body made his heart beat faster and faster, until he gulped and realized with a jolt that something had caught his foot. The moment he looked down, he was violently dragged down to the ground by a strange force. Hodgins knew that the ground was not his advantage, and immediately swung his sword at his feet, so powerful that it exploded directly into the ground. The thing that was dragging him down was gone too. Hodgins ran back to the ground in a hurry, knowing full well that once he was dragged into the ground by this guy, he would be dead for sure. Good thing he'd seen the light on the ground and was about to get out. Hodgins does watch out below himself though, to prevent the cockroach king from dragging himself down again, and this time too it would be his misjudgment, putting all his concentration on the ground, paying no attention to what was above. When his entire body jumped out of the hole, he realized a fist had smashed into his face. Without any guard or defense, he took the punch head on and hard. The entire body shot out like a bullet, striking through several mountains before smashing heavily within a forest. The entire left side of his face was distorted by the punch, and all the rows of teeth in his jaw were knocked out. Even he, who was very good at resisting blows, briefly lost consciousness over the punch, but time did not wait for him. That terrifying figure had already arrived in front of him. A cockroach king as tall as a normal human appeared in front of him. No strange tentacles, no flashy dress, no difference from normal people, except for the fact that they look like cockroaches, but with the murderous aura emanating from its periphery. Even space began to distort a bit. Hodgins knew he couldn't afford another break and immediately drew his sword to confront him, but to his horror, he realized that his hands were actually shaking. He couldn't believe it himself. What was he supposed to do to beat this monster? Why is this monster so strong? He had always been calm, but now even his breathing had begun to catch. The monster, on the other hand, just looked at Hodgins with a cold expression. Who are you calling trash? Chapter 27, Absolute Power. Sneeze. Groovy. Liu Jiang sneezed heavily, then wiped his nose. Seeing so much rolling smoke not far away, he felt in his heart all of a sudden that nothing would happen. Right? I was just about to go over there to check it out and I got hungry. Started cooing and yelling. Never mind. Let's have lunch first. It's sparsely populated. What could be going on here? After rubbing his stomach he walked inside the room, prepared to cook a meal, humming happily. I plan to open the vegetable rice I bought this morning. The mood was overwhelming, because it was the first time he had cooked in so long. I used to eat it in the school cafeteria, and I haven't cooked it in a long time, so I kind of forgot about it now, but things always go in a bad direction. When he happily opened the bag of rice, there was not a single grain of rice to be seen. Instead, it contained a bag of cockroaches, all of which ran out the moment the bag was opened. Liu Jiang's expression instantly darkened. He had thought he had killed enough cockroaches for the day, but he hadn't realized there were so many more of the scourge contraptions. Tempers flared. That bag of rice, but I spent half of my own money to buy it. I thought I could survive for a month or two, but now I've been eaten all by these beasts. Today it's either you die or I die. The more he thought about it, the more angry Liu Jiang picked up the slipper. A slipper directly smashed over, and the force with which he threw the slipper blew the building next door straight to smithereens, and a whole forest behind that building disappeared, while Liu Jiang's eyes were filled with a murderous aura. There were also some cockroaches that had desperately run towards the cockroach king. Liu Jiang didn't say anything, picked up his own slippers and chased after him. Today is bound to make cockroaches completely extinct. Hodgins, meanwhile, couldn't hold out much longer. His current state was like being casually played with by the cockroach king. There was no fighting back at all. Whether it's strength, speed, or defense, Hodgins didn't even fight back. However, the cockroach king didn't settle him directly, as it would be difficult to solve its heart's hatred. It was going to make Hodgins cut through the pain of what real pain was, to lose him little by little in despair. Have you ever experienced the despair of killing each other? The cockroach king suddenly stopped his attack and casually asked Hodgins. Only Hodgins had been so badly injured that even talking was a luxury. Not daring to waste any more extra stamina, he could only concentrate on the cockroach king. And the cockroach king asked again, Have you ever tried, in a ruin full of the bodies of your own kind, gnawing at them in desperation? Speaking of which, he exhaled again. No, you'll never understand. I'll let you experience today. 1,000,000% inside my pain. With that said, he rushed at Hodgins in a sort of burst of speed, and before he could react, he was punched in the chest. This time the blood could no longer be restrained from spitting out from inside his mouth. He could clearly feel that his sternum was all but shattered, and his internal organs had been severely and heavily damaged. The entire person almost flew out again like a cannonball once more, only to be casually grabbed by the Cockroach King, prevent Hodgins from flying out, and the hand that grabbed him got harder and harder. The whole arm was crushed, and the pain that drilled through his heart made even a strong person like Hodgins, who was strong inside, couldn't bear to let out an agonizing sound. But the wailing sound in turn made the Cockroach King even more excited. It casually dropped Hodgins and grabbed his other hand, looking at him with a very creepy expression. Before Hodgins could understand what it was trying to do, he realized he had grabbed his palm again, and in front of his own face, he slowly reached next to his finger. Ka-chick, kawa, ka-chick, kawa. One by one, Hodgins' fingers were pulled off. The stinging pain of the broken bones caused him to let out that wail of agony again, until all 5 fingers were twisted sideways. That's what was going to rip his whole arm off with one hard yank. Still, the Cockroach King felt that it would be cheaper for Hodgins to suffer the pain of one less arm again. Next, it was time to make him feel the pain of having his eyes gouged out. Then one by one, we'll pull out the top half of its jaw teeth. With that in mind, the hand slowly came to rest next to Hodgins' eyes. The sharp claws slowly sank into his eyelids and blood began to flow. Just as Hodgins' eyes were about to be completely gouged out, a voice came from behind. Die for the master. Die for me. Don't run, you assholes. If I don't exterminate your entire family today, my surname won't be Liu. Just saw a simpleton running around with a pair of slippers from inside the forest not far away, and it's starting to get closer and closer to that position. The Cockroach King also heard the commotion, then stopped and looked to where the sound came from, and Liu Jiang was indeed chasing cockroaches, only it had turned from 1 or 2 before to a whole bunch. This whole bunch of cockroaches were also running in the direction of the Cockroach King. Because these cockroaches come out to replenish their energy and then go back to replenish the Cockroach King. The Cockroach King nowadays, however, is in a plummeting mood as a result of Liu Jiang's entry. It didn't take much thought to have sentenced Liu Jiang to death. At the same time, Hodgins also noticed Liu Jiang, but he couldn't see any energy fluctuation on Liu Jiang. Could it be that he wasn't an awakened, but an ordinary human? Thinking of this, his heart instantly panicked, and with the last of his strength he cried out, "Run!" The sound was so loud that Liu Jiang also heard it. Then it immediately stopped itself and looked to where Hodgins was. What's that noise? When he looked seriously at the location again, he found a man kneeling there with a broken arm, covered in wounds. Scared, he scrambled over, and that Cockroach King was there next to him. But Liu Jiang didn't think of him as a monster. He just thought he was a black man wearing a mask. Liu Jiang ran to the side of Hodgins and hurriedly held him up. "Hey, are you okay? Your arm is missing. And why does your chest keep spurting blood?" he said, and waved his hand at the cockroach monster next to him in confusion. "Old man, you called the police, didn't you? How did this guy get into this mess?" At this point, Hodgins no longer has the strength to tell Liu Jiang the answer. Perhaps this is his life. The Cockroach King, on the other hand, found it amusing and didn't kill Liu Jiang right away. He just smiled and grabbed Liu Jiang's head with one hand, calmly making small talk with Liu Jiang. "I've called the police. Don't worry. Soon there will be more people coming here. You won't be alone." These words in turn caused Liu Jiang to be confused. What? The Cockroach King also stopped pretending. Liu Jiang's appearance was really dull and somewhat pitiful. It had been really unable to hold back, covering its stomach and laughing in place. Ha 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 ha. Liu Jiang was a little angry. "What are you laughing at?" When the Cockroach King looked at Liu Jiang again, he realized that the dull look he had just had was gone. Instead, what's with the look of wanting to punch yourself in the face? This instantly upset the Cockroach King, and once again, he grabbed his head with one hand and looked at Liu Jiang ferociously. "I said, I did this to him the way he is now. There will be more deaths like his at my hands in a few moments. You too." Before the words were finished, a loud bang was heard. The upper half of the Cockroach King's body was then blown into powder by Liu Jiang's punch, and the power of this punch directly dispersed the entire cloud in the sky above. All that was left was to stand with his feet in place and then drop to the ground. Dumbfounded Hodgins next to him. Chapter 28, Rich People? Phew, good thing I reacted in time. Almost didn't recognize him as a weirdo, but the disguise was pretty good. Liu Jiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then shook himself. but this weirdo was weak enough to go down after just one punch. It couldn't be another one of those pets that someone wickedly has, could it? Forget it, let's save people first. As soon as he turned around he saw Hodgins, who was still in the same spot, shocked beyond belief, only to see him frozen there, still not having slowed down from the power of the punch he had just thrown. Why is that? Seeing him so badly injured and bleeding, Liu Jiang panicked and ran to his side. Are you okay? Are you okay? Why don't I carry you to the hospital? Hodgins knew that he had been saved by him. What a surprise, watching Liu Jiang, who had no energy fluctuations in front of him, keep dangling in front of him. He was in a daze. I'm fine, I'll just rest for a while. As long as the wound is not fatal, the body will heal itself. Liu Jiang was also confused. This was the first time he had heard of a human with automatic healing. Could it be a therapist? But therapists don't seem to heal automatically, do they? Hodgins couldn't stand his inner thoughts any longer and finally asked that question. Are you an S-class awakened? You're deliberately hiding your energy, aren't you? Why is it that you can take down this monster and have this look of indifference on your face? Hodgins was eager to hear his answer, for it was more important than his own life. Why would he show up here without a purpose? He also knew what it meant if a human didn't have any energy in him. Either he's dead, or he's a monster too. Hodgins looked at Liu Jiang seriously, hoping that he would answer him. Only Liu Jiang didn't seem to hear what he said, just pinched Hodgins' chest to himself and then a little bit of blood squirted out of his chest. It scared Liu Jiang. Are you sure you're okay? You're squirting blood here, yeah, and look, you're starting to squirt blood on your side too. Why don't I just take you to the hospital? Hodgins looked at Liu Jiang's innocent and dull look, was unable to associate him with the monster in any way he wanted to. After refusing to go to the hospital, he passed out with a black eye. Liu Jiang is moving his body as well, as if trying to wake it up. Only Hodgins was so tired that he lost consciousness and passed out in a daze. It messed up Liu Jiang's ability to know what to do. Eventually, because it was getting late, Liu Jiang took him back to his home. Since he said no to the hospital, let's just put it at his place first. Back at home, Liu Jiang also repurchased some rice and returned. After putting Hodgins in his own bed, he scratched his ass while cooking, humming a little tune, and every now and then, his toes tickled his thighs. The cockroaches are finally extinct today. The sky slowly darkened and Hodgins awoke in a daze. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. It was as if he heard what appeared to be someone pounding on these what? It made the sound of spoons clinking against china, one after another. Hodgins also gradually awoke from the sound, woke up to a spicy scene, only to see Liu Jiang picking at his ass and smelling it again. Then he couldn't stand the smell himself and almost threw up. Luckily, though, he was a Svengali and didn't care too much about that. Just curious as to why I'm here? Liu Jiang also seemed to have heard Hodgins' awakening. You're awake? Come, eat the delicious food I've made for you. With that, he brought a bowl of stirred-up mushy porridge, and it was condescendingly stated that it was an exclusive recipe that he had been drinking since he was a kid. You must like to eat. Hodgins also asked with some curiosity. Sir, where is this? Is it still the Broad State? Liu Jiang also expressed helplessness. Of course it's Broad State. You said yourself you didn't want to go to the hospital, so didn't I have to bring you to me? Hodgins also seemed to understand what was happening and touched his forehead. I see. After saying that, he took the bowl of porridge in Liu Jiang's hand. Looking at the bowl of liquid that could have stirred the porridge all that sticky, Hodgins just gulped. Then close your eyes and take a bite. But looking at the mediocre bowl of porridge, the temperature was actually so high that the moment he put it in his mouth, the severe heat directly burned his tongue. It made Hodgins almost spit out the porridge he had put in his mouth. But Hodgins, who had been brought up with a great deal of education, would not allow him to waste his food in such a way, and forced his mouth to swallow with a hard bulge. Ended up coughing all the time because of the heat. It made Liu Jiang speechless. This kid is crazy. Is this stuff something you can take a bite out of? Hodgins' wounds also all healed after drinking the porridge, and even his broken arm grew back. This made Liu Jiang feel very incredible, and cast an envious gaze. How did you do that? Are you a healing mage? Hodgins doesn't know what to say to that, because this is the kind of thing that should be understood by every strong person, right? As long as one's own strength could reach a certain level, healing something like the body was basically something that came with the territory. But Liu Jiang displayed such a powerful strength, yet he didn't even understand this? Obviously something doesn't make a lot of sense. But since Liu Jiang had asked him, then as a savior, he still had to answer what he should answer. Actually, this stuff is pretty simple. Just infuse some of your spiritual energy into your soul through ability conversion to generate energy % and $# hashtag and yen euro Thailand baht cent pound. Crackling spoke a lot. Liu Jiang froze and did not understand a word, but Hodgins had no intention of stopping yet, and kept on talking there, like a teacher lecturing. General Liu was getting more and more annoyed with what he was hearing, so he hurriedly covered his mouth. Stop, 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 I got it, don't read it, you're physically better, so if there's nothing else, hurry up. But Hodgins countered with a look that didn't mind. It's okay, it's not a problem for me to stay here for a few more days, mainly because I want to get to know you, if you don't mind. Before he could finish his words, he saw Liu Jiang, whose face was filled with black lines, frozen in place, and immediately interrupting Hodgins' conversation with a grim, I mind, do you realize that I've given up all my rations for the day for you? You're not going to empty me out if you stay here a few more days. Get the hell out of here. Before the words were out of his mouth he blasted Hodgins right out of the doorway, and before he could continue speaking the door slammed shut, and it's directly counterlocked. The whole thing left Hodgins standing in the doorway with a dumbfounded look on his face. Sloppy, but the weather is already so late, can't let me go back now, right? Then he spoke to Liu Jiang in the window. It's already so late today, can I stay here with you for the night? I can work for you. Sure, whatever you want me to do. I'm a good cook. But Liu Jiang remained unmoved, until Hodgins, sensing that it was hopeless, then pulled a large stack of bills from inside his pocket and shook his head. It's true that you can't spend money here. Just as he finished speaking the doorway was opened and Liu Jiang appeared in front of him at an unknown time. Sincerely, he stared at the money in Hodgins' hand. I can give you a night's stay for an additional fee. Hodgins, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction. Money was already out of the picture for him. Liu Jiang continued to lie to again. I can work. Whatever you want me to do. I'm a good cook. This operation. The whole Hodgins was confused. However, looking at Liu Jiang's expectant eyes, he still respectfully gave Liu Jiang all the pile of money in his hand, then took a good look at the building. There seems to be something wrong with this room. Sir, your room is full of grievances. Meanwhile, a huge black pile of unidentified slime was sticking up next to one of the corners of the hallway. Chapter 29, The Murder House. Ding 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 ding. A call was made to the senior management of the Haitian Guild. How's it going over there in the Broad State? On the other end of the line, President, the situation is somewhat urgent. Only the earlier pair of B teams have been saved from serious injury. The members of the A team, led by Hodgins, are still unaccounted for. We've conducted a full search and we still haven't found. Wait, on the other side the scouts had explored the deepest part of the cockroach cave. The scene before him, however, startled him. Half of that huge mountain peak had been destroyed out of shape, and along with the several peaks behind him, a huge crater had appeared. There were also 18 bodies with only the lower half of their bodies standing in place. The scene was genuinely frightening under the shroud of darkness. The army also immediately cordoned off the place. After observing these bodies it was concluded that the corpses in front of them were those 18 B-rank awakened people. What? What did you say? Did you get a good look? How is it possible that 18 of them died in one place at the same time? You're kidding. There were 3 Class A awakened and hundreds of thousands of troops conducting this scouting mission. But such a big commotion still didn't affect Liu Jiang's side. Since there were no signs of a fight over here at all, there was no need to search. Only a little bit of soldiers were sent to scout the perimeter. At this moment, Hodgins was seriously reminding Liu Jiang that there was something wrong with the house. There's too much ferocity. If a normal person slept here for a night, they probably wouldn't survive until tomorrow. Scared Liu Jiang was a bit skeptical. But I just slept all night yesterday. Then it dawned on me. Oh, I know. I finally know why I slept off the porch the next day. I thought I was sleepwalking. So that's what it is. So do you have any ideas on how to get rid of these? Hodgins promised very seriously that he would help Liu Jiang resolve this matter. Consider it repayment for saving your life. Obviously Hodgins didn't dare to fully confirm what kind of person Liu Jiang's strength was, much less to conclude that he was actually human. However, as of now, Liu Jiang didn't have any problems for the time being, other than the lack of any energy fluctuations in his body. He was just an ordinary person in any of his behaviors. You just need to do what I say. We'll pretend to sleep tonight. Uncover this scourge before dawn. Without further ado, the two immediately entered the room and closed the door. Only at first, it's going a little less well. Liu Jiang asked with some anger. Don't you think it means something to have 2 big old men locked inside the same room in the middle of nowhere? Hodgins was a little puzzled. We're on a mission now, so I don't really mind. As long as we don't have too much hocus pocus, I think it's all okay. But Liu Jiang was still a bit angry, and instead of hearing this, he became even more angry. You say you catch ghosts, you catch ghosts. Why the are you trying to squeeze into a bed with me on a bedpan? Was it planned for two people to sleep in the same bed? Only to see that Hodgins was getting under Liu Jiang's covers and hugging him, and the expression was also very serious and earnest, making Liu Jiang look more like a pervert. He was about to kick him off the bed with a single kick when he heard Hodgins immediately cover Liu Jiang's mouth. "Shoo, coming." Liu Jiang also immediately stopped the words that came out of his mouth. Seriously, he looked at the place where Hodgins was looking, only he didn't get more than a few glances before Hodgins slowly reached up and covered his eyes with his hand, and twisted Liu Jiang's head away. This action made Liu Jiang angry, but it had to be held back. Let's see what he's up to again. At this time, the female ghost also came here as promised, only tonight she brought a big guy here. It's imperative to recover the shame of last night. What the female ghost didn't know was that Liu Jiang had also brought someone over tonight, but this time she didn't walk to the window. Instead, they sneak in through the front door, on the ground, because of the fact that it was a spirit body, plus the fact that it crept in quietly. Even Hodgins, who was an A-ranked awakened, didn't notice that the female ghost had already entered. However, the female ghost just secretly crawled under Liu Jiang's bed, then raised one hand and slowly reached into Liu Jiang's comforter, trying to find his navel, because this time she brought a packet of poisonous flour with her, and by applying it to Liu Jiang's navel, she could interfere with his nervous system and keep him awake all day. Only he touched and felt another body all of a sudden. However, at this time, Hodgins still thought it was Liu Jiang's hands groping on her body, and reminded Liu Jiang not to fool around. Of course Liu Jiang was confused and just took it as him talking to himself there. At this moment, the female ghost's hand began to start groping around Liu Jiang's navel again. Just to make sure I wasn't hallucinating, there was a comparison, and it was indeed two bodies. This puzzled the female ghost for a moment. What they were blissfully unaware of was that at this moment, Liu Jiang had long ago become angry and unable to hold back his emotions. He was sure now that Hodgins was definitely a pervert, and was actually pawing all over his body, and with an incredibly calm expression, as if this kind of thing was a matter of course for him. Liu Jiang slowly turned around and glanced at Hodgins, and Hodgins also noticed Liu Jiang looking at himself. Somewhat puzzled, he asked, "Well, what's wrong?" "In my face." Before the words were finished, there was a bang, and directly Liu Jiang kicked off the bed. The frightened female ghost panicked and reducked under the bed. She was confused too. Why were there two other people in the bed, and fighting? Hodgins was a bit overwhelmed by the leg kick as well. Panicked, he got up and questioned Liu Jiang. "What are you doing? Don't you exorcise demons anymore?" Liu Jiang was already very angry and didn't want to listen to this flowery language from him, and warned him gravely, "If you ever dare to secretly seduce a beautiful young man in the name of this in the future, I will definitely not forgive you. I'll just turn a blind eye this time, so get the hell out of here." Hodgins didn't understand what it meant, so he certainly wasn't going to just walk away. "Even if it's not for the truth, you have to clear your name. What were you thinking? You saved my life, I'm doing you a favor now." The two began to bicker with each other. The whole female ghost under the bed was in a bit of a panic. There's no other way to get out of this right now, except to find a way to rush out and hold the other guy hostage immediately. Just as she was trying to crawl out from under the bed, her left hand slowly reached out, and as soon as she crawled out, she was stomped on by Liu Jiang's foot. Because Liu Jiang was able to touch spirits, that kick really hurt. The pain that drilled through her almost made her scream. Luckily, he immediately bit down on his other hand and stifled his voice. "I wanted to poke my head out and take another look, but just as I stuck my head out, Liu Jiang's other foot came to the female ghost's face." Liu Jiang was still trying to get out of bed quickly, but suddenly the soles of his feet looked like they had stepped on some ball, and he directly slipped and fell to the ground. By the time Liu Jiang tried to see what was under his bed, a pale and wrinkled head appeared in front of him. That horrible face scared Liu Jiang so much that he jumped straight onto Hodgins' body and held tightly in his arms. Yell, "Holy, there's a ghost." Chapter 30, Injustice. "I'm a burner. You look under the bed." The female ghost stopped pretending and just crawled out in a weird way. The whole thing was floating in the air. Liu Jiang had never been afraid of these nonsensical things, but when he had actually seen this kind of weird stuff, he would still feel scared. After all, the unknown is greater than all. Ghosts are something you've only seen in TV dramas. Who knew they existed in the real world? All at once the whole room became quiet. Liu Jiang froze and glanced at Hodgins, who also froze and looked at Liu Jiang in his arms. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Liu Jiang jumped down in a hurry. Drink. "Sorry about that. This thing is kinda scary at first glance," explained awkwardly while scratching his head. Seeing that the time was ripe, the female ghost made a flying lunge and came straight at her. After skipping past Liu Jiang, he lunged straight at Hodgins. because she knew Liu Jiang couldn't break the defense. But Hajins was a normal person. As long as we catch him, we can just take over his body. When the time comes to use his body to coerce Liu Jiang, the plan can continue as it was. The ghost girl's sharp claws were soon close to Hajin's neck. Victory seemed to beckon her. Victory is mine. In just an instant, the female ghost's entire body stopped in place, unable to move an inch. By the time she realized it, she realized that her neck was actually being choked by the man in front of her. How is that possible? I'm a spirit. And what's with the speed? But the real sense of touch and suffocation overwhelmed her, and Hajin's strength slowly began to increase. The female ghost also felt the terror and panicked, grabbing Hajin's arm with both hands in an attempt to break free, only to realize that no matter how much she was struggling it didn't seem to be working. The man in front of me is also a monster. At this moment, the female ghost, her entire body was just picked up high in the air by Hajins with one hand. It's over. Hajins was about to just lash out and end the ghost girl's life, but suddenly a hand grabbed his shoulder. Turning his head he realized it was Liu Jiang. Let her go. I didn't sense from her that he had killed anyone. Instead, it's full of resentment. I guess there's some kind of grievance? Hajins thought for a moment before releasing his grip. After the female ghost was released, she too fell to her knees and coughed desperately. Hajins asked her directly, "Tell me, why are you here to do harm?" The female ghost didn't want to answer that question head-on, just skimming her vision to look elsewhere. And Hajin's hand had condensed a flame, intending to incinerate her immediately. But before he could do anything, he was once again blocked by Liu Jiang. "Are you boys crazy? She must have her hard feelings if she doesn't talk about it. Can you not come up here and try to finish her off? Could you be a little more civilized?" With that, he crouched down next to the female ghost and asked calmly, "Little sister, is there something on your mind? It's okay, you name it, we'll try to help you as much as we can. We're the good guys. You have nothing to fear from." Liu Jiang did a series of ideological work. The mouth is almost dry. The female ghost is still not moved and even look at the face of Liu Jiang are too lazy to see. While at this moment, Liu Jiang was a bit distressed. He lowered his head and thought for a while before standing up. "Okay, finish her off. This chick is wasted." That statement confused Hajins. Even the female ghost was confused when she pooped a big one after holding it in for so long. Hajins didn't say anything, and immediately condensed flames on his hands again, planning to just take out the ghost girl. It was at this point that the female ghost began to panic, hurriedly crawling next to Liu Jiang. I said, can't I?" What she didn't expect was for Liu Jiang to kick her away. "It's late. Let's see if you still dare to play with my temper. You don't even hit the mark when you're given a chance." Eventually, after a series of bitter pleas from the female ghost, Liu Jiang finally let her go, and let her explain everything. It turned out that the original name of this female ghost was Su Shaoqing, originally an orphan of this orphanage, and an orphan 2 years younger than Liu Jiang. Because of a fire 6 years ago was burned to death in this orphanage building, and the fire killed everyone including me. Because the fire came so suddenly, none of them were survivors. Also due to the isolation of the place and the fact that everyone was orphaned, no one realized there had been a fire in the years after they were burned to death. As to why we became ghosts, we ourselves are not sure. With that said, more undead began to crawl around. Basically children. These dead souls are all orphans from the former orphanage. Because there was no place to live after they died, they all ran to this side of the dormitory building, and the orphanage has long been in ruins. Liu Jiang carefully observed the girl in front of him and realized that the face did look somewhat familiar. It seems like there was this one person who was much younger than us at first. We were about 13-14 and she must have been about 7 or 8. But none of that is important. Liu Jiang still asked her that most crucial question. "If you were all burned to death, why do you harm others? If it wasn't for me, this awesome one next to me, wouldn't you be wrong to kill good people?" In fact, the female ghost was also very clear about this issue. She knew it must be wrong to kill someone, because Dean often reminds us that we must be good people. Only, naturally, she had her own reasons for killing. Su Shaoqing started to get sad just thinking about it. "Actually, the fire didn't exactly kill me. I crawled out of that fire in agony, all burned up, but I knew that if I didn't get timely treatment, I would still die." Just when I was about to despair completely, suddenly I saw a man. He set the fire, for I saw a torch in his hand, and held a barrel of oil in the other. I wasn't quite dead at the time, and was still begging bitterly for him to save himself. Only instead of warmth, it was replaced with more desperate slaughter. I wasn't dead through and through, and fearing that I would live after I died, he came up beside me, took the bucket of oil he was holding and threw it right on me. Being on fire itself, I burst into flames instantly after touching the gasoline. and so I died an agonizing death in an endless burning. I don't know how long it's been. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in this ghostly shape. From that day on, I swore that I would kill every man in the world, because none of them are any good, should all die for me. The female ghost talked about this the more excited. Seems to want to eat Liu Jiang the whole person. It wasn't until Liu Jiang gave her a blow to the head that the female ghost was willing to sit there honestly. Of course Liu Jiang wasn't trying to bully her, only the expression instantly became serious. Don't worry, I'll find that son of a, not just to avenge your death, but theirs. Then he turned to look out at the dense mass of undead outside the corridor. At the same time, the female ghost's chest instantly became painful. It's going to get out of hand. The female ghost came this time just to do away with Liu Jiang. That's why she was ready. As soon as the time reaches 12 midnight, her mind will be completely replaced by a demon. And at that point all the undead here will be dead, transforming into an extremely vicious ghost that will only carry out our final thoughts before we die. That is, kill all men. And this night ghost was the boss of the 33rd floor of the replica, the Absolute Spirit Body. Chapter 31, Absolute Spiritual Body. Su Shaoqing covered her heart in pain and fell to her knees. Liu Jiang also felt a little wrong, and hurriedly went up to assist. Are you okay? However, Su Shaoqing directly shook off his hand. She knew very well what would happen next, and in order not to involve Liu Jiang could only desperately push him away. You go. I'm already a sure death. You don't have to take another ride for me. Finally, he even pushed Liu Jiang away with a forceful hand and wailed in agony at the same place. Liu Jiang also looked at her with tears in her eyes and unwilling table look, unable to do anything. Eventually the body began to fade in and out until she shed a single tear, smiled and slowly reached out that hand. Remember, justice for these kids. After saying that, he disappeared completely. What followed was a huge black hole. Liu Jiang still wanted to step forward to try to forcefully keep Su Shaoqing, but Hajin stopped him, and turning his head, he looked at Liu Jiang seriously. It's no use, she can't come back, but the next guy who shows up can be even more problematic. Before Liu Jiang could understand what he meant by this, a black claw violently crawled out of the black hole. In an instant, what followed was an endless force of injustice rushing out from inside the black hole. Countless wails of pain also came from within the black hole. The feeling of oppression swept over him in an instant, and the night, which still had some moonlight, turned directly into blood red. The other hand of the stern ghost at this moment also crawled out violently. The whole head is also trying desperately to squeeze out. It was as if a demon was about to crawl out of hell, accompanied by the sound of countless undead and wailing. The absolute spiritual body is born. A behemoth appeared in front of the two Liu Jiang. Only its limbs were thin and bony, but it was incredibly tall and long. The expression was like that of a badly dehydrated 100-year-old grandmother. The eyes were in constant irregular motion. As soon as it crawled out of the black hole it sat crouched in place, looking very intimidating. The horror of it made Hajin's gasp a little. It's a horror that hits you right in the soul. Absolute spirit body. Liu Jiang asked with a curious face, what is an absolute spiritual body? Hajin's tied up his hair and told Liu Jiang seriously, this guy is a boss I've seen before inside a copy of the 33rd floor, but the bosses there aren't even as big as this guy in front of me, and the terrifying pressure emanating from them is 100 times stronger than the one in the replica. I don't know if it's because of the run out that the monsters in the copies are enhanced. Never be careless. Don't look at its weak appearance, but its speed and attack power are very fast. Liu Jiang wasn't interested in all of this, just was asking Hajin's a serious question. So Su Shaoqing, is there any salvation? Hajin's was a little confused at that comment. Is there a mistake? He's still chanting about the ghost girl. She's hopeless by all accounts, but it wouldn't be impossible to leave her soul behind by force. The prerequisite is to suppress the monster in front of me first, and then let me cast a spell to imprison her. It may not be impossible to get them all over if it works. Only, it's already hard enough to finish this guy off, let alone stall him. If you can stall it, then... Before he could finish his words, Liu Jiang directly covered his mouth with one hand. I know, how long do you need? Hajins couldn't believe that he had just casually mentioned that he really wanted to stall this guy. After thinking about it for a while it felt that it would be good to see what he was really capable of once again. Only before the two of them could even begin to move, the absolute spirit body in front of them directly called out with a slap. The speed was so fast that even Hajins had some trouble reacting. Liu Jiang, on the other hand, stood straight there, not even realizing that the attack had reached his face. Fortunately, Hajins reacted in time and pulled over Liu Jiang with one hand. The powerful impact directly slapped another dormitory building apart. Where there were originally 3 other dormitory buildings, now only the one Liu Jiang lives in is left. because one was accidentally smashed by Liu Jiang when he was fighting cockroaches before, and now another one has been smashed by this absolute spirit. Sure enough, I'm still overthinking it. This guy could probably have died in place if he had just gotten a solid slap. Looks like it's up to me after all. Rescuing the little girl was out of the question. There had to be a way to hold the creature and then escape. We'll find a way to get someone back later and take care of this monster together. Saying that, his hand immediately formed a hand seal, and endless flames erupted from his palm. A slap on the ground followed, and flames spread throughout the ground with his palm. It lit up the whole place at once. After the flames dispersed, a spell also appeared on the ground. Hajin stood up and twisted his wrist. With a disdainful face, he looked at the boss in front of him. Then he raised his own left hand and assumed a pose with his sword. At the same time, a circle of fire appeared in his left hand. Hajins reached in violently and immediately pulled out a blazing rapier. A strong attack pose ensued. Without saying a word, he jumped directly onto that boss. The knife with flames slashed at the boss also ignited a blazing fire. The absolute spiritual body, too, felt the headache and immediately wailed in place. Immediately afterward, he got a good look at Hajins. Human, male, obsession arising, must kill, observe to confirm the target and then obliterate, only to see the monster raise his right hand, building up its strength for a moment before instantly slapping the high-speed moving Hajins. Before Hajins could react, he was slapped hard. Although Hajins had blocked that attack with his sword in time, he began to spit out blood after just a casual slap due to his old injuries that hadn't fully recovered. What's with this guy's hand? Why can it be so fast? Without waiting for him to figure out what was going on, he rushed up again, for he knew deep down that he couldn't stop fighting this monster. Only this time he couldn't even get close enough to get to the ability of the boss in front of him. The speed of that hand slap was just a little too fast. It simply sat there, and Hajins couldn't do a thing with it. The arm acted as if it would automatically track itself, no matter how fast one was going. It had a 100% lock on it. When I fought this boss before, I hadn't seen this kind of move before, and each tap attack is not weak. If this keeps up, we're really going to die here. It was also at this time that the right hand of the absolute spirit body suddenly became incomparably large, like something was writhing in his arm. In an instant the whole arm became one big muscle. Without waiting for the two to react, the fist had already smashed in front of them. Hajins hastily blocked with his sword, only to violently realize that his sword shattered just a moment after touching this arm, and the terrifying force had no intention of stopping, smashing straight into the entire right side of his face. What worried him even more was that Liu Jiang was still frozen in place. It's a total loss here. Bang! A loud explosion spread throughout the mountains and was heard by the troops who were patrolling a short distance away. Then a man was sent over in a hurry to observe what was going on, and Hajins was ready to close his eyes and die where he was. Only, the expected being blown out of the room didn't appear. He was only blasted a few meters away before stopping, but the terrifying sound gradually stopped. The entire venue seemed to quiet down at that moment as well. Before he could understand what was happening, he slowly opened his eyes. The scene in front of him, however, shocked him to the point that he couldn't speak. It's that feeling, only to see Liu Jiang standing straight in place, that huge arm smashed into his body, but Liu Jiang didn't move at all. That giant hand was also unable to advance in the slightest, even though the absolute spirit body had continued to exert force. It was unable to shake Liu Jiang even a little bit. It was just a casual slap by Liu Jiang, and the terrifying force coupled with the loud ringing sound instantly turned that huge arm into powder. Liu Jiang curiously looked at the monster in front of him. What's this? It looks so weird. Yeah. Chapter 32 Arrival of the S-Rank Awakened. Right, I'll say that one, as long as I can stall it. Is there really a way you can keep that little girl? Liu Jiang stood frozen in place and turned to ask Hajins. The monster in front of him had already had 1/3 of its body pulverized by the slap Liu Jiang had just given it. It didn't disappear completely though, but continued to condense its energy and restore its body. Hajins hadn't even gotten over his shock now because he had once again seen Liu Jiang's formidable strength. But the urgency of the situation was such that all that could be done was to stand up in a panic and express it. It'll only take 10 minutes. I'll have a high probability of saving Su Shaoqing. Liu Jiang just remained silent, staring blankly at Hajins, then slowly turned around. 10 minutes? I thought it would take hours. Okay? Just do what you need to do in earnest and leave this place to me. With that, he held out his right hand, which he kept in his pants pocket, patting down the dust on his body. The monster in front of him had also just regained his full entire body. Just as he was about to take a look at what had just happened, a powerful shock struck again. The force was so great that it was as if a dozen nuclear bombs had exploded in one place at the same time, instantly exploding. Liu Jiang once again slapped the monster. This time the force was so great that even the entire forest behind it could barely support the powerful shockwave. Only Liu Jiang was still flirting with himself. Awakened people are really good. It's so much easier to fight all the monsters. Liu Jiang never felt that he had any special features. He simply felt that he must have a strong physical quality since he had walked out from the first level of the replica, and thought that any awakened person should be able to do it. After all, awakened battle footage was top secret, and he had never seen what other awakened battles looked like. Only some reports had once said that ordinary awakened could shatter stone and break iron, and the slightly stronger ones could move mountains and overturn oceans. Then one must be the normal kind. Unbeknownst to him, these monsters that he casually slapped to death were all existences that were terrifying to the extreme. Hodgins didn't dare to be slow, immediately biting through his own hands, then forming a spell seal on the opposite side. Pulling out 3 cigarettes from inside his pocket, he lit them up and stuck them on the ground, closed his eyes, and immediately recited an incantation from his mouth. The function of this legal seal was to invoke the soul, and if the closer the spirit body was to the spell, the more strongly it would be affected. Even evil spirits are attracted to this spell. As the incantations and spells were activated, the evil spirits that were slowly condensing their bodies in front of them began to stir, only to see its body, which was halfway coalesced, begin to fail to repair itself. Hodgins also immediately called out to Liu Jiang, "Stop hitting her, otherwise she'll be out of her mind." Liu Jiang also lowered his hand that was about to shoot out when he heard this. However, the boss in front of him would not easily admit defeat, and realizing that its body was unable to coalesce, it immediately went berserk. Both hands swung around frantically, and Liu Jiang, who couldn't make an active attack for a while, was slapped out of the way. The whole person flew out backwards like a bowling ball. It didn't stop until I don't know how many trees had been knocked down. Only Hodgins was still in place. The spell hadn't completely ended yet, and boss saw the moment and hastily slapped his own hands into Hodgins with built-up force, trying to interrupt his spell. Hodgins couldn't move at this time, and if he escaped immediately now, the spell would be completely ineffective. The plan to rescue Su Shaoqing would also be a complete failure, because he didn't have any more cigarettes on him, but not to defend and dodge and take this hard hit, probably won't even be able to save his own life. Without waiting for him to think more, the fist had already slapped itself with great speed. Not even close, not even close, not even close. No, it'll kill you. Hodgins' entire brain went into a downward spiral at that moment. You can't run away at this distance even if you want to. He could only close his eyes and pray that Liu Jiang would hurry over. Only an explosion was heard and smoke rose. Those extremely fast descending fists eventually slammed down. Only it wasn't slamming into Hodgins. Again, it wasn't slammed on Liu Jiang's body. A man appeared before him, blocking both fists with one hand. This person is none other than S-class awakened person Chen Kai. Although this hit wasn't blocked by Liu Jiang, Liu Jiang had already run to that boss's shoulder and plucked off its hands, then stared dumbfounded at the two below. You said you couldn't finish it off. You didn't say you couldn't pull its hands off, did you? Chen Kai was also at a loss, because I just received a notification that there was a huge explosion over here, most likely a top-tier boss. He, who had long since grown tired of seeing the bosses here, flew all the way here, until just arriving and seeing the scene in front of me, so he saved Hodgins in passing, not expecting to meet Liu Jiang again here. Right now there are questions to be asked about what is going on. You're Hodgins, aren't you? I've heard a lot about you. It's better to catch up afterward. Can you tell me what's going on now? Hodgins did not intend to tell Chen Kai what happened. After all, it was still unclear whether this guy was a friend or foe. If he was told the situation, but it wasn't to his liking, it wasn't impossible to destroy the boss in front of him with his hand. All you can do is force yourself to calm down and snub him. I'm in a bit of trouble right now. It takes 10 minutes. It's just that we can't finish off the boss yet in the meantime. We can only delay it. If you're interested, help me stall. If there's nothing else, you can go. Obviously this answer Chen Kai disliked. With that, he casually grabbed both arms of that boss and threw them out with force. Both arms were thrown like garbage and disappeared into the air, and Chen Kai still had one hand in his pants pocket, tugging at Hodgins. I hate it when people lie in front of me. Since you won't tell me, I'll just have to clear the monster in front of me. With that said, his left hand condensed out a ray of light, intending to directly resolve the boss in front of him. Only he seems to have forgotten someone, one without any energy fluctuations. Chen Kai usually did things by probing the energy fluctuations of the people around him, and he usually didn't bother with people whose energy was too weak, so didn't really care too much about Liu Jiang. Only this time, he's kind of looking the other way. The energy was gathering and ready to be fired when suddenly a hand grabbed his arm, and with a slight force, it bent Chen Kai's arm, causing the energy gathered in his hand to disappear instantly. The strange force really scared him. There hasn't been anyone in so long who could manage to control my entire arm with just one hand. Liu Jiang did so effortlessly, and thought Chen Kai was here to cause trouble, casually warning him, "Hey, are you even listening to me? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up." This person in front of me not only managed to take my arm with one hand, but also had such a relaxed expression. This made Chen Kai very shocked, but the shock converted to joy. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to get me this excited. Looks like today, I get to have some fun again. Chapter 33, Soul Harvesting. You two stop fighting for a moment. My spell formation has begun to drive, so you guys hurry up and get out of the way. Only, Chen Kai had no intention of paying attention to Hajins. The Great War will also be on the horizon. Just as the atmosphere was starting to enter into saber rattling, a dozen or so soldiers came running not far away. When they saw this horrible scene in front of them, they also couldn't help but feel frightened and immediately ran over to check out what had happened. "Hey, what are you guys doing here?" At the same time, the two B-rank awakened who were patrolling not far away also heard the sound and then ran over at speed. It wasn't until all of them ran over and watched that they realized that the ones in front of them were all unbeatable. Chen Kai and Hajins are both very famous people in the world. Even if they've never met in person, they're people who often show their faces on TV. "Lord Hajins, Lord Chen Kai, is there anything we can help you with?" After seeing these two, the soldiers only dared to wait by the side, not daring to come forward and ask Hajins what had happened to them. Chen Kai had wanted to directly fight with Liu Jiang, but at the moment there are too many people coming. If they rush out, it will have a bit of a big impact on the future. After scanning those soldiers present, he scattered Liu Jiang's hand and turned to walk away. Liu Jiang looked at the way he left at the drop of a hat, and was genuinely a bit irritated. What does this man do? Sincerely here to make trouble, aren't you? One word and run. The words, in the eyes of the soldiers next to him, were undoubtedly no different from seeking death. They were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe a word, and each of them thought that Liu Jiang was also estimated to be a very extraordinary power, so they didn't dare to say anything more. And Liu Jiang didn't care about any of this. He just hurriedly asked about Hajins. Well, Hajins, at this point, was fully focused on the final step. One last step to go. Until then, don't let anyone else near me. Saying that, his hands quickly manipulated various gestures, and then the blaze exploded, and the spell formation was catalyzed. The absolute spirit body, which was now kneeling in place with only its legs, instantly began to wail, its body acting as if its soul was being extracted by an invisible force. The absolute spirit body, who sensed the imminent end of his body, immediately got up and tried to escape. At the same time, but a huge flaming arm stretched out from inside Hajin's spell, instantly grabbing the boss in front of him. Make it immobile. With such a huge flaming arm, even Liu Jiang lamented. Magic awakened is good, always putting out such awesome skills. With that said, countless white points of light began to escape from within the body of the absolute spirit body. It's like it's going to burst. Yet each of these points of light represents a soul. At the moment of breaking out of the absolute spiritual body, they are free. Each soul had a happy smile on its face, as if it had been imprisoned for a long time and then regained its life. Hajin's phalanx was also thoroughly perfected. The points of light that erupted from the absolute spirit body were also getting more and more intense. Until then, there were some points of light that began to float around Liu Jiang, encircling him. Others floated next to Hajin's and fell gently. When Liu Jiang tried to reach out and touch them, he realized that these souls were the same children from before. They looked like they were trying to thank us, and we were surrounded by stops. Liu Jiang gently touched the spirit, but realized that he could touch them. That soul didn't expect Liu Jiang to be able to touch them, so they all flocked to Liu Jiang's side. This made Liu Jiang feel comfortable like never before as well. Seeing these orphans who used to live in the same orphanage as yourself, Liu Jiang's heart was also starting to have some mixed feelings. These are real people. What kind of asshole would be so heartless? It was also at this time that Liu Jiang suddenly thought of something. Where's the little girl? Hajin sensed it too. Yeah, what about the little girl? It's already that time. She should have shown up too. However, Su Xiaoqing's soul was not found here, and she could not be sensed anymore. Liu Jiang began to sense that something was wrong and rushed to the dissipating corpse, fighting to find Su Xiaoqing's soul. But Liu Jiang realized that no matter how much he was observing, he didn't seem to see Su Xiaoqing's soul. Inner turmoil began to stir, until he yelled at the pile of souls. Su Xiaoqing, can you hear my answer? If you hear my voice, come next to me. But no matter how much Liu Jiang shouted, he didn't get a reply from Su Xiaoqing. It's like she's completely disappeared. Liu Jiang also started to panic a bit and immediately ran next to Hodgins and grabbed him by the collar to question him. I thought you said you could save her. Where is she now in person? Hodgins didn't know either, since he was only responsible for setting the spirits free, which wouldn't have happened under normal circumstances. But now this is happening, and he's not sure what's going on. Can only watch. Anxious Liu Jiang silent. And at this moment, Liu Jiang could not care less, immediately pouncing inside those souls, looking around for Su Shaoqing's soul. Hodgins looked at Liu Jiang like this and also felt a little guilty. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He then hurriedly yelled for Liu Jiang. Sir, perhaps there is another possibility, but need your help. Liu Jiang rushed over to Hodgins without saying a word, anxious to ask what exactly is the solution. And Hodgins was beginning to tell him about that possibility. The spell I'm urging is called Free the Limbs. Just by activating this spell, you can liberate all the undead within 10 kilometers of here. But this spell has a fatal drawback, and that is that when the spell is completely finished, it is necessary to sacrifice a soul in order to liberate all the souls. And this soul is from this pile of souls. A voluntary one is chosen for the sacrifice. If I'm not mistaken, Su Shaoqing is the soul that was sacrificed. It turned out that Su Shaoqing was also able to see the situation outside clearly when she was inside the evil spirit. From the beginning to the end, she was watching Liu Jiang and Hodgins, and she knew that in order to activate this spell, it would require a soul to be sacrificed in order to activate it. If this soul reaches Hodgins' spell offering sooner, then the faster the time for his spell to be activated will be. Su Shaoqing looked at this group of orphans behind her, and then looked at the pile of poor ordinary people around her. She finally chose to sacrifice herself. If it wasn't for the fact that he was forcibly summoning the evil spirits, he wouldn't have made today's mistake. Surprisingly, there was a chance that he would be able to liberate them now, and since one of them was going to die in the end no matter what, that person would be the one to take the blame. The reason why Hodgins' spell formation could be activated so quickly was because Su Shaoqing figured it out and chose to sacrifice herself to save countless souls, which allowed him to form the formation so quickly. Those souls ran next to Liu Jiang as soon as they came out, and they weren't thanking them for being free, but they were requesting Liu Jiang to go save sister Su Shaoqing quickly. It was just that Liu Jiang and Hodgins couldn't hear the voices of these souls who had already ascended. It was the only possibility Hodgins could think of these days. There was only one way to re-rescue Su Shaoqing. That is, you have to find a pure little virgin, and someone whose masculinity has to be in the right place, to go into the eye of the spell to get her out. This possibility is very low. If someone else came it would be impossible, but Liu Jiang has a chance. The main thing was that once Su Shaoqing was rescued, there was no guarantee that she would survive, and she had to be sealed in a person with extremely strong physical qualities, and Liu Jiang is the perfect candidate for this. Hodgins looked at Liu Jiang worriedly. Only this method comes at a cost to you. I also respect your, if you choose to give it up. The words were stopped by Liu Jiang before he could finish. Hurry up and get started. Since I promised someone something, I won't go back on it. Chapter 34, The Spirit World. This evil spirit is about to disappear. Hurry up and start. Hodgins also didn't expect Liu Jiang to even consider it, and directly started. He glanced at Liu Jiang noticing how determined his eyes had become. Yeah, it's almost about time. With that, he continued to deepen the previous spell. At the same time, a door appeared in front of the spell. The door was crawling with palms that had broken off, and the cracks in the door revealed that horror. It seemed to warn those who wanted to get close to him that if they went in that would be the end of it. Even the soldiers not far away who were merely looking at the door felt fear. Both of those two B-rank awakened only dared to gulp in place. That door also slowly opened at this moment. Only that the door was just halfway open when it was suddenly kicked violently by Liu Jiang, instantly turning into broken brass. Countless undead and wailing sounds came out, and the thousands of years of evil spirits trapped inside the door ran out frantically as if they were trying to regain their lives. Only that door was like a cage trapping them tightly, and no matter how much they struggled, they couldn't escape. Such a horrifying scene made even the battle-hardened Huadingsha a bit emboldened. Some of the ordinary soldiers in the back were even so shocked that they directly fainted. However, Liu Jiang didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, because the scene in front of him was just like that compared to the copy he had entered before. Hands in his pants pockets and he swaggered in. Only after the entire body walked in did he see that it was as if it was hell inside, with no concept of heaven and earth, and that he could not see anything other than endless grievous spirits. Liu Jiang sighed deeply, and at that moment, Hodgins reminded him of this. Sir, remember, there's not much time left for you. If you haven't found her in an hour, hurry up and come out. Otherwise there's nothing I can do. Liu Jiang slightly sidestepped ahead, then walked straight into that abyss. There's no end in sight here. just a world full of ghosts and whales. Compared to those monstrous monsters, at the very least Liu Jiang knew that these were from humans, so the heart remains unruffled, just looking around, looking for Su Xiaoqing's figure, and he also shouted Su Xiaoqing's name into that abyss, until he searched for a long time, which is when he realized that not far away there seems to be a little girl is squatting there alone crying. Liu Jiang curiously walked over and was about to plan to see who she was when he realized that he couldn't get close to the figure no matter how much he walked. Even if he ran over, he still couldn't get close to that figure. Instead, the faster he ran, the further away the figure got from him. But if one stopped, the figure seemed to have stopped as well. It always felt like that little girl was close. Liu Jiang knew that if he simply walked over, he would never be able to touch the girl. After thinking about it for a while, he shouted that out loud to the little girl. Su Xiaoqing, if it's you, answer me. Only the little girl continued to cry there as if she hadn't heard. Liu Jiang was curious. Even if that person wasn't Su Xiaoqing, hearing the sound so close should have turned around and looked. If you give up on yourself, no one can stop you. But are you going to stand by and watch all those children you saved die? If you chose to save them in the first place just to redeem yourself, you're making a big mistake. If you want to redeem yourself, then get the hell out of here with me. When Liu Jiang said this, it looked like it had a little effect. The little girl in front of her suddenly stood up straight and then looked ahead with some shock. And this person was also none other than Su Xiaoqing. Only in her perspective, there was no one behind her. But just now, he heard a hint of Liu Jiang's voice, which is why he suddenly stood up straight. Immediately, he looked left and right, scrambling to find Liu Jiang's voice, and Liu Jiang can only watch her run around. He still can't catch up with Su Xiaoqing no matter what, like there was an unbridgeable gap between them. It turns out that people in the spirit world are like ghosts in the human world. Only people can see ghosts, and ghosts can't see people. There was always a gap between them, a separation of human souls. Su Xiaoqing cried as she ran, trying to find Liu Jiang's people. Former, seniors, elder, where are you? I'm so scared. It's so cold in here. I want to get out. Please take me out, okay? Only no matter how much Su Xiaoqing searched, she could not see Liu Jiang's figure. Eventually giving up gradually, he fell to his knees and cried bitterly there. Yeah, I'm a dead man now. What I'm thinking, it's all just my last fantasy. And at this time, Liu Jiang was also desperately shouting for Su Xiaoqing. Pull yourself together. But it didn't help in the slightest. That asshole Hodgins. And don't tell me how to get her out when I get in. But after thinking about it for a while, Liu Jiang seemed to have thought of something like, if souls come to the human realm and people have to think of ways to be able to see ghosts if they want to see souls, is it not possible for ghosts in the spirit realm to want to see people in the same way that humans do? As soon as it's 3 minutes past midnight, find a place where no one is around. Stick your head down to check the back of your pants, and there's an 80% chance you'll see a ghost. Wouldn't it be okay if people came here? Now there is no other way. Liu Jiang said to do it. There was no concept of space here anyway, so Liu Jiang could travel up and down Su Xiaoqing at will. He tried to utilize the principle that Su Xiaoqing crouched on the ground when she cried, and ran under Su Xiaoqing's legs so that she could see herself. Only this looks and feels a little bit like a pervert. But what's this if it saves her? But after trying all the methods, Su Xiaoqing still couldn't see herself. Is this how it's going to end? Liu Jiang had tried countless ways, but still failed to make Su Xiaoqing see herself. 1 hour is almost over. If he still can't take her away, then he will have to explain himself here. Should we just let it go? No. If I say I must take her out, I must take her out. Liu Jiang suddenly thought of a better way. Since the earthly and spiritual worlds are opposite, and the crotch can't be seen, isn't it true that the celestial aurora can be seen? Liu Jiang directly floated to Su Xiaoqing's head without saying anything. Just what can I do to get her to look up? It's about time. In this tense and anxious situation, Liu Jiang seems to have thought of something else. He could faintly hear a bit of himself before, so that means she can feel my call. I'm afraid it wouldn't work if I simply called her by her first name, to shout out her obsessive heart, and her obsession is, hey, Su Xiaoqing, listen, those orphans of yours can call in whoever they like for help. I don't care anyway, and don't think that just because you saved those orphans that they'll thank you. This disheveled look of yours will only make them hate you more. It's nice of you to run away from all of them when all you had to do was run here alone and cry. I'm telling you, no one will ever take revenge for you. Just after these words were said, Su Xiaoqing's brain tightened violently. Seem to really feel something? Immediately get up and look around. Elder, is that you? Elder? I feel it. Elder, I'm here. Elder. Liu Jiang is also speechless. This little old sister. Listen is heard, but have to look at the head. What is now an hour is now less than 5 minutes. If Liu Jiang still couldn't remind Su Shaoqing, then he wouldn't be able to walk out at all. Just when he was feeling anxious about this, Su Shaoqing actually miraculously raised her head, like it was meant to be. In this moment, the two of them finally met each other face to face. Chapter 35 First Kiss. They saw each other in this moment. Su Shaoqing also saw that familiar face again, and tears could no longer be suppressed. Former generation. I finally see you. Liu Jiang also covered his forehead helplessly. Finally, we meet face to face with this little ninny. But time waited for no one. Liu Jiang immediately continued to yell, now is not the time to cry. I'm here to save you now. Hurry up and grab my hand. I'm taking you out. Su Shaoqing also knew that this was not the time to be capricious and hurriedly dried her tears. After glancing at Liu Jiang in the sky, he stored up his strength and jumped directly, then grabbed Liu Jiang's hand that was reaching down. Also due to the fact that it was a spirit body, Liu Jiang grabbed him as if he was grabbing the air, without any weight at all. With a casual flick of his hand, he dragged Su Shaoqing's entire body up. How can you say, make such a stupid decision? Didn't you say you wanted me to avenge you? Okay, I'll avenge you, but I'd rather you see that family get killed with your own eyes. Before the words were finished, Su Shaoqing violently jumped onto Liu Jiang's body and hugged him tightly. Frantic crying ensued. Senior, I'm sorry senior, please don't leave me, please, I'll always listen to you from now on, just please don't leave me behind. Liu Jiang didn't say anything when he looked at Su Shaoqing who was crying in pain in his arms. He just gently hugged her, then bowed his head slightly. It's about time for it to be over, and it shouldn't be too late. Thinking of this, Liu Jiang immediately struck a running pose. 5 seconds until the spell closes. Due to the reason that it was almost dawn in the real world, Liu Jiang was already at least 100,000 km away from the entrance of the spell cave. Hajins also lost Liu Jiang's position directly from the exploration of the spell. Usually when this happened, it meant that Liu Jiang's location was out of the exploration range of the spell, which was why the target disappeared. At the same time, the sound of chickens crowing began to be heard all around. The spell's prodding also began to gradually collapse, and the energy that had sustained the spell was also gradually disappearing. It's already too late. This distance wouldn't have made it in time for anyone else. It was only that Liu Jiang's body was no longer something normal humans could understand. Liu Jiang stored up his strength and charged forward violently, so fast that it was even close to the speed of light. But the closing of the spell was down to the last second, and speed, even at the speed of light, had no chance. Hajins also couldn't sense any sign of a living person inside the spell formation anymore, even though he had used all his strength in maintaining the activation of the spell formation. In the end, he still couldn't wait for Liu Jiang's figure, until he bled from his mouth and nose. His hands were red and swollen, and he eventually fainted completely. The spell also dissipated immediately because of Hajin's interruption. Although Liu Jiang had already seen the opening of the spell formation, his speed was still a little short. It didn't end up punching out. The phalanx also disappeared completely. Even the few soldiers outside watching from the sidelines felt very sorry for them. The sun had also risen completely and everything was quiet. Not a chance. The few soldiers also rushed over to assist Hajins. Captain, you've done well. It's not your fault. When he finished, he closed his eyes. Only, it's not over yet. A crack in the air was suddenly and inexplicably created. A few soldiers also realized that something was wrong and panicked as they looked at the crack. And the cracks began to get bigger and bigger, and the gas emanating from inside began to grow. Everyone around them saw this and retreated in a hurry, hiding not far away to continue watching the rift. Just at this time, a hand suddenly reached out violently, but this time, it wasn't the devil, but Liu Jiang's. He was holding Su Shaoqing with one hand, while his other hand was breaking the crack with a deadly grip. Instead, the cracks were gradually getting bigger because of this terrifyingly monstrous power of his. It wasn't until a blinding light instantly illuminated a way that Liu Jiang completely tore this space apart. The whole man roared in anger. Give it to me, drive! A red-faced, sinewy Liu Jiang walked out of the crack with Su Shaoqing in his arms. Hey, brat, I brought her out. Hurry up and find a way to keep her. Hajins eventually couldn't stop laughing at the sight of the two men at peace. Then disengaging the hands of the two soldiers he walked next to Liu Jiang. A look of a robbery. It was as if he had just been the one to experience a life or death. Looking at Liu Jiang's strong and invincible expression, Hajins finally let go of that breath. What am I worried about? Lowering his head, he shook it ironically to himself. Just come back. I'll take it from here. At this point Su Shaoqing's soul began to slowly disappear. Hajins hurriedly told Liu Jiang to put her down. Then he took out a jade pendant from inside his pocket. This is my family heirloom. After saying that, He directly handed it to Liu Jiang and stated that he wanted Liu Jiang to feed a drop of blood to Su Shaoqing. Then he recites the mantra and that's it. It would have been a simple thing to do. Except they still ran into a snag. Liu Jiang's blood is too hard to take. No matter what he tried on his own, he couldn't pierce his hand, let alone pierce it. He couldn't even make it hurt. But if it was someone else's blood, it wouldn't be able to support Su Shaoqing's soul. It has to be a boy and the body has to be strong and most importantly, the yang energy has to be heavy. Hajin scanned the room. There was no one here who met the above criteria, not even the first one except for his own presence. But as he saw Su Shaoqing's body begin to slowly disappear, Liu Jiang became anxious. No way? I put my life on the line to bring her out, and you tell me you can't handle it. But then Hajin suddenly thought of something else, busy telling Liu Jiang there is another way. Only this way. I wonder if you're willing. Liu Jiang immediately told him to cut the crap and hurry up. Su Shaoqing's body also disappeared faster and faster. Hajin did not dare to hide it and immediately told Liu Jiang, it doesn't have to be blood to take her soul. Anything that's liquid on you, like drool, for example. And what's happening now is that I don't know if people want to eat your spit or not. This comment put Liu Jiang in a difficult position. It's like he can't really make a decision about this stuff. He can't let me rape her, can he? I certainly don't mind all that for a big man. It's just that people girls. These words were just half spoken when Su Shaoqing pounced up and violently kissed Liu Jiang's mouth. Before Liu Jiang could react, he was viciously hugged on the head. The brain went blank with just a few words. It was, like, my first kiss. Chapter 36 Adoption of a Disciple. Liu Jiang felt the panic and immediately held Su Shaoqing with both hands then pushed her away. The soft lips also parted from Liu Jiang's mouth and a thin line of white saliva was pulled out. Su Shaoqing then looked seriously at Liu Jiang and said with some affection, I volunteered. I don't blame you, if you don't mind. I also. Liu Jiang looked at her still chewing mouth and felt a little shy. After a moment of silence it turned and walked to a corner and crouched down. Just outrageous. People and ghosts are different. People and ghosts are different. People and ghosts are different. It was good that after Su Shaoqing ate Liu Jiang's saliva, the disappearing parts of her body were slowly coalescing. Hajin seemed to see what was going on as well, and stifled a few chuckles. That, Su Shaoqing, in your current condition, I guess you won't be able to leave beyond 10 around him from now on, but you can attach yourself to his body, and all you have to do is guard the jade pendant in his hand. As long as the jade pendant is okay, you'll be fine. Of course if the jade pendant breaks, you will also disappear completely. There's no way to overtake you, but it's the only way you'll survive. I'm really sorry. And while Su Shaoqing just smiled faintly, then slowly came over, looking into Hajin's simple eyes, he spoke from his heart. Thank you. Hajin's froze as well. It seemed like she didn't care at all about any of this life and death stuff, but that's fine. Hearing her words, Hajin also smiled slightly, then lowered his head and shook it gently. At this time, Su Shaoqing also ran to Liu Jiang's back and hugged Liu Jiang. The sudden touch caused Liu Jiang, who was already in doubt, to instantly wake up, then jerked upright. Somewhat awkwardly, he turned back and said, Su Shaoqing actually, you don't have to. Saving people is just my job, not to mention you're kind of my elementary school sister. Now that you've been rescued, you can do whatever you want in the future. There's no need to cling to mine. And Su Shaoqing didn't pay attention to Liu Jiang's words, she just hugged him tightly, her cheeks still rubbing against Liu Jiang's back from time to time. Liu Jiang, who had never coaxed anyone before, suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. Su Shaoqing also let go of Liu Jiang at this moment, then jumped to Liu Jiang's front with a few small steps and squatted down, looking at Liu Jiang dumbfounded, and Liu Jiang could only scratch his head and look elsewhere. Su Shaoqing was still carefully observing Liu Jiang, looking at his shy face, and eventually couldn't help but laugh. All right. I originally thought you were a fearless person, but I didn't realize you could be shy. Hearing this, Liu Jiang immediately reacted, and when he wanted to say something, only to see the Su Shaoqing in front of him spit out his tongue at himself, comparing it to a ghostly face. Then it turned into a wisp of light and disappeared in front of him. It wasn't until the jade pendant in his hand flashed that he picked it up and watched it carefully. Hajin also walked next to Liu Jiang at that moment. He gave Liu Jiang a serious look. The mouth seems to want to say something else. Liu Jiang also feel that this picture is a little twisted. Really cannot hold back to gently ask a sentence. What are you doing here? Before he could finish saying this, he saw Hajin suddenly kneel down, and kowtowed 3 times heavily to Liu Jiang. The whole Liu Jiang, who was already so confident, was even more puzzled. It's just that I saved your life once. No need to do such a big favor, right? Besides, I didn't help much by simply bringing you back. Can you just give some money, and you need to kneel down in such a grand ceremony? It makes me wonder how I'm going to blackmail you for a little money next. They say a man's knee is worth nothing. Your leg is worthless, isn't it? But it is not a solution to keep him like this. Liu Jiang hurriedly reached up to assist. Don't. I can't afford it. However, Hajin still looked at himself with that very determined look, which whole Liu Jiang was too embarrassed to look at him squarely. Only an embarrassed face and a sideways glance indicated that this was not necessary. It was also at this point that Hajins was suddenly yelling a few times. Sir, my name is Hajins. In the midst of several battles just now, I saw in you strength, faith and a determined look. I know I'm not very good at what I do, but I have a heart with a dream. I'm willing to do whatever I'm asked to do as long as it fulfills the vision I have within me. When he finished, he knocked heavily on the ground, and shouted out the words, please take me as your disciple. These words made the clueless Liu Jiang even more clueless. Worship me. You boys must have dropped your brains. Liu Jiang understands, not to mention what I can teach him. Right, he is not even enough to support his own share of the money. Where is the money? And then raise another freeloader disciple. Unless, it was at this point that Hajins cried out that line again. Sir, if you don't accept me as your disciple, then I will kneel here for the rest of my life until you promise me. Why did Liu Jiang hear this strange, racking his brain to recall this phrase from within his memories? Isn't this the ing worship trope that is often used within TV dramas? It's no use. I don't have that kind of money. I can't afford you even if you kneel here for the rest of your life. Unbeknownst to them, both had so little knowledge of each other. One was only thinking of worshipping Liu Jiang as his master, while the other was only thinking of how to muddle through. Right now Hajins is like this. I can't turn him down, can I? And as I recall, he's still a stubborn gangster. And there's a real possibility that he'll be kneeling here for the rest of his life if we don't take him on as a disciple in this situation. Liu Jiang was getting harder the more he thought about it. What can we do about this? How about saying yes to him and then finding an opportunity to let him back out naturally? Good idea. That's it. Liu Jiang said with some compulsion as he picked up Hajins in front of him with great difficulty. Okay? Hearing those two words made Hajins even more excited. Hurriedly, he kowtowed a few more times hard in place. Thank you, master. My disciple will definitely not fail you. Liu Jiang was listening to these words that were becoming less and less reliable. Don't call me master. It just sounds weird. He was genuinely unsure of what he was supposed to be teaching this one. No, never let that happen. Gotta find a way to get rid of him quickly. And don't get too happy yet. It's very strict to become my disciple. When the time comes, don't blame me for kicking you out if you can't meet my requirements. Hajins had long ago stopped caring about this. As long as Liu Jiang could keep himself, then everything would be fine in the future. After saying that, he violently kowtowed a few more times in the same place, frightening Liu Jiang to hastily help him up and not let him continue to kowtow. It made the few soldiers next to him look a little overwhelmed. Those two B-rank awakened and those few soldiers, the entire group froze not far away, shocked beyond words. At this moment they firmly believed that Liu Jiang was definitely a very extraordinary character. A character you can't afford to mess with. It's hard to describe what happened this night, but it's all over, and the military has thoroughly investigated everything that happened here. After a while, everything seems to be moving in a calmer direction here. It's a sunny day and a good season for fishing. It was also at this time that many unknown creatures appeared within a river less than 500 MOA, very large and numerous. Because of this group of creatures, that river had countless dead fish floating in it in just one day. It seemed like every living thing in the whole river was at that moment all dead. A group of A-rank squads that received the mission also reached the vicinity of that river in a hurry. Upon arriving at the scene, looking at an entire river with rotting dead fish floating in it, even the A-ranked awakened who had always seen a lot of the world felt a bit shaky. Just less than an hour and so many fish have died. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 37, Deadly Infection. How many days has it been today? An older patrolman, wearing a hat, ran up next to him, reporting the day's events to the female boss in front of her in a black leather jacket. It's been a week since the dead fish appeared on the lake. Captain, we've evacuated all the original inhabitants around here, and we've also sent 20 ships to conduct an undersea search. Until now there is still nothing. If it is really not possible, can only send some special personnel down to the water to look for. Unexpectedly, the patrol officer had just given these comments when they were rebutted on the spot, and seriously asked a non sequitur question. Have all the people around here been moved? The patrol officer was about to say that they were all gone. But when he looked up, he suddenly realized that the female leader was staring at him dead in the face. It seemed as if she would be severely punished if she said one wrong word. Looking at the still somewhat fearful, do not dare to offend the female leader. He can only stammer out the actual situation. Report leader. More than 98% of the neighborhood's original residents are already gone. But there are still so many neighborhood fishermen who haven't left, no matter how much we. Before he could finish his sentence, he was inexplicably slapped right across the face. When he looked up at the female leader again, he found that her expression had changed from the seriousness she had just shown to extreme anger, and roared, ******** off. If you dare to hide the real situation in the future, then don't do it. With these words, the frightened patrol officer could only cover his face and walk away with a low voice, because that woman leader knew that the main person in charge of this matter was herself. How could she just listen to the decisions of some ordinary people? The level of danger in going down to explore the water was just too high, and she knew full well that she couldn't afford it. But if you don't go into the water, you can't find any other reason. No, something has to be done. Just then, the weather suddenly and slowly darkened, and within a few moments it was drizzling. The female leader, who hadn't cared much about the rain, suddenly felt that there seemed to be something odd about it. With that in mind, he reached out a hand to try to catch the rainwater, trying to get a better look at what was so odd about it, but something seemed different about the seemingly flat water, and a droplet fell onto her hand. The female leader, who hadn't cared much about the rain, instantly dilated her pupils and realized something extraordinary. The drop of rainwater was surprisingly writhing on his own hand. Immediately afterward, he put his head over to take a closer look at the drop to see just what it was, but to his horror, he realized that there was actually a small creature inside and it was moving at a crazy high speed. And it's amazing that the rain fell on his hands and didn't get broken up. Just then, the little creature in the drop jerked toward the inside of the female leader's hand as if it had been tugged by something. Frightened, she shook the water off her hands, then nervously yelled at the scouts, "Run! Run where you won't get caught in the rain." After saying that, he himself immediately hid himself in a hurry towards the nearest nearby place. Some of the staff members still didn't understand what it meant and were still staring stupidly at the female leader in place. Some people thought it was just a joke and laughed after looking left and right for a moment and realizing nothing was happening. What's the captain doing? It's not like anything happened here just now. With that, he slapped his face, and the one next to him, his partner, flirted in a somewhat joking tone. It must be that you brats are farting so loudly that it's affecting you, Captain. There was laughter after that. The two were still blissfully unaware of what had happened, and were still heckling in place, and he himself is unaware of it, still laughing madly until blood came out of his mouth and nose. He fell to his knees, and only then did he realize that something was wrong with his body, and the fellow beside him fell to the ground in shock at the scene before him, panicked and shouting, "Captain, what's going on? What's going on? Captain, there's a problem on the captain's side." With that, he frantically tried to escape from this place, but within a few steps, his own body began to collapse in a frenzy. Although there wasn't any pain, one could clearly feel as if one's body had been hollowed out. Then exhausted, he fell to his knees and looked at the ground breathing heavily, until he spat blood from his mouth as well, and smashed it into his hand. This was followed by a single tooth falling out, causing him to sit in place and look at his hands in horror. Crazy yells, until total death. Others began to do the same thing one by one. All of a sudden the place where there was just a lot of talk and laughter instantly turned into a hell on earth. The female leader cried out again, "Hurry up and hide!" Those who heard this no longer dared to hesitate, and ran frantically to the place where the bunker was. It's just that at this point in time, there are already a lot of people who are hopelessly dead, halfway to the building before they even get close to it. Looking at this horrible scene, the female leader instantly broke down. This was the first time in over a decade that she'd been given such a grand assignment, and now she'd straight up screwed it up. A pouring rain came down. Only 3 B-rank awakens survived, and a large group of ordinary people died from the infection. The female leader could only kneel on the ground, clenching her fists in resignation, listening to the people frantically pleading in the rain. She eventually fought back tears. At the same time, pouring rain began to fall where Liu Jiang was. All the places closest to this river were evacuated. Liu Jiang was the only one who didn't come here to notify, because this place is so remote. No one would think anyone else lives here, so they don't come here. At this time, Liu Jiang was also planting flowers at a leisurely pace, oblivious to the dangers of this rain, and still trying to save water and labor. The pots were placed directly where the rain could reach them, scratching his butt while lamenting the rain. An update was also shown on the news at this time. In the broad state, there's been another re-emergence of an update. The river closest to the Broad State has been showing dead fish on the lake in recent days. Now that the people involved have been sent to investigate, I'm sure the matter will be resolved soon. And anyone who gets closer to the Broad State has to act carefully when they go out and remember to take precautions. This is Global Telegraph. Welcome to the program. And that's it for today's broadcast. Thank you. Liu Jiang still looked unimpressed and spit a few words. This news. Yesterday it said there would be a lot of monsters out here. And today it says a lot of dead fish. Is this station reliable? Said he was going to take a nap, while it was raining to fall asleep comfortably. But when he stood up and turned his head to look, he realized that Su Shaoqing was actually lying on his bed and stomped on his legs to lie down and read a book. Liu Jiang ran over with some impatience, slapped her ass and said with some anger, "You've been lying here all day. Hurry up and get out of the way for me to sleep." But Liu Jiang's action caused Su Shaoqing to spill her guts. How can you be so rough on people? How can you say that they are also girls? Only Liu Jiang was a wooden head and didn't pay any attention to this, and it continues to be hyped. Why don't you go back to your jade pendant and sleep, and come here to take my spot? Believe it or not, I'll just lock the jade pendant in the cabinet tube. Let's see if you dare. Take my bed. Su Shaoqing could only obediently get out of the way when she heard this from Liu Jiang. Although a little angry, he sat up reluctantly. How petty. Serves you right for being single. Made a face and disappeared. Liu Jiang didn't care what she said, and directly laid on it. Only they were talking and laughing inside, but those flowers behind them all withered in just a moment. Chapter 38, The Withered Flower. A huge clearing was filled with 18 neatly arranged headstones. A few leaves fell on the tombstone as the fall wind blew by. Hajin sat down next to the headstone with a few flowers. Ugh, why do you guys think fall came so fast this year? My dad used to say that fall is the season when everything dies. I didn't know what it meant when I was a kid, but now it seems. With that said, Hodgins covered his forehead in place and sneered. The 18 tombstones in front of them were the same 18 people who had crusaded against the boss with Hodgins earlier. I didn't realize that just by taking part in a mission, they would be completely separated from each other. It's funny to say that just a few days ago we were eating, drinking and laughing together, and now we have to sit here and enjoy the flowers with you. That's how life is sometimes. There was silence at the tombstone when he finished speaking. At this time a pale hand suddenly appeared behind Hodgins, holding by his arm. A well-dressed, very friendly-looking older man stood behind Hodgins. This man was none other than Hodgins' second uncle. Oh Dins, don't be too sad. You should know that you should have expected this day when you stepped into this one path of the awakened. You should be glad you're still alive right now, not frustrated that they're dead. If they see it, that should be pretty sad too. Condolences. Liu Jiang didn't pay too much attention, just quietly closed his eyes and stayed in place for a while before putting the flowers down and walking away. His second uncle also wanted to ask Hodgins, "Where is this going?" Hodgins looked back when he heard it, speaking softly, "I've worshipped a master, and now I have to go over and practice with him. He doesn't like people to wait too long for him, so I'm going to have to hurry over there. I'll catch up with you next time I'm free, Uncle too." After saying that, he disappeared into thin air, and the words he left behind irritated his second uncle deeply, because in the eyes of the family, Hodgins grew up looking at no one. There was no one who could get into his eyes. He couldn't look at the ones weaker than him, and the ones stronger than him weren't as talented as he was. That's why he's never been able to find one that's stronger and more talented than him. But now he actually worships. If that person wasn't strong, it simply couldn't be done to make him lower his noble head and willingly become a disciple. Who on earth could this person be? There's such a thing as curiosity, and once it's buried it can never be stopped. Ah, my flowers. What son of a doused all my flowers? Get your ass out here. Liu Jiang had wanted to go to bed at toilet, but was shocked to find that his flowers, which had just been alive and well, were now all withered and dead. It made him incredibly angry, and he vowed to make the person who had secretly watered his flowers to death pay for it. Hodgins had just walked under the door of Liu Jiang's building when he heard Liu Jiang's heartbreaking roar. Scared, he rushed up in a panic, thinking something had happened. It wasn't until Hodgins violently kicked in that door of Liu Jiang's that he realized Liu Jiang was crouching there in disorientation. The words kept coming out of his mouth. My flowers, my flowers, my flowers. Hodgins thought that something major had happened and rushed to Liu Jiang's side, inquiring in horror, "Teacher, is this what happened? Why are you so down and out?" And Liu Jiang just looked at Hodgins grimly. "There you are, my flowers." And at that moment, Hodgins also heard what Liu Jiang was saying and hurriedly looked at the withered grasses at the door, then walked over and picked a wilted flower and wiped it, then put it back up to his nose and sniffed it. Indeed, it should not be. Yesterday when he came here, these flowers are still no problem at all, but this flower doesn't have any pesticide ingredients on it. It's impossible to wilt purely naturally. So, since it wasn't drugged and it wasn't sun-dried, what could this be? No sooner had she said this than she realized with horror that a small worm had appeared on her hand, and it's still madly desperate to get inside Hajin's hand. Unfortunately for Hajin's, his gloves were made of titanium aluminum, and not to mention the little bugs. Even if a piece of grenade exploded when cupped in his hand, it was unlikely that it would cause any damage to these gloves. Hajin's also hurriedly ran next to Liu Jiang and explained about the bug. Liu Jiang was instantly furious when he learned that it was these little bugs that killed his flowers. He's already been victimized by little bugs and shrimp for the past few days. Obviously these assholes are ridiculously small and can't fight. And yet they always manage to break my defense. While saying that, I bit my hand and looked angrily at the wilting flowers. I don't share the same fate as the little bugs. Immediately afterward, he pulled out the bottle of insecticide and sprayed it violently inside the wilted flowers, trying to take out all of his temper from so many days on these bugs. Frantically, he fought to spray insecticide next to these flowers and plants. Hajin's also noticed that the bugs seemed to be bothering the teacher very much, so firmly standing beside Liu Jiang, he looked at him seriously. Don't worry, teacher, I'll help you get rid of these bugs. Just after saying that, a bunch of flames coalesced out of his hand. Insecticides don't work, but flames don't. Liu Jiang also saw his evil expression at this moment, and then immediately stopped Hajin's next move. He didn't want this brat spitting fire inside his own home. Stop. Let's put the bug thing aside for now. What are you doing here with me today? Hajin's froze for a moment, then stepped back and bowed deeply. I came to practice with my teacher today. Please, sensei, teach me what I should do to become stronger? Liu Jiang was speechless. Is this brat taking my words as a whisper? It turns out that Liu Jiang said before that if you want to be my disciple, you must first be able to eat spicy food. This was also just the first condition, and the main reason why Liu Jiang was able to say this condition was because he heard Hajin say before that he couldn't eat spicy food. Now that I've come up with a question that he's bound to lose, that must be a clear rejection of him. I didn't think this brat would have the guts to come, and Hajin's had come this time for that very thing. Immediately yelled out, "Yes, sensei. This time I have come to you to fulfill the first condition you have placed on me. I've brought over a few of the spiciest items in the city, so you can oversee the spice level. If you don't think it's okay, just instruct me. I can eat whatever it is." Liu Jiang also froze for a moment, then looked at the several large bags of stuff at the door. At this moment, when Su Shaoqing heard that there was food, she also immediately floated out from inside the jade pendant. Scrambling over to the bags, he politely thanked Hajin's as he picked them up, and all eyes are on the snacks in front of them. Liu Jiang feels that the big thing is not good. If eaten by this little ninny, then is not he cannot eat at all? When he thought of this, he immediately pointed at Su Shaoqing and shouted angrily, "Get your ass down! What do you eat as a spirit? I'll just buy you 2 sticks of incense to light later." Su Shaoqing just glanced blankly at Liu Jiang and stayed silent for a while, then slammed open the bags of snacks and frantically dazzled them into his mouth. Seeing such a horrible scene, Liu Jiang also immediately took a step and slammed into her, and the two of them started fighting over a bit of food. The whole Hajin's next to him was confused. "Say, aren't these bags of snacks what I used for the test? What is this now?" Chapter 39, Terrifying Black Shadow. The rain stopped. Only, the rain was replaced by a disaster. The female leader also came out of the bunker, looking at the bodies all over the ground inwardly low and confused. At this time the communication device in his hand rang. Ding, ding, ding. "Can you hear me, Bamboo Green? What's going on over there?" It turned out that the real name of this female leader was Bamboo Green, and because her identity was really a bit special, this mission was her first real combat. She was also a B-rank awakened, and globally, she was recognized as the strongest B-ranked awakened, and if she were to go by her normal strength, she would be able to directly advance to an A-ranked awakened. But since she had no practical combat experience at all, there was a delay in granting her the title of A-rank awakened person, and this operation was the mission she was given to prove herself. But now, she's screwed up. Not only did he fail to find any clues about the monster, but he also hitched a ride with so many people. Bamboo Green couldn't hold back his inner emotions any longer and fell to his knees. She can misbehave with this so-called Class A awakened, but please don't take away these innocent people. At the same time, behind her came 2 B-rank awakened people who came with her. One is called a vine flower and the other is called a water plant. Both of these 2 were the best companions who had once broken through together with Bamboo Green. Only that Bamboo Green was slightly better than the 2 of them, and that was why they had broken through to the throne of the strongest name of the B-rank awakened. They were also convinced of Bamboo Ching's strength, only that they didn't want to see Bamboo Ching disheveled. Fujihana lit a cigarette and tilted her head back to exhale. The smoke seemed to become oppressive on a cloudy day. Bamboo Green, don't be like that. You did the best you could, and under the circumstances, had it been anyone else, the outcome wouldn't have been any better. You've done a good job of reminding them at the beginning. They just didn't listen. Watercress looked at Bamboo Green with some sadness. It was perhaps the first time she had cried so heartbreakingly. Normally she's tough. The communication device in Bamboo Green's hand had also been reminding her of what was happening over here. Only still haven't gotten any reply from this side. Leave her alone for a while. And at this time, a huge figure suddenly appeared inside the river, paddling across at an extremely fast speed. Fujifana also sensed the terrifying aura with a jolt and immediately threw down the cigarette in her hand and assumed a fighting stance. A shout followed. Quick! There's something in the water. The two of them, Watercress and Bamboo Green, were also startled violently after hearing this, and immediately made a fighting stance. But after a while, the imaginary monster didn't appear. The huge black figure just darted past here, not showing the water or doing anything, but Vine Blossom's perception was very strong. And just now when that pile of stuff merely passed by here, that tense look instantly swept through his entire body. He's pretty sure that if that monster really rushes up, the three of us might not be able to beat it. Watercress asked Vineflower anxiously. What the hell happened? Why have both your faces become so red? It turned out that Vineflower had a very special ability. As long as a very powerful enemy appeared in front of them, then their skin would instantly turn red due to the heat, and the depth of the blush represented the strength intensity level of the person in front of him. No one had been able to make Fujika's face, in such a long time, turn so red in an instant. Even before, when he had faced 3A rank awakened alone, he had never tried to become so red at once, but now the appearance of Vineflower scared the two, Bamboo Green and Watercress, and they didn't dare to be confident. Watercress got anxious, a few words straight off the bat. I'm quitting, so whoever of you wants to do it can do it. This guy in the water is simply too much for us to handle. But when this statement was made, Fujika became angry. Rushing up, he grabbed Watercress by the collar and shouted angrily, "What are you assholes talking about? The battle hasn't even started yet, and you're so downcast? Are you still not a man of honor?" Mizusa pushed Fujihana away, not wanting to listen to his nonsense at all. "If you want to die you can die on your own, don't take me with you. Don't you know anything about your own health? What's the difference between us being here now and waiting to die? It's not that I'm a coward, but it's time for you to come to your senses. Putting your life on the line for a mission?" The two of them were going to start fighting at the drop of a hat, but at this time, Bamboo Green spoke up. She looked at these two partners who had once been with her in life and death, and no matter how much she was torn up inside, she couldn't joke with her life, even if this time, it was the only chance she had to advance to an A-rank awakened person. "Stop it all. Watercress is right. This mission, I can't take it. Let's go." Hearing this, Fujiflora wanted to persuade something more, but was once again stopped by Bamboo Green. "My mind is made up. No need for further discussion. If you still think of me as a captain, obey my orders and hurry." With that, he turned and walked straight away. After hearing this, Watercress and Vineflower both closed their mouths as well, and could only silently look at Bamboo Green's departing back. Perhaps at this point in time, she was the one who was the most upset. At the same time, not far away, inside a sink, a sudden vision appeared. The water was inexplicably murky, like something was squirming underneath. Usually this occurs only when large creatures fight in the water, which can cause such a large turbid surface. But strangely enough, the water level was not terribly chaotic, but on the contrary, it was unusually calm, and there was not the slightest trace of having fought. It was also at this time that a fisherman appeared next to the waterfront. It was an older man, wearing a bucket hat and a raincoat, leisurely preparing to salvage the lake. A few grumbles came out of his mouth every now and then. These cadres who have nothing better to do than to eat know how to fool us common people every day. Yesterday it was said that this place is often infested with monsters, and today it was said that fishing is prohibited inside this lake. I've lived here for most of my life. Can I not know if there are monsters? This kind of talk can only fool those young people. If you want to fool me, there is no door. After spitting, he was still there leisurely casting nets, humming a few mountain songs from time to time. That murky lake always gives a very depressing feeling in this gloomy weather, and the old fisherman didn't take it seriously, and thought it was the best thing to be out fishing at this season. For the most part, the fish prefer this weather. The fisherman also intends to prop up the bamboo slips and salvage them at greater depths. Said also bring a few birds cormorant. These birds also specialize in catching fish, can help their own faster fishing. Propped up on a bamboo brief and gliding leisurely across the lake, he soon arrived at a deeper river. At the same time he was surprised to find the muddy area. From years of experience, this is usually a status quo caused by a large school of fish moving down there. "Gotta make a fortune today," said and flirted a bit. "Hey, yesterday there was talk of large numbers of dead fish floating in the river. Why didn't I see it?" Unconsciously, the bamboo brief was paddled to the right center of the lake, and the fisherman immediately lowered his bamboo pole, intending to put those birds down first for catching. The bird also disappeared into the lake the moment it was released. The fisherman hadn't cared too much about it yet, because it was not unusual for that to happen. Thinking to myself, I dismantled that big net, intending to make a killing. While he was still feeling happy about his little cleverness, the bamboo slip suddenly shook violently, like it was hit by something. He was so scared that he lost his center of gravity and almost fell into the river. Fortunately, the fisherman reacted in time and braced his hand against the bamboo slip, which gave him a scare. Only what was that all about? The fisherman felt it too, and got a little restless. What could be on such a calm lake? Could it be a big fish? Inwardly a little flustered, the fisherman gulped and just didn't take it seriously. The birds that were put down in the water haven't moved a bit so far. Fishwife was beginning to sense that something was wrong. He attempted to tap the bamboo slips a few times, intending to call back the birds, but realized that he had been tapping for half a day without seeing any sign of them, because he was in a hurry to get out to sea today. He hadn't tied a rope to their feet, so he wasn't sure what was going on with the birds now. It's only logical that they should have run up for air a long time ago. The more he thought inside, the more panicked he became, but he couldn't do anything about it, so he could only sit alone in panic and tap on the bamboo slips. Not far from the lake something seemed to have scratched again, splashing a little. The fisherman underneath fell back violently, almost fell into the lake again. By now the lake had quieted down a bit and the fisherman was starting to feel scared. Just then another spot got a little splash, and every so often a small splash would be made, a tense and oppressive sensation that the fisherman could no longer bear. Immediately, he grabbed the propped-up paddle next to him and frantically slapped it on the water to try to scare away whatever was in the water. But after he finished a haphazard slap, the lake seemed to be really quiet. The fisherman breathed heavily and nervously began to look around, and only after a while, when the water had calmed down, did he let go of that hanging heart. Only, countless heads seemed to appear under his bamboo slips, and he doesn't even know it. Chapter 40, The Abyssal Giant. I'm going to eat it too. I'm going to eat it too. At this moment, Liu Jiang was sitting in front of the TV, eating a spicy noodle with one hand, while the other hand was supporting Su Shaoqing's face, preventing her from coming over to eat it. Even if she begged hard, it was useless. Instead, Hajins could only sit behind Liu Jiang and eat the large basket of peppers in front of him one by one. The old teacher, are you sure you want me to eat these? Her mouth was red and full of tears. It turned out that Liu Jiang had picked a random basket of chili peppers inside the mountain for Hajins to eat in order to have these snacks all to himself, and then all of those chili peppers were left to him alone. Even Su Shaoqing couldn't eat it. Liu Jiang picked at his teeth, sweating profusely. Just listen to me. As long as you eat all of that basket of chili peppers, this first test, you'll be considered to have passed. With that said, he took another big bite of the pepperoni in his hand. A commercial from last month was playing on the TV at the moment. It says that today is a department store and supermarket clearance sale. Because of the bad lot in the broad state, we had to empty those out. Today, 10% off everything. One day only, one day only. This advertisement seems to have opened a new world for Liu Jiang. The chorizo fell out of his mouth in shock. The whole group froze and stared at the advertisement in front of them. Tears also flowed involuntarily. Saved. We are finally saved this month. Immediately after saying that, he took the chili bar in his hand and slammed it on the ground, then dutifully sat down and ate it again. Hua Ding was at a loss, and Su Shaoqing didn't know what kind of seizure he was having all of a sudden. Just immediately stole a packet of chili fries over and ate it while he wasn't looking. Instead, Liu Jiang grabbed Su Shaoqing and frantically shook her body. We've got everything we need for the month. Come on, hurry up and pack. It's not too late to go. Immediately after saying this, he packed up his things and left the house. Only the two who were still frozen inside the room were left behind. Hajins could never figure out what Liu Jiang really wanted, until a news story appeared on the TV. The broad state has been experiencing a lot of supernatural phenomena lately, with fish dying inexplicably and birds disappearing inexplicably, and even some of the armies that went to investigate the event were not spared, and we still have not been able to find out the main source of these causes. So those who are still in the broad state and have not evacuated, hurry up and get out of here. This is a news story that only airs on the Broad State channel. Anyone who reads this news Please leave the broad state immediately. Attention! This is an emergency briefing. An emergency briefing. After saying that a red emergency warning appeared on the TV and kept flashing, and by this time Hodgins was long gone from the scene. He seemed to understand exactly what Liu Jiang was going to do. It seems that I was still too shallow and almost didn't get the teacher's point. How can you view where there is danger inside just one TV channel? This kind of subtle detailing is a bit scary, so I guess I'll have to work harder on it. Only at this moment, Liu Jiang knew nothing, and was completely at odds with the one Hodgins had imagined. He simply wanted to go and take advantage of the big cut and go over and whore those things out. On the other side, the closest city to that most dangerous river is now long empty. There was no living soul to be seen on the whole street except some leaves blown down by the breeze. Also right in the middle of the city, a dozen people sat in a restaurant. These people were the same survey teams that had explored the lake earlier. Bamboo green, watercress, vine flower and the others. When this squad came here in the beginning, there were hundreds of people, but now there are only 12 people left. Bamboo green grabbed a glass of beer and slammed it down. She tried to use the effects of alcohol to get herself too drunk to face her partner who was already dead. She blamed herself very much for dragging so many people down just because she wanted to get credit. The more she thought about it, the harder it got for her to open another beer and slammed it down in one gulp. The move was seen by Watercress, who rushed forward to stop it, because Watercress understood that Bamboo Green was never someone who could drink. Normally when they got together for dinner, Takenori never drank more than 2 beers, and now she's had at least 20 bottles, and looked like he hadn't gotten drunk yet, although he was already red in the face and even a little delirious. But it still didn't stop her from continuing to drink. Everyone present knew that if Bamboo Green kept drinking like that, something would definitely go wrong. So all of them came up and stopped Bamboo Green. "Captain, you can't drink anymore. If you keep drinking like that, you'll die." And at this point, Bamboo Green had long since stopped what they were saying, and just turned to look at them with somewhat dull eyes. It then proceeded to pick up the bottle and pour it into his mouth. She didn't even stop even when all the people present ran over to stop her, and flung everyone away with a mighty heave. Staggering to his feet, he held out his own finger and pointed it at everyone present. "Who are you guys? How dare you meddle in my head as well? Yes, I was incapable of saving them, but don't I even have the right to drink? A little drink and you guys are in charge like this. Is everyone's heart hoping for me to die and you guys to take my place? Isn't that right?" Bamboo Green was getting more and more agitated, scaring everyone around him. "I tell you, you're not even close to taking my place." Just after these words were said, Bamboo Green was slapped violently. The entire person was also directly lifted to the ground by the power of this palm, covering her face emotionally instantly. She had wanted to teach the man who had hit her a lesson. As soon as he looked up he realized that everyone was looking at him gravely. One of them, Fujika, stood at the front, her hand still in that pose she had just struck after her. The cigarette in his mouth was spit out. Bamboo Green didn't expect it to be Fujifana hitting herself. Because of all the people present, Fujika was the best for herself, and now he was looking at himself with an expression of disappointment. "Have you had enough or not? I didn't follow you in the first place to see you cry and whine. You get on your feet right now. Right now. It is true that we are not qualified to take your place, for it is a place that only you deserve, but the one I worship is not the one you are now." Bamboo Green heard these words and came to a realization, sitting there like a child who had made a mistake, looking at everyone at a loss for words, then stretched up his own hands and looked at them. "Yeah, when did I become this?" At this point she wanted to cry but couldn't. Forget it. Bamboo Green eventually held back her tears. Fujihana also seemed to see that she had come to her senses. With that, he held out his hand. The sun also shone through the dark clouds on his face. Bamboo Green wiped her face, and then reached out her own hand intending to take his and stand up, but just halfway through the pole, there was a sudden explosion before his eyes. The powerful impact shattered all the items in the entire private room. Bamboo Green also fell to the ground due to the instant weightlessness. Smoke and mirrors. Bamboo Green waved his hand and patted the dust in front of him, waiting for the smoke to slowly disperse and the sunlight to shine in. Looking up, he was horrified to find a huge humanoid fish monster in front of him. One hand cupped Vineflower's head and had dead eyes. Vineflower's skin also instantly rose red at this moment. With this situation, it seemed that what was in front of him was a very terrifying absolute powerhouse. Chapter 41 Gaps. A fishman that was 5 or 6 meters tall, covered in muscles and covered in scales, was standing in front of himself with a vine flower cupped in one hand. Under the sun's rays, its body looked like it was boiling with every breath it exhaled, and rolls of white smoke came out, bright and brilliant. At this point, Bamboo Green was already scared to death. She wanted to resist but didn't know what to do. One could only panic and randomly feel around for something next to his hand, grabbing a bottle before hastily stretching it out in front of himself in a defensive position. After the fishman saw Bamboo Green's movement, he casually threw the vine flower in his hand. Casually, he walked over to Bamboo Green. Looking at the weak human, it crouched down. It took a long look, then slowly opened its mouth. Some white gas, too, exhaled from inside its mouth. A horrible whisper followed. Barely, barely, barely. Only the two gills next to its ears were also vibrating frantically, and its eyes became immensely large as it screamed. A hideous eye and a huge mouth appeared in front of Bamboo Green. In the sunlight, that face was beyond terrifying. Bamboo Green's mental defenses were completely shattered, and the bottle of wine in his hand fell at this moment. The sound of the bottle hitting the ground and shattering captivated the fishman in front of him. It was also in such a short gap of time that the water plants violently killed it. In his hand was a high-temperature polythermal sword. This sword can raise the temperature of this sword to 300 degrees Celsius in a short period of time. Coupled with his own special ability, he was able to instantly raise the temperature of this sword to 800 degrees Celsius. Almost anything that was physical would be instantly cut through once it touched the sword. Even steel will smoke when touched. The water plants, however, took advantage of this period of relaxation of the fisherman to kill violently between them. No one could dodge it at such a close distance. This sword is bound to hit. Only, reality is always so unexpected. When Mizusa's sword was still a few millimeters away from touching the fishman's neck, a huge fist had smashed squarely into his face. The tremendous impact combined with the powerful inertia instantly knocked the entire body of the water plant apart. The entire equipment on his body fell apart under the impact of the punch. The fishman in front of him, on the other hand, didn't even bother to look squarely at the water plants, still there with a deadly stare at Bamboo Green. The moment Mizusa's entire body exploded out, the fishman moved as well. In just a blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the water plants, and before the water plant could hit the ground, it was violently grabbed by its entire body. With a casual squeeze, all of the bones in Watercress's body were instantly crushed. The powerful squeezing sensation was so strong that it was beginning to be difficult for him to breathe. But the strange force had no intention of stopping, and the grip got tighter and tighter. The squeezing sensation caused his entire body to instantly fill with blood, and all the blood in his abdomen and stomach was squeezed up into his head by this strange force. Blood began to come out of his mouth, nostrils, and eyes. The pain and choking sensation left him unable to speak, only to cry out in agony. Ah! Ah! A sense of despair welled up. Bamboo Green couldn't do anything but kneel there dumbfounded at what was happening in front of him. Her head recalled what the chairman had told her earlier. Bamboo Green, actually, you're a kid who's good at everything, talented, and hardworking enough as a person. It's just a shame that there's so little awareness. If there really is that day when you can completely understand what enlightenment is, I believe you will become that world-raising powerhouse. At the time, Bamboo Green didn't understand what that meant. Just think that it's just a used language that the president uses to paint himself in a big picture. No matter how hard he tried, he could not change his fate of being a B-rank awakened person. It seems that as long as you have a good fate, you are destined to be the strong one, while I have a bad fate to be the one left behind. Never become strong. Meanwhile, Liu Jiang and the others are planning to come to the city center to buy things from the clearance sale, but on the way there, they find a river. Liu Jiang also stopped at this moment. He clearly remembered this river. The one he used to come over and swim in with his buddies when he was a kid. Nothing has changed here at all. The only thing that has changed the most is that it's not as lively as it used to be. And now there's no one. Liu Jiang took out his cell phone and looked at the time. 12:30. The clearance sale starts at 2 o'clock and it seems a little early to be going over there. With that in mind, he walked over to the lake. The river really hasn't changed at all. With that, he squatted down and covered a bit of lake water with both hands and splashed it on his face. The refreshing feeling brought back memories of his grainy childhood. Then he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Su Shaoqing also floated out and asked with some lethargy, "What are you doing, senpai? I remember a septic tank in front of this river. The dean banned us from swimming here when he found out about it. Why do you still use it to wash your face?" Hearing this, Liu Jiang was instantly confused. Is there such a thing? But then looking at Su Shaoqing's serious face, Liu Jiang began to feel something was wrong. With an infatuated face, he hurriedly stood up and immediately wiped his face with his shirt. Why didn't you say so? I was just saying, why does it smell weird that way? Hey, you the man. I really you Thailand Botyen hashtag in pound euro. Liu Jiang pointed at Su Shaoqing with a speechless face. What was just a good memory is now all a hole. To lose face in front of Su Shaoqing, was that any different from being caught eating secretly by yourself? By this time Hajins had also caught up. After seeing Liu Jiang and Su Shaoqing he hurriedly ran up. He then ran to Liu Jiang's face and bowed heavily. I'm really sorry, teacher. I didn't catch your meaning the first time. But don't worry, it won't happen again. Hajin's inexplicable move. Liu Jiang are whole speechless. But looking at his serious expression, Liu Jiang cannot say. He himself does not know anything. All that could be said was a feigned. Oh, Thicky, you mean this? It's fine. Just don't let next time. Hey, embarrassed. Liu Jiang really didn't know what to keep making up. And at that moment Hajin shouted heavily again as if he had heard something. Yes, sensei. Scared Liu Jiang was a bit confused. Su Shaoqing also only dared to be angry. Pushed Liu Jiang's shoulder and said secretly, what kind of bewitching soup did you give him? What is this he has realized from you? Liu Jiang was also embarrassed and secretly replied to her. I'll be honest. I don't know if you believe me. Just like that. The three of them looked at me and Miachu with a confused look on their faces. How about today? I have some things to do to get to town. Just go ahead. After saying that, he turned and ran away, and Hajins rushed after him. Liu Jiang was still yelling, hey, what are you following? The two just got farther and farther apart, but when they completely disappeared into this lake, a white bone suddenly floated up on the surface. It was only a moment before the white bone was dragged back down again. There's something else inside the lake. Chapter 42 Awakening. The center of the city. The fisherman monster was squeezing the water plant in a death grip, trying to crush him alive. Just then, the fisherman suddenly felt a slight tingling in his thighs as if he had been stabbed in the leg by something barbed. It was only when he looked down that he realized that Bamboo Green was sticking a knife hard into his leg, and it's still pushing in hard. But even that didn't do any substantial damage to it. Instead, it angered the fish people. As soon as he did, he casually shook off the water plants in his hands, and slowly turned around to crouch down again to take a look at Bamboo Green. But there was still no intention of laying a hand on her, only slowly rising that finger to point at her chest. Once again, that eerie sound. Bamboo Green didn't understand exactly what it meant. Her hands still wanted to do something to resist, but she still didn't dare to make a move even though she lacked practical combat experience. Besides, the monster in front of him was many times stronger than himself. The choking sensation was taking her breath away. You can kill if you want to. Don't stand in front of me. The words were barely out of his mouth when he got a claw mark across his own chest. But the scratches didn't hurt her flesh, just cut her own clothes. The moment his clothes were cut, a bizarre totem also appeared on Bamboo Green's chest. The design is of a large fish that is circling a pillar as if praying for something. The fisherman also just stared in disbelief. Bamboo Green also noticed that the fisherman seemed to be interested in the pattern on his chest. As for how the pattern on her chest appeared, she herself didn't know. All she could remember was that her father had said that the pattern on her chest had been there since she was a child. No amount of washing or burning, medication or surgery could remove the pattern. She's imprinted there forever like a curse. Since it didn't cause any discomfort to Bamboo Green's body, the pattern was never disposed of. But now, this fishman seems to be interested in me. In this pattern, Bamboo Green also sneaked his hand behind his back when the fishman was distracted and took out the small knife that had been prepared long ago. The moment the fishman slowly brought his head over to get a better look at the pattern on his chest, Bamboo Green slowly pulled out the small knife. That huge fish head was also slowly approaching, and a terrifying sense of pressure swept over Bamboo Green's entire body. Bamboo Green thought about the monster's large size, but what he didn't expect was that this fish head could actually be so terrifyingly large once it got close to him. I don't know if it was because of the better light outside, but a huge eye appeared in front of Bamboo Green. An eye so big that it was even bigger than my entire body, and it was a distance that could be touched if Takeuchi reached out a little. But she was afraid. She was afraid that if she attacked the fishman, she would completely piss it off. She was afraid to die, and she didn't think that the fishman in front of her would hurt her, as the fishman had no intention of attacking her since the beginning. Bamboo Green held on to his luck and was hesitant to make a move, until that eye was already less than 10 centimeters away from me. It's almost as if you're bound to hit it if you strike yourself. But the fear had prevented her from pulling that knife out again, and that eye blinked. The liquid also moistened its entire eye. Bamboo Green looked at the huge eye and slowly calmed down even in the atmosphere of tension and fear. Inside that huge eye, the figure of Bamboo Green was also refracted. She looked into the eyes of the fishman, the wretched, shivering version of herself, but her mind went back to something. Bamboo Green was lying on his father's shoulder, looking around proudly, hands tugging at his father's hair. He asked curiously, "Daddy, what do you do for a living?" The father was puzzled as to how his daughter could ask such things, but still, she stroked her head gently a few times. "Who taught you to ask that?" little Chuju? At that time, little Bamboo Green couldn't lie and dully said out, "It was the teacher who told me to ask that." "Dad, what exactly do you do for a living?" Her father lowered his head and smiled slightly. "Actually, Dad's a big hero." Little Bamboo Green looked puzzled. "What is a hero? Can you get me something good to eat?" Bamboo Green's father was amused. "Little Bamboo, heroes are not to be eaten, no. Heroes are for saving the world. Even though he can't eat, he can make it possible for more people to eat in peace." Little Bamboo Green was incredibly happy to hear these words from his father. "Wow, so powerful. Then I want to be a hero when I grow up. I'm going to make lots and lots of food available to people all over the world." Bamboo Green's father heard his daughter's first realization and happily carried her off. "And look at your daughter with a serious face. Daughter, heroes aren't for everyone." Bamboo Green stared at his father in disbelief. "What would it take?" Father stroked Bamboo Green's head again. "A hero? Ha! It's daring to do what no one else dares to do, to go where no one else dares to go, to fight what no one else dares to fight. You dared to be the first person to step forward when they needed shelter. You dared to stand at the forefront when faced with a powerful enemy. If on the battlefield you don't even have the courage to fight, then you have lost the only criterion for being a hero." The words said were like a shocking wave that went straight to Kiyoshi Koteke's head. At the same time, these words echoed in Bamboo Green's heart in the days to come. Until now, it remains so. Thinking of this, Bamboo Ching awoke with a jolt, looking dead at the huge eye. His own reflection disappeared into it. Only, the disheveled and weak look that Bamboo Green just had long since disappeared. In return, she got her unmistakable heart and that cold look in her eyes. Without saying a word, Bamboo Green immediately drew out the dagger behind his back, and with an extremely fast speed, he slashed violently at that huge eye, then stored up his strength and instantly stabbed at that eye. Blood gushed out from inside that eye in no time. However, Bamboo Green's attack didn't weaken by half, disappearing instantly after slashing his eyes, and when he reappeared he had already run to the back of the fishman, and frantically slashed furiously at its neck. Feeling the pain, the fishman built up his hands and slammed a hard punch into his back. Only, Bamboo Green was long gone from its back, but the two hands it smashed into its back were chopped in pieces in moments. Instead, Bamboo Green reappeared once more and drew the other sword that was stuck in its leg, combining the two swords into one. Countless slashes tore viciously at the fishman's deadly joints. The fishman, whose hands had been broken, struggled to kick away from Bamboo Green and then pull away, and when he violently kicked forward, he realized that his legs had been broken at some point, and when it looked up again, it realized that Bamboo Green had already retracted his sword and stood in front of him. The fishman's head, falling to the ground, Bamboo Green took the dagger in his hand and flicked it around before licking the blood from the blade with his tongue. The cold, unfeeling look in her eyes had proved her realization. At this moment, Bamboo Green's eyes were incomparably resolute, as if this kind of thing was already something that was no longer commonplace. Long gone was the cowardly look he had before. She was fearless now. "Sorry about that, partner." Chapter 43. At this moment, Bamboo Green was completely enlightened. His eyes were firm and cold, and he showed no mercy. She finally realized the truth. Never hold on to any emotions on the battlefield. If you always take a chance, you don't deserve to be at the front of the line, nor did he deserve to be that hero his father spoke of. Immediately afterward, he ran over to the water plants and vine flowers and treated them. Fujihana was just hit in the head and fell unconscious, but Mizusa's injuries were so severe that almost every bone in his body was broken. The internal organs are broken and there is a serious loss of blood. If I wasn't breathing right now, I would have actually been ruled dead. Bamboo Green could sense that whoever Grass was still holding on with his last belief until now, but there was nothing he could do to try to save him. Looking at his pained expression, Bamboo Green's heart became even harder. She didn't want to lose this partner, and she didn't want him to suffer anymore. In cases like this, the only way to come back to life is to run to a more advanced therapist, but there are no advanced therapists in the broad state, and the nearest advanced healer is thousands of kilometers away. At this distance, it's impossible to bring the hydrilla in its current condition over. Bamboo Green fell to his knees with great reluctance, slumping down next to the water plants and slamming the ground. Thinking back to just now, he had been saying that he didn't want to lose his life here for nothing, always thinking of being the first to evacuate. But when it came down to it, why did he rush out? Why did he save me? Why? Why? At the moment Bamboo Green couldn't think. She didn't want to think. She could only sit there hopelessly, praying for the water plants to hold on, until a hand gently touched her, and Bamboo Green realized that something was touching her hand. As she slowed, I looked up only to see Watercress's hand moving. Seeing this, Bamboo Green was anxious and hastened to hold his hand tightly. Watercress, it's okay, it's okay. I'm here. The monsters have been fought off. You won't be in danger anymore. But even that didn't help. Watercress knew in his heart that he himself would not be able to survive. But he did not want to see Bamboo Green in this sad state. Holding his last breath, he said softly, "Head, don't do this. You're my boss," said a bunch more blood coming out of his mouth. "You said you would definitely take a few of us to become that world-renowned hero. But now, I'm afraid I can't wait for that moment. I hope you will witness our splendor for me." At this moment the sun shone in and splashed on the face of the watercress. With his last breath, he smiled, looking at Bamboo Green, who was crying her heart out in front of her. She completely left the world. Bamboo Green could no longer control her emotions and broke down bawling. At this time, a voice came from behind her. "Captain, let's go. I guess he can fight with you until he dies. So I guess he can have a happy row on the other side." At this time, Fujihana had already awakened and was standing behind Bamboo Green with a cigarette in his mouth, only to wake up to the last image he wanted to see. Exhaled after taking a deep drag on his cigarette, walking over to Bamboo Green and pulling on her shirt. Then seriously, he warned Bamboo Green again. "The longer we stay here the more dangerous it gets. That monster just now wasn't the strongest at all. And there are more than just those monsters. Compared to that previous reaction at the lake, that fishman was a mere pawn just now." When Bamboo Green heard this, his pupils instantly widened. Immediately, he drew the sword in his hand, intending to drive all these fish to extinction. Fujihana rushed forward to stop it. "Bamboo Green, calm down." And Bamboo Green froze in disbelief as he looked at the vine flower that had stopped in front of him. After a while, but put away the knife. Silence in place. "Sure enough, I was still too intentional. At least it can't take vine flower with it again." After thinking for a long time, he chose to listen to Fujika, because she didn't want Fujika to die in front of her again. Fujika also saw her realization and comfortingly walked up to her and said weakly, "It's hard for me too, Captain, but what can we do now? But I'm here to promise that if I'm strong enough one day, I'll avenge Watercress." When he finished speaking, he grabbed Bamboo Green's hand. "Let's go." Bamboo Green lowered her head and did not do anything unreasonable to follow him. But suddenly, a veteran appeared at the door and was speaking tremblingly. "I can't go." Fujika froze and looked up. "They're already here." After saying that, Fujika was shocked to realize that a large group of fish monsters were appearing not far from the middle of the city. And each one is very large. It's the school of fish. Among them there was also this very peculiar looking fish monster with dragon-like scales all over its body in the very center. All the fish monsters seemed to be dominating it, while it lazily looked left and right, like it didn't give a damn about it at all. And that's when they all stopped. Only that most peculiar of fish monsters was still moving forward, stopped after walking to the very center, looking at Fujika and the others with a scornful look, and with one ear pulling out earwax. "Ugh, that cockroach brother. And he said he wanted to rule the world with me. What a blowhard. I can't believe I was taken out before I even started. Thanks to a couple nights of excitement. It seems that such a thing as world domination will have to be done by me for it." After saying that, he looked at Bamboo Green with an indifferent expression. "You're the strongest here? I heard you took out my correspondent. Coax, a bit of skill." At this point, Fujiflora had long since given up on the fight, as it was already a fight that was simply impossible to defeat. All you can do is cold sweat and wait to die. A figure walked past him. Fujihana turned her head to see that it was the determined Bamboo Green. She stood in front of herself, with a very devilish expression. He slowly drew the sword in his hand. "Good, now there will be no need for me to find you. Finally, we can take them out one by one." That Fish King also saw Bamboo Green's reaction. "Looks like you guys are still trying to fight back. Ha!" With that said, he spared a casual wave of his hand. The fish monster in the back rushed out as if it had received an order, and a kind of extremely fast speed forward rushed, like a wild ox that had taken off the reins. All the obstacles on the road were crushed by the rampage. Fujifana nervously took up the weapon in her hand immediately, and weeds instantly grew within 20 m of her feet. That's what he's capable of. As long as someone trespassed into this meadow, then they would be instantly bound, even if they were one of their own if they didn't have a special costume on. The moment the first few fish monsters stepped their feet into the lawn, the vines immediately tied its feet. Even if its brute strength was great, it could not move as well after being tied up, and could only struggle frantically in the same place. Seeing this, the other fish monsters not only didn't slow down, but instead, they sped up, ready to build up their strength in place the moment they touched the lawn and jumped up with a cannonball impact. The entire body came charging in like a missile. This terrifying pressure scared Vine Flower, who immediately fell to the ground. Just as the ball of meat was about to crash, a figure appeared in front of him. It's Bamboo Green. Chapter 44. Near the gate of the city, 3 figures were walking slowly. This person was none other than the 3 Liu Jiang people, although their purpose this time was to buy groceries. But, is this still a city? Not a single one. It's smaller than the number of people in that 5th-tier city at the entrance to my village. Hodgins was also quick to explain why there was no one here. He respectfully walked next to Liu Jiang and saluted. It confused Liu Jiang. Teacher, this place has been infested with bosses a lot lately, so the government has moved everyone here, ahead of schedule. However, as soon as the words were finished, Liu Jiang pushed him away. A disgusted look at Hodgins. Can you, please, stop calling me teacher all the time? I see you are older than me, and you call me teacher. Am I that old? Hodgins looked puzzled and froze for a moment before realization dawned on him. The eyes also suddenly brightened up, and then yell. Yes, big brother. Hearing this, big brother Liu Jiang almost spewed out his saliva. No, are you incapable of understanding human language? Just call me Liu Jiang, or people will hear it and think I'm some kind of punk. Hodgins bowed again. Yes, righteous father. When these words came out, Liu Jiang was completely petrified. Next to him, Su Xiaoqing also madly slapped her stomach and laughed, and he casually slapped Liu Jiang's head twice and laughed. Go out and buy groceries and you've got a son for nothing. So true. Ha ha ha. Liu Jiang couldn't stand this talk from Hodgins any longer. Immediately, he ran in front of him and pointed at him in warning. I'm telling you, it's okay to fart, but it's not okay to talk. The word righteous father is not spoken here. Liu Jiang clenched his teeth and looked at Hodgins angrily, but Hodgins still looked at Liu Jiang with a serious face, which whole Liu Jiang was too embarrassed to scold him. Just then, they appeared in front of them with 2 huge legs. It was only when Liu Jiang looked up that he saw clearly. In front of them were surprisingly a few huge fishmen monsters. That robust body drowned Liu Jiang and the others inside the smoke with a slight breath. The other side, Bamboo Green was standing coldly in front of Vine Flower with a sword, and the few fishmen that had just rushed over had long since slumped to the ground. Bamboo Green stepped on those corpses and indifferently looked at that fish king, and slowly, he raised his sword-wielding hand to point at the king of fish that was right in the center of the room. Next, it's you, the fish king, however, didn't care at all, just sitting there propping up his head and looking at Bamboo Green with disdain. Yo, funny, really funny. It's just that with this amount of strength, it should be impossible for you to take out Brother Cockroach. Then there must still be someone stronger back there. That was fun. Saying that, he stretched out 2 more fingers and waved them forward, and countless more fishmen rushed out behind him. Such a huge number came barreling in like a nuclear bomb. And the fact that they stepped inside the field of the vine flower didn't affect the countless fishmen behind them charging in at all. As long as the fishmen were trapped, they would be used as padding, stepping right on top of them as they continue to charge forward. Such a huge number of people can no longer be controlled by a little bit of grass. Bamboo Green saw these fish monsters rush forward violently, but he himself did not retreat at all. After fiddling with the sword in his hand for a few moments, he stormed inside the pile of fish, as if he were a god of war. When he saw a person, he immediately withdrew his sword, drew his sword, and hacked to death. Each slash struck straight to the vitals, almost always managing to kill with a single blow. Due to the fact that the muscles of these fishmen were just too massive, even if Bamboo Ching's speed was too fast, they were able to crush Bamboo Ching by virtue of their strength and numbers. Just wait for her to run out of stamina and get hit with a punch, and the fight will be over. However, the current Bamboo Green looked very relaxed in his expression, without the slightest intention of exhaustion. Instead, the more you kill, the more courageous you become. Each time, he skillfully dodged those flailing fists, and this dexterous body can do such heavy damage. Only she was able to handle it. However, Fujiflora did not have the same stance as Bamboo Green, and was instantly knocked to the ground by the piling fishmen. The gap in strength prevented him from participating in a battle of this level at all. He had only just woken up and was once again knocked out by a violent attack. Losing his ability to fight, he could only wait for death where he was. Bamboo Green, who was still in a heightened state of combat, suddenly realized that Vine Blossom, who was still alive or dead, froze for a moment, but it was only such a momentary distraction that the fishman found her break, instantly grabbing her leg. By the time Bamboo Green reacted, she had already been slammed hard and forcefully into the ground by the fishman. Immediately after that were the countless fishmen who swarmed around Bamboo Green and hammered frantically. Countless fists slammed into the ground, sending out vibrations as if they had caused the entire city to quake. Bamboo Green was agile and had sharp attacks, but his defense was incredibly weak. This body would almost always have a serious fracture if it was even slightly hit by such a fishman, but now she was being held down, with countless such fists slamming into her body, trying to whack her into a pulp. It wasn't until the king of fish gently raised his hand again that the group of fish in front of him stopped hammering and each of them pulled back. One was left in place, long since hammered and covered in blood. Bamboo green. King fish, however, stood up without a care in the world. Leisurely, he walked to the side of bamboo green, then slowly squatted down, looking at the bamboo green in front of him, which had long been beaten beyond recognition. Its heart had long been unable to raise half an interest. Slowly, he then brought his head up to bamboo green's ear. What did you just say? Whose turn is next? I heard you just now sounding like you were rampant. With that, he stretched out a finger and directly picked the dying bamboo green up, cut through the shirt on her chest. The totem on bamboo green's chest was also revealed. But this pattern of yours is of some interest to me. You wouldn't be in this situation if you had given up your resistance earlier. Look at you. What a pretty little face, and now you've turned into this ghost. What a pity for you. After saying that, the fish king got excited. The entire head of the fish looked like an exploding head, slowly expanding. The eyes, the teeth, the mouth became unbearably hideous and horrible in an instant. It seemed as if he wanted to swallow the bamboo green whole, showing a greedy expression, and slowly put the bamboo green to his mouth. Slowly, he lowered the bamboo green until half the body was already in his throat, and that's when it happened. The king of fish was suddenly struck by a flying knife, which was violently inserted into his head, but it didn't move a muscle, and then slowly took the bamboo clearing and gouged it out from inside its throat. The head was in a weird position, slowly turning to look at the place where the flying dagger was thrown. Only two men were seen standing on top of a tall building not far away. One had a knife in his hand while the other carried a huge hammer. As it turned out, it was two A-class awakened people. They were still chatting as if they were passing by for a stroll, not taking the fish king seriously in the slightest. What do you say we eat tonight? Don't tell me about the fish head soup. I'm sick of seeing fish now. Chapter 45, 2A ranks versus the king of fish. Hurry up and get it over with. I didn't even eat anything this morning and now I'm starving. 2A rank awakened individuals, who came immediately after receiving the mission. Luckily, he was able to arrive in time before bamboo green was completely eaten. These two awakened, both of them, were the 2A ranked awakened who had the highest success rate in carrying out missions in Country Z. Usually only major events that can't be padded out will send both of them at the same time. Whenever they took on a mission, they could almost always swing it within 3 hours. The fastest time, when fighting the 38th floor boss, the Phantom Wolf, it only took 30 minutes to end the battle. This kind of proud battle record, even if it was put inside an S-class awakened person, it could still be ranked. One of them is a double dagger wielder, whose overall strength can be ranked in the top 5 of the global A-class ranking, codenamed Falcon. The other one with a hammer, although the comprehensive strength is not ranked in the top 5, but the single body outbreak, even more than the vast majority of S-class awakened, even more powerful, codenamed Chasing Tiger. While one of them is known for their speed, the other is known for his power. They can also be perfectly matched when it comes to combat. As long as the difference in strength wasn't that great, they could manage to win even in a battle that crossed levels. But this time, it seems to have kicked the bucket. The Fish King gently pulled out, the sword stuck in his head, was looking at the two of them with a scowl on his face. How dare you disturb me while the king is eating? Unforgivable, unforgivable. As the Fish King's roar rang out, countless fishmen swarmed like a nest of ants. All of them swooped down on that tall building. Falcon smiled. Your turn. As if he had been ordered, Chasing Tiger violently flung the hammer on his hand, and an invisible hurricane swarmed over him. This was followed by an upward staging motion. Glanced at Falcon, flirted a few times. That's quite a lot. So, just, go for up. With a roar, his legs fired and his hands clenched instantly. The entire person was also bruised at this moment, and the huge hammer in his hand was like a huge mountain falling at great speed. It slammed down hard on the group of fishmen who came in a hurry. As long as one touches this hammer for a split second, the entire body will be smashed into rotten meat. No matter how many enemies were in front of the hammer, they were all hammered to pulp. It didn't stop until the hammer hit the ground hard enough to send out a powerful shockwave and a loud sound. The entire ground was also thinned out by this impact. The fishmen who were still running wildly were also unsteady in their center of gravity due to the instant crack in the ground, falling down and getting down. This powerful shockwave was so powerful that even the Fish King felt threatened, and not far away, Liu Jiang and the others also felt the strong vibration. Liu Jiang thought it was an earthquake, so scared that he hurriedly ducked into a nearby restaurant. Finding a random chair, he ducked down. This operation confused both Hajins and Su Shaoqing. Elder, should I say you're stupid, or should I say you're too smart for your own good? You should know exactly what happens after an earthquake even if you don't recognize it, right? Everyone else is running out, and you're still going in. Says you don't get it, and you know how to hide under a chair. Wouldn't you be safer, even if you were hiding in the corner of the counter? Su Shaoqing breathlessly flirted with Liu Jiang. I really don't know how he has survived this long with his IQ, but Hajins had a different view. Immediately stepped forward. I think Big Brother is doing the right thing. If you go by normal earthquakes, maybe the roads are the most dangerous in a situation like this where there are tall buildings on both sides, because no matter how much these buildings collapse, it's going to ripple out to where we are. Instead of standing out there, we should find a bunker to hide in and maybe even defend ourselves. It's just that I think that with the strength of my righteous father's body, even if he doesn't dodge, this kind of earthquake still won't be able to hurt him. Seeing that Hajins dared to raise a fight with himself, Su Shaoqing immediately retorted. The two just started arguing there, and Liu Jiang, who was hiding under the chair, could only awkwardly watch the two of them analyzing seriously there. In fact, the main cause of Liu Jiang's fear of earthquakes, it was because he had been scared by things like earthquakes when he was a child, and the way one by one his loved ones fell in front of him had become a psychological shadow. Nowadays it's nothing more than a reflex to hide under a chair, but soon he slowed down. Hey, you two, what's all this nonsense? You guys are in the mood to blindly analyze my problems. Why don't you find out what caused the earthquake just now? Liu Jiang's words suddenly shocked both Su Shaoqing and Hajins. Su Shaoqing covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes filled with tears. Senior, you've finally grown up. Well, say something useful about the problem now. I'm proud of you, and I always thought you had nothing but feces in your mouth, and I apologize for thinking that way before. When this word came out, Liu Jiang was the more he heard the more twisted he was, and he was so angry that he went up to give Su Shaoqing a big forced fight. Eat me, drink me, live me, teaching me a lesson now, are we? Ha, believe it or not, I'm going to shove the jade pendant down the toilet. Ha, let's get you a taste of what it's like to have feces inside your mouth. 2. At this point Hajins also rushed forward to stop it. It's not that I'm heartbroken for Su Shaoqing, but I'm heartbroken for the jade pendant. Teacher, just throw the jade pendant in the toilet and forget about it. It's my heirloom. We can talk about it if we want to. With that, the three started arguing again before they even reached their destination. Only, the fishmen that had just stopped in front of them now had only 2 hands left. At this moment, Chasing Tiger stood in front of the Fish King with a disdainful face, tilting his head at the boss in front of him. He provoked a few words. That's a nice fish head. The simmering soup must have been extraordinarily hard to eat. Steaming is good though, he said and turned his head back to the falcon upstairs. Hey, when are you going to come down? It's not going to leave me alone for nothing again, is it? I can tell you. The words came to a screeching halt just as they were being spoken. A huge fist had long ago slammed hard into his face. That powerful force directly shattered Chasing Tiger's entire facial bones. That powerful impact, accompanied by the sound of that punch falling, Chasing Tiger flew out like a missile. The armor on his body was also instantly dispersed by the impact of the punch. The hammer also fell into place. The King of Fish had long ago become furious to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, his eyes widened. The smoke from the fist hasn't cleared yet. The king said, I hate it when people interrupt me while I'm eating. You can't die 10,000 times. With that, he walked over to that hammer and gently gripped it with his left hand, intending to use his hammer to smash these 2 A-rank awakened people in front of him. Only when it gripped the hammer tightly, it violently realized that it couldn't go any further, as if it had been pulled by something, and backtracked 2 steps. When it looked down, it realized, this hammer, I can't believe I can't hold it. A sense of humiliation instantly surged through his heart. The Fish King immediately backed up next to that hammer and clenched his hands, intending to lash out. But even then, it was only possible to pick up the hammer a little bit in front of me. Then, again, he let go violently because of the weight. The expression was very surprised. The weight of the hammer was so amazing, and not far away, where Chasing Tiger had just been knocked down, a few voices also came from. Ugh, that was a good punch just now. Power enough. It's just a shame you're hitting the wrong place. I have a head that can't even be blown up by a missile, and you just hit me in the head. With that, he slowly stepped out of the smoke, craned his neck, and all the broken bones in his face had returned. Next up to come out, the all-out tiger chaser. Chapter 45, The True Body. The quality of monsters is getting better these days. It's getting harder and harder to mix it up. 2. Chasing Tiger patted the dust on his body and looked at the king of fish in front of him with a look of contempt. And at this point, the fish king had long since become furious to the extreme. It had never thought that anyone else could be so arrogant in front of it. How dare you purely pretend to be in front of me? The fish king walked over to Chasing Tiger with some anger and circled around him. It was irritating, but he didn't dare to underestimate this human anymore. It's just a little more strength. It's nothing compared to that cockroach. Or maybe that cockroach was killed by you guys? Chasing Tiger had long been a little impatient listening to that fish king, chirping around himself. One hand dug into his ear in disdain. If you're going to fight, can you stop flying around me like a fly? These mocking words instantly angered the fish king, who was observing. It couldn't stand this moment any longer. The pupils instantly widened and disappeared in the blink of an eye. And with one punch, he blasted Chasing Tiger, who was pulling out his earwax, on the head. That violent impact directly made Chasing Tiger's ear-pulling hand stick into his own head. Blood spurted out instantly. Chasing Tiger also had his brain go down in a moment. A face of food stood still, but it soon healed instantly with an extremely terrifying recovery speed. Immediately a crouch. The right hand stored power to slam a punch in the abdomen of the fish king next to him. This powerful force made even the fish king directly spit out a pile of green pus and blood, and flew straight backward. The powerful impact shook the surrounding houses. It wasn't until the Fisherman King smashed inside a building that it came to a peaceful stop. Looking at the fist mark on its abdomen, it couldn't help but reminded of the cockroach. I've experienced this kind of overwhelming power when I fought that cockroach before. Now it was actually possible to experience it again, in a human being. The thought wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A wry smile appeared, and at that moment, Chasing Tiger was still flirting in place after punching away the fish king. Say, where did you learn that stink? I don't know. You have to wait for someone to finish talking before you can start fighting. I'm pulling out my earwax, then you come up here and give me a big pussy bucket. I think you're tired of living. After that, Falcon, who was on the roof of the building, jumped down as well. Somewhat bored, he reminded Chasing Tiger, don't get too greedy. Hurry up and get it over with. There are still wounded over there. Chasing Tiger turned to look at the fallen bamboo green and the dying vine flower. After a sigh, he walked over to the hammer, picked it up with one hand and flung it next to his shoulder. Looking over, where the fish king had just been sent flying. Nowadays there is no movement there for a long time. At that moment a cool breeze blew by, and that breeze blew Chasing Tiger's hair and slapped his face. On closer inspection, it smells like Tide. It's like the whole thing is standing on the edge of a lake. A sense of foreboding surged through his mind. Falcon lifted his own hand and took a closer look. Noticed his sweaty hairs were standing straight up. The intense discomfort made him keenly aware that danger was imminent. After a while, a figure slowly walked out from the smoke. It's the king of fish. With a disdainful look on his face, Chasing Tiger took a step forward. The hand raised the hammer on his back and pointed it in the direction of the fish king. Hello? Don't play God. I've long since gotten to the bottom of you, so don't pretend to be an expert. But just after he said that he regretted it, because after the smoke went up, the fish king in front of him had already been pierced through his chest long ago, and the monster that pierced its chest just casually threw the fish king to the side. Instead, a monster of indistinguishable size from a human appeared behind him. This was none other than the final form of the fish king, known as the Twin Kings alongside the Cockroach King. It was reddish in color and the gills next to its ears were gone, instead growing on either side of its chest. Spit a large amount of saliva on the floor with it, ran his hand over his neck. What's with the two losers? Where's that cockroach from last time? The fish king in front of him didn't seem to have any memories of the one he had just seen, but instead opened his mouth and went straight for the cockroach, because it was a separate entity. Its true form, itself, would only appear when the fish king was seriously threatened. He was the main body to be precise, and the fish king just now was merely there to filter out some of the weaker ones. The one double that can defeat it is the one that is qualified to take on the present-day body. Chasing Tiger looked at this king of fish in front of him, a strong desire to fight, burning up. It was intense, but exciting. Then without saying a word, he tore off his shirt and stepped in place, laughing madly. Ha ha, that's how it's supposed to feel. At this moment his aura reached an unprecedented height. Falcon also felt the murderous aura emanating from the fish king. Hastily, he reminded Chasing Tiger. Chasing Tiger, don't be careless. This guy looks pretty badass. But Chasing Tiger didn't pay any attention to Falcon's reminder. With a rush of energy in his head, he thought about beating each other up with the fish king in front of him, and the killing aura emanating from the fish king woke up both Bamboo Green and Vine Flower, who had fallen into a coma. Even in a deep coma, the flesh wanted to get out of this dangerous place as soon as possible. That kind of murderous aura that emanated was even more intense than the one that Chasing Tiger emanated, and Chasing Tiger's aura had reached its peak. In this moment he was like a fierce tiger as he leaped out. That sense of power surrounded his entire body, and with every step he took, a huge footprint appeared on the ground. The ground shook, profoundly highlighting his power. Rushing forward to the Fish King, he leaned back with one hand, his entire body to the side, and delivered a viciously staged punch. It slammed into the Fish King's abdomen. That shocking force caused Mighty Tiger's fist to sink deep inside the Fish King's abdomen. The powerful impact instantly blasted the countless buildings behind the Fish King to smithereens. The powerful impact was so strong that even some of the ordinary fishmen around them couldn't withstand it and needed to block it with their hands. Even Vine Flower and Bamboo Green, who were not far away, were dumbstruck with surprise. He had never seen, in half his life, a human capable of hitting with such power. Usually just heard about it or seen it in a cell phone. And now, they really feel it. This divide between people. Only, Chasing Tiger's punch, even though it was already terrifying to this extent, it still failed to crush the Fish King. His own hand was still smoldering with residual heat, but the Fish King hadn't moved a muscle, and the dirt it stepped on didn't create any cracks in the ground. Chasing Tiger could affectionately feel as if his fist had smashed into a piece of steel that he simply couldn't penetrate. The arm couldn't move forward the slightest bit anymore. When he looked up, he was shocked. The king of the fish in front of me is laughing. Chapter 46 Defeat. Kind of. The king of fish is looking down in contempt at Chasing Tiger. It seemed that the punch had brought up some interest in it. The Fish King's move, however, scared Chasing Tiger. Not only did it scare Chasing Tiger, but it also scared Falcon, who was not far away, on a mission with him. Such a fierce punch actually didn't hurt the monster. Falcon was in a cold sweat by now. Not to mention monsters, even if some S-classes were to take this punch hard, they would probably be injured. But this monster in front of me, it didn't do anything at all. Chasing Tiger also froze for a moment. It was quickly returned though. He would never allow a monster to dare look down on him. Immediately pulling out the hand that was stuffed into it, he lowered his head and gritted his teeth. A sense of anger surged through him, followed by a loud shout in place. Ah! Countless fists swung out, ruthlessly smashing into the Fish King. Every punch that landed on its body resounded with a sharp popping sound, a rolling wave of air. Except that none of it seemed to work. Not only was the king of fish unharmed, he stood there with a look of enjoyment on his face and crossed his arms. Feel the knocks, until it got a little bored, casually swinging his arm out with a swiftness that instantly bent Chasing Tiger's head. There was silence at the moment, and Chasing Tiger's hands slowly stopped as he lost control of his head. There was still some conditioning in the body, flailing wildly in place. The Fish King just stretched. A look of relief. What a relief. It's been a long time since someone gave me a massage like that. Honestly, I can't bear to kill you. Only you're too mouthy for my liking, and I don't like a love of bull *********. The Fish King's move had, at the moment, become the king who dominated the place. With an absolutely crushing posture, standing on this battlefield, Falcon had been frozen in place with fear. After coming back to his senses, he immediately drew the two swords in his hands. A defensive stance was taken, but the cold sweat on his forehead was always pouring out indisputably. The king of fish's oppression was just too strong. Brainstorming is also coming back to me. It's going to die. And at that moment, Chasing Tiger's head was slowly healing. This little gesture was also noticed by the Fish King, then walked up next to him and slapped his hand on his head. Evil smile. With a gentle tug, he took off Chasing Tiger's head directly. Blood splattered its face as well. Chasing the tiger, completely killed in action. Then the Fish King looked at the Falcon again and slowly walked towards him. At this point, the Falcon had long since been somewhat overwhelmed by fear. He's only here to fulfill a mission. There's no need to risk his life. The monster in front of him was beyond his control. Panic Falcon glanced left and right, found this distance, and the king of fish is still quite far away. After closing his eyes and thinking for a moment, he chose to retreat. Falcon was convinced that with his speed at this distance no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. After making up his mind, he immediately withdrew his sword and instantly retreated backwards with a speed that was too fast for his eyes. But when he jumped into mid-air, he was shocked to find that the Fish King, who had just been not far away, was now gone. His pupils widened instantly. Immediately afterward, he looked around, trying to check out the Fish King, but it was as if it had vaporized, completely disappearing from all sight. It's not even noticeable. Falcon was starting to get more and more panicked and just wanted to get away from this place as fast as possible, because the longer he stayed here, the more he could sense the danger. But the moment he turned his head, a huge body appeared in front of him. A scene of despair came instead. only to see that the Fish King was appearing with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. Falcon's hand, too, was pulling his sword out as fast as he could, but the moment he slashed the fishman with both swords, the neck, it's been broken. The Fish King, on the other hand, just gently lifted his body. Stand still. Falcons, defeated. The only ones left on the field at the moment were, already covered in wounds, Bamboo Green and Fuji Flower. Bamboo Green had broken bones all over his body and couldn't move at all. With only a little bit of consciousness, he watched as the Fish King slowly approached him, but Vineflower can still move. He looked at the Fish King that was approaching Bamboo Green, and he was already agitated inside, dragging his long scarred body to its feet. The Fish King also saw Vine Blossom, except that his current body was no longer a threat to the Fish King at all. That's why the Fish King didn't care about the Vine Flower at all, and continued to walk towards Bamboo Green on his own, until the moment it was ready to approach Bamboo Green. It was suddenly tied to its body by a bunch of inexplicable weeds, and the weeds seemed to be getting tighter and tighter, and as soon as one moved the slightest bit, the weeds would grow wildly on one's body. It wrapped tightly around the Kingfish's entire body. The King of Fish also sensed that what was going on with these grasses? Looking up, Vine Flower. He was found standing there casting spells with a cigarette in his mouth and a lifeless look on his face. But how can these weeds trap the Fisherman King? Just by gently lifting his hand. The weeds tied to his hand were torn off by a brutal and monstrous force. A few casual fidgets of his body ripped off all the vines binding him. It doesn't do any control at all. Couldn't even get a brief hold. Fujika also knew it would end like this, so it didn't bother me too much. Just a glance with the King of Fish in front of him. Then a deep, hard drag on the cigarette. Blow out at the Kingfish, trying to take all the attention off myself. Bamboo Green also knew the intention of Vineflower, but nowadays, his body could no longer even speak, let alone move. All that could be done was to watch the vine flowers, desperately shedding tears, but the Fish King still had no intention of, finishing off Vineflower, just continued to keep to himself, reaching out and grabbing Bamboo Green. When the arm was ready to touch Bamboo Green again, a rock hit the Fish King in the face, and this time, it's still the Vineflower, and he had a couple of rocks in his hand. Captain, don't worry, I met up with the brat first, so don't be so quick to come over to us, but you promised to see the strongest view for that asshole. Ah, he laughed in place when he finished, and with instantly sharp eyes, he gripped the stone in his hand and violently threw it at that Fish King, only it still couldn't do anything, and was casually caught by the Fish King. But these stones, and not just any stones, the moment the Fish King made contact, Fujika smiled. It really hit the mark, only to see that the small stones that had just been there instantly burst apart in the Fish King's hands, and also grew countless vines that instantly wrapped up the entire Fish King, and there are a bunch of flowers growing, but even that didn't help. The King of Fish also shattered all of these so-called wildflowers and weeds in a flash, but when it looked down, it fell for it. Bamboo Green is long gone. Instead, a wilted flower and a huge crater were left where she had just been lying. The Fish King, who felt that he was being teased, instantly became furious, dead eyes on Vineflower, and Fujika just looked at the Fish King and smiled slightly, then slowly reached up her hand, then a middle finger. Chapter 47 Liu Jiang made his appearance. Fujihana also had blood coming out of the corner of her mouth without realizing it because of the limits of her body, because his current state is nothing more than a return to form. In fact, the body had been severely traumatized a long time ago, but that still didn't stop him from playing hard to get. Come here, give me, your grandfather, a massage. The Fish King was already angry at this point. However, after it lowered its head and thought about it for a while, it realized that even if it finished off Vineflower, it didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. Instead, he got his way. It would be better to find out Bamboo Ching and then kill her in front of him. Thinking of this, the Fish King's expression converted from anger to joy. It even thoughtfully walked over to the Vineflower and healed it in order to keep it from collapsing before it could find Bamboo Green itself. Although Fujifana didn't know what kind of trick it was going to play, but looking at its evil smile made it very difficult for herself. Without saying a word, he spat a bunch of saliva directly towards its face, then smiled. This move is not very offensive and extremely insulting. Only the King of Fish was a generous man and ignored Vineflower. After wiping the drool from his face, he disappeared in an instant. The Fish King was convinced that there was no teleportation spell formation that could teleport an exceedingly long distance so quickly. Judging by the physical condition of the guy just now, Bamboo Green had at most just left the city and was probably somewhere in this city, and she still had this fishman's blood on her, so with a little searching, she'd be able to find it in no time. As feasible as this solution was, he couldn't have imagined that there was another character inside the city who was even more ruthless than him, Liu Jiang. And at this time, Liu Jiang also arrived in front of the entrance of that clearance sale supermarket. Looking at the empty supermarket and the empty, deserted streets, fell into deep thought. There's also a big, out of business, sticker on the door. Liu Jiang's face darkened. I also have a big bag ready in my hand for stocking up, but it doesn't help at all now. Pitiful, this unscrupulous capitalist, saying goodbye to today's clearance sale. How dare you lie to me? With one hand, he flung the bag in his hand on the ground, then rushed inside the supermarket and looked around, trying to be able to find something to eat, even if it's a little bit. Only after half a day of searching, there was still nothing at all. Angry, he cursed again at the empty supermarket, but still nothing. Hajin saw the angry Liu Jiang and rushed forward to comfort him. Brother, do you need me to find the owner of this store? This is false advertising and I can put them all out of business immediately. Liu Jiang turned his head to look at Hajin's. His serious expression didn't feel like an act. The heart also silently thought, this goods will not bring his 3 ants and 6 ants. Run to the other people's store inside the smash it. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and after wincing, he waved his hand. Forget it, consider me punked. Although on the surface, the real inner 10,000 grass nymphets, in the name of a monster infestation, specializing in the pitfalls of us common people, really unscrupulous businessmen but in the end, there was nothing he could do, and he walked out of the store in a state of dismay, until something drew him in. What's with the pile of flowers and plants next to the supermarket entrance? You don't say. It's pretty. It couldn't have been planted by someone else, could it? But who would plant all these flowers and plants here? I wanted to turn around and leave, but the more I thought about it, the more I lost Liu Jiang, but still took the bag and came over, wanting to steal some weeds to go back to plant. You can't lose yourself to anyone. All you can do is cry while squatting there, mowing all this grass. It left Hajins on the sidelines looking speechless, but Liu Jiang cut and cut. His hand touched a pile of inexplicable grass. At first it didn't matter much, except that something didn't feel right, and a thoughtful question for Hajins. Hajins, what kind of grass is this? Have you ever seen it? Hajins looked up and was instantly shocked, only to see Liu Jiang squatting there, holding a handful of hair in his hand. The whole person froze, holding a pair of scissors ready to cut. Frightened, he hurriedly reminded Liu Jiang. Old teacher, is there a possibility? That's not some weed you're holding. Liu Jiang also froze for a moment, then looked again at these things on his hands that were dark and black. Indeed, it doesn't look like it. Rather, more like a handful of hair. A bad feeling, not a good one, came. Liu Jiang was violently startled, his eyes wide. Hastily, he let go of the handful of hair in his hand and dropped to the ground in a panic. Bracing himself against the ground, he took a few steps back. Horrified, he pointed to the pile of grass in front of him. This. Throw the body. This unscrupulous capitalist actually buried the body right here. No. This must be reported to the police. Only Hajins was the first to perceive that the man before him was not dead. Hastily, he walked over to the pile of grass and removed all those flowers and plants. It was only then that I saw a woman lying inside, and there was a hint of breathing in his chest. This person was none other than the dying Bamboo Green, and Bamboo Green woke up at that moment. The first thing she saw was Hajins, and recognized it too. After all, Hajins was a public figure anyway, but she didn't think that even Hajins could win against that fish monster. But now they couldn't speak, so they could only desperately make eye contact. Liu Jiang and Su Shaoqing, after seeing this reaction from Hajins, also came over. Bamboo Ching also saw, with a dumbfounded look. Liu Jiang, only, her fleshly mortal eyes couldn't see Su Shaoqing's spiritual body. Liu Jiang didn't have any energy fluctuations on his body. He was an ordinary person. One more regular person here is one more liability. Therefore, Bamboo Green's nervous look became even more anxious. Got to get them going before that fish monster gets here. The Liu family also seemed to sense that she wanted to say something, only not at all. Su Shaoqing also felt this way, but was also unable to read it, because there's no way anyone can read it anyway, right? But the punch in the face came quickly. Hajins really got it. Are you trying to get us to leave quickly? There's an incredible guy here. Not something we can handle? You blink twice if it is. Bamboo Green also didn't expect that Hajins was actually so responsive, that he could even predict it. Is he still a human being? Still, she blinked hastily so as not to lose time. Liu Jiang and Su Shaoqing both looked at Hajins with a confident expression. Did guys grow up eating translators? But Hodgins didn't listen to Takekiyoshi's words. Instead he squatted down next to her and gently closed her eyes with his hand. Don't worry, even the strongest enemy won't be able to defeat my big brother. Hearing this, Liu Jiang became a little angry at some point, immediately pointing to the very serious Hodgins in front of him, angrily. Hey, I'm telling you, don't be ridiculous. Don't keep calling me big brother when you're out in society in the future. Make me look like a tip-taking punk. Only Hodgins, still looking seriously at the bamboo green in front of him. I could tell by her horrified expression that this guy was from a good place. Just as he thought of this, a loud explosion came from behind him. The powerful impact directly smashed a huge crater in place. Even all the windows around them burst at the same time in this instant. Frightened, Su Shaoqing hurriedly dodged to Liu Jiang, who in turn hurriedly dodged behind Hodgins. Smoke rose and a voice came from within. I finally found you, little mouse. You've made me look so hard for you. That powerful sense of oppression instantly came over him. Hodgins was also surprised by the energy. This feeling is like the first time I faced that cockroach. That feeling. Very suffocating. Chapter 48, The Unknown. The King of Fish makes his appearance. Slowly, he emerged from the smoke, and there was a puff of air from his mouth. The oppression pulls full instantly. Hodgins hastily assumed a fighting stance, but when Liu Jiang completely saw this King of Fish in front of him, he in turn let his guard down, because the fishman in front of him was so much like a human, and Liu Jiang's body functions were telling themselves, this guy, he poses no threat to himself. In Liu Jiang's eyes, he was not at all murderous. No different than a normal kid throwing a tantrum. Because he was accustomed to crawling inside hell for years, Liu Jiang had never seen anyone with a murderous aura on his body after he came out. It was safe to say that there was no one who could make his body able to sense danger. Liu Jiang strutted over to the Fish King, somewhat puzzled. He looked at it. Hey, you're an awakened too, right? Why are you destroying public property? Just come on, you have to step so hard. Don't you know how hard it is to be a maintenance man? Hey, I'm asking you a question. The Fish King looked at Liu Jiang, who was chirping in front of him, and began to get a little impatient. There's nothing he hates more than people who talk a lot of crap and are particularly weak. Liu Jiang fits the bill perfectly. Those two of its most annoying flaws. Behind him, though, Hodgins, was something, but not much. At this time, Liu Jiang, closer and closer to the King of the Fish, has not yet realized the seriousness of his return to the past, but also jumped up and slapped the King of the Fish's head. Ha! Are you even listening to me? Wear a fish monster mask and think you're awesome. I'm telling you, people like you. Bang! Liu Jiang hadn't even finished his words before the Fish King slammed his head with a vicious punch. The whole person instantly flew out like a cannonball. Hodgins hurriedly shouted when he saw Liu Jiang being knocked out. Sensei, are you okay? The Fish King just scratched his ears, chirping and making a lot of noise, said, pointing again to Hodgins in front of him. You, out. I'd like to see if you have the strength to take out that cockroach king. If it's really you who took it out, then let's have a fight. At this moment, Hodgins couldn't care less about Liu Jiang because the Fish King was just too strong. Like the cockroach king before it, if you're not careful, you'll be doomed. Thinking without saying a word, his hand began to form a seal. In an instant, fire burst into the sky, erupting around Hodgins' entire body. The flames burned brightly, spreading in all directions, until it completely submerged the Fish King in front of him. But such an attack didn't seem to be able to do anything. Although it was said to have a slight restraining effect, Hodgins' flames were not yet at a level where they could injure the Fish King. It was blown out violently by the Fish King taking a deep breath. It blew out Hodgins' flames straight away, and teased, looks like you're not the one who took out the Cockroach King. Too weak. Hodgins, on the other hand, no longer cared what he was saying. Brain racing, eyes rolling fast, until a thought struck him, and then immediately conjured up a bunch more hand signals. Sealing technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick iron chain appeared under his feet. The chains are not much, but they are heavy. As long as the monster was bound to it, there was no way it could break free. The downside is that the hitbox is too low. However, this monster in front of him seemed to be very confident in his own strength. Probably won't be able to dodge those chains either. As expected, just as Hodgins had predicted, this guy was just going to take all of my attacks hard. The chains bound it effortlessly. The Fish King also seemed to sense that this bundle of chains on his body was not simple. This thickness, this weight. Also, the strangulation is too tight. The Fish King then attempted to tug on the chain a few times with his hands, and just as he thought he would, he couldn't pull it off. Hodgins saw it, too, as the Fish King tugged at the chain. It doesn't work. This chain, it's not material at all. Rather, it's a soul body. It's impossible to rip it off with brute force. It's about time you paid for your own pride if you can get tied up. You have nowhere to run. The Fish King was first silent for a moment when he heard this, finally covering his eyes with his hand. He lowered his head as if thinking about something. When Hodgins tried to get a closer look, he was horrified to find the Fish King laughing. By the time he reacted, he'd already been hit with a vicious punch to the chest. A sharp pain hit. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of Hodgins, and his entire body was blown away by the brute force. The chest was also shattered by the punch, until it was about to hit a building when Liu Jiang appeared. With a great deal of speed, Hodgins was hugged in an instant. The expression is very serious and the state is very serious. Hodgins looked at Liu Jiang, and that inexplicable sense of security came back. No matter how irrational he usually is, he always brings the safest feeling in the most desperate times. Even though he didn't have any energy fluctuations on his body, the murderous aura that emanated from him was unique. The strongest man, Liu Jiang, makes an appearance. The Fisherman King saw it too. Liu Jiang. Only, when did Liu Jiang appear there? But the Fish King didn't see clearly. This person in front of him didn't have the slightest energy fluctuation. He was a piece of trash any way you looked at it. Ha, how's it going? You're still alive, you piece of. At this time, Bamboo Green also got a good look at Liu Jiang. Though, that said, she wasn't considered strong herself. She could still capture so much as a frame or two of Liu Jiang's speed. And the King of Fish couldn't do it. That's kind of Bamboo Green's gift of agility. She was the only one present who could see so little Liu Jiang's figure. Liu Jiang also had a different position in her mind now, a somewhat ponderous person. The Fish King had long been a little impatient as he looked at the ordinary people in front of him. With serious expressions, fiercely walked to Liu Jiang's face, without saying anything directly slapped on Liu Jiang's face door, and grabbing his head fiercely, in a 365-degree rotation, he directly threw Liu Jiang out like a lead ball, and Liu Jiang was also thrown out fiercely by this strange force, his body hitting countless tall buildings before landing firmly on the ground. However, the Fisherman King had also instantly moved in front of Liu Jiang once again and ruthlessly stomped Liu Jiang on the ground, and friction like crazy. Liu Jiang's clothes also shattered because they couldn't withstand this powerful impact, but the Fish King still had no intention of stopping. Viciously, he used both hands to store up his strength to pound Liu Jiang's head. The Fish King, who was already very strong, coupled with those chains tied to his body, made his attacks even more ferocious. With each swing, the surrounding buildings would be shattered by that powerful impact, trying to beat Liu Jiang to death. But he completely forgot one thing. How could Liu Jiang withstand such a fierce attack even if he was an ordinary person? But the King of Fish, who attacked more and more fiercely, didn't even think about this kind of problem, until, that is, an explosion came. Chapter 49, shattering the Fish King's illusions with a single dry punch. That jab stopped and came down. The Fish King looked at Liu Jiang with a look of disbelief, only to see Liu Jiang easily catch that fierce punch, and was taking a closer look at the King of the Fish. Oh, I know, you're supposed to be the monster. That means I can finish you off. How could the Fish King think that Liu Jiang actually dared to ask himself a rhetorical question? Looking at his emboldened dorkiness, he had long been furious inside. How dare he underestimate me? It's simply unforgivable. In an instant, the Fish King's entire face became very twitchy, and the veins on his forehead rippled. Immediately, he brought his other hand up and clenched his fist so violently that it strangled even the veins. Then he glanced down at Liu Jiang's head, aiming for the brain, clenching his teeth with a very strained expression. He slammed down hard. A punch was thrown at Liu Jiang's head. The power of this punch could instantly level a mountain without any effort. Whatever is the magic of the man in front of you, as long as they were hit, they were bound to either die or be injured. That fist was also like a piece of iron nail, ruthlessly sinking into Liu Jiang's face. The moment it touched Liu Jiang's face, the surrounding tens of miles were leveled. Powerful bursts of sound swept through the room. Even Hodgins and Bamboo Green, who were not far away, were affected by the powerful impact. Luckily, Hodgins opened his shield in time, which saved Bamboo Green's life, and the impact emanating from it was still huge, trying to destroy 100 miles in every direction. Just as Hodgins' shield was about to fail to hold out, an even more explosive sound swept through, completely and utterly covering the Fish King's attack, and with a powerful destructive force, half of the Fish King's body was directly blown into pieces. The world also calmed down in this moment, only to see Liu Jiang just slightly lifting his hand and punching it. The Fish King almost hiccuped. Yay, you must be the monster not running away. It's true that I'm the one with the quickest brain response, or I'd have let you muddle through. Until now, Liu Jiang had only guessed that the Fish King might be a monster. After all, This look of the Fish King was much more human compared to a real monster. Somewhat overwhelmed, he then scratched his face. These are monsters, right? I didn't kill anyone. The Fish King, who still had half of his body, had already been terrified. It had never felt what oppression was, and this time it had experienced it firsthand. That feeling of absolute suppression had long since prevented it from moving, and one could also sense that the man in front of him had no intention of finishing himself off. That one just stayed in. Otherwise it would have been a real close call. Luckily, his body still had a strong healing ability, or else it would have been over with that just now. But although Liu Jiang didn't continue to try to kill himself, there was still a troublesome guy behind him, only to see that Hodgins had long since taken off his gloves and tied up his hair, was staring at himself dead in the face. Kingfish saw the situation in front of him, and it really wasn't a good place to fight anymore. Immediately, he escaped instantly at a lightning speed. Liu Jiang didn't continue to chase after him either. Only, after he sat up and watched from side to side, the whole thing was dumbfounded. Hey, where is this place? What about just being in that city? The city was in ruins before his eyes. The city had long since been leveled. He was still sitting there, frozen and a little overwhelmed. And at this point Hodgins is chasing the kingfish. Even though it was already severely injured, it was still so fast. Hodgins had already used all of his acceleration spells and was in top form. But even so, it could only manage to run at the same speed as the King of Fish. At this rate, it's really going to get away. Never let it get away. This kind of war power, once put back, will have very fatal consequences for humanity. Hodgins, too, at this moment, his brain raced again. That is, until he saw that the King of Fish was still bound with the chains he had applied his magic to earlier. Now that's a good one. Kingfish was also escaping while watching Hodgins' movements, but suddenly it realized that Hodgins was gone. The one who had just been following him might have been able to catch up with him if he had been more decisive. Has he given up? That's good. The King of Fish was still happy about this when suddenly something tugged at him. The self that was still moving at a high speed was instantly forced to stop, and the feeling was like a rollover, with his organs violently cracking open. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The Fish King looked down, only to see that the chain was binding itself to death. It almost forgot about that one. In fact, the King of Fish had thought the moment he was tied up that the chain would definitely not be able to break free. But as long as you take out the person who cast the spell yourself, the chain will naturally disappear. But who would have thought there would be such a big variable as Liu Jiang? Now that the chains are still bound to you, you're really setting yourself up for a scare. Hodgins stood still with a smug look on his face and made a gesture of sealing. As soon as the chain is 1 kilometer away from you, then it will automatically retract. This was a mandatory rule power that could not be broken through by pure flesh. The King of Fishermen is no exception. Your life was over a long time ago. Give it up. I said that before. You will surely pay for your pride. For your pride. The Fish King was already starting to panic. Now there was no other way but to split the difference with the guy in front of him. Just hope that guy doesn't make it over. The other side. Bamboo Green looked drowsily at Liu Jiang, who was sitting on the wrong side of the spot, not far away. In this moment, Liu Jiang is her hero. What his father had said later in the day also reappeared in his own mind. Takashi, not all heroes don't need protection. Even heroes have heroes of their own. Oh, with that, he stroked little Bamboo Green's head. The little Bamboo Green still looked at his father innocently. So, Daddy, what kind of person becomes a hero among heroes? And who would my hero be? Little Bamboo Green's father showed that kind and good-natured expression. A slight smile in the brilliant sunlight. Except for father. Someone who can come through in your most desperate moments. Even if you know you can't win. Even if you know you'll throw your life away. And dare to stand righteously in front of your people. His smile must have been genuine. His face must have been pure. Bamboo Green also slowly raised his head and silently looked at the somewhat dumbfounded Liu Jiang. The sun also became very dazzling at this moment, shining on Liu Jiang's body. He was smiling at me. It's very sincere. Very pure. It does seem a little dull. Chapter 50. You're the one who's mentally ill. Your whole family is mentally ill. Liu Jiang was still in place, looking at Bamboo Green and giggling. There had been a flurry of people running around, countless staff members. Among them came 7A ranks and 1S rank. And these levels of awakened people are from the United Nations all over the world. As for the S rank, it's just a hobby to come over here, but it's so much fun that any S rank should come. Because the seriousness of this incident has threatened the country. That's why such a high level of war power was sent over here to set things like this right. Some people saw Liu Jiang, who was frozen in place, and thought that he was the boss, and people were running over to detain him. Even if Liu Jiang is no more sophomoric, it's useless. hold him down like a trafficker and cuff him. Hey, don't go too far guys, I didn't kill anyone. With that, he panicked and looked in Bamboo Green's direction. Ask her if you don't believe me. Just after saying this, he saw Bamboo Green faintly smile before fainting. This further made the people present feel that it was Liu Jiang who was up to no good, and hastily leaned an additional iron brand on his hand. Liu Jiang all won't. Luckily, that S-rank awakened person walked over. He saw at a glance that Liu Jiang was an ordinary man with no energy at all. Let it go. This one's just a regular guy. Can't do that much damage. It's no use arresting him. A few staff members saw that the S-rank awakened had spoken, and they hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Liu Jiang was then released. Although Liu Jiang was released, he always felt somewhat insulted. Yes, and again, I can't say what it feels like. Good with words. He walked up to the S-rank awakened person and said something against the odds. I'll thank you first off first, then I'll taunt you off first. The words gave everyone in the room a dry hump. The whole room lived speechless, but Liu Jiang's next words were even more bizarre. Thank you for letting me go, but you're being a bit insulting when you say I'm a commoner. I'm an awakened at least. You're also apprehensively disrespectful. What do you mean? This one can't be that destructive. You gave me. Before he could finish his sentence, he was held down again by several staff members, and feel very sorry for this awakened person. I'm really sorry. I didn't realize this one was still a psychopath. Seems like it would have been redundant to just untie him. I guess it's run out of one of the yards? Only just after these words were said, they were easily pushed away all by Liu Jiang. The handcuffs also snapped off at the slightest touch, but Liu Jiang's anger didn't go away. Frantically, he ran next to the S-rank awakened man. A bunch of staff couldn't stop Liu Jiang, and Liu Jiang rushed up and came up to give that S-rank awakened person a blow to the head. A warning came out of his mouth. I'll let you pretend. This action had completely angered the person in front of him. One can be stupid, but not irrational. Even mental illness is unforgivable. Today, we must make the person in front of us lose an arm, so that he will know what it means to respect others. The powerful killing aura also slowly spread out, and the staff next to him were so frightened that they only dared to back away. In his heart, he thought, what a pitiful man. We've done everything we can to save him, but there's nothing anyone can do now. Said he was ready to do it. It was also at this time that an explosion came. Everyone was attracted by the explosion, and all of them looked at that location. Only a man carrying a head was slowly approaching. This person was none other than not Hodgins, who had brought his entire body, all of his attributes, to their fullest, so the murderous aura emanating from it was no lower than an S rank, fully qualifying as an S rank awakened person. It seemed that the only person who could cause such devastating damage was the Hodgins in front of him. Everyone is looking at Hodgins as the main man in this fight, and Liu Jiang is nothing more than what kind of a douchebag who ran out of a mental hospital. The latter move, however, stunned everyone in the room. After that S-class awakened person saw Hodgins, he hurriedly went forward to greet him, and walked up next to him and was about to reach out and shake his hand when the drama set in. Hodgins directly ignored the S-class awakened in front of him and walked past him to Liu Jiang's face. After taking a serious look at it, he knelt down. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. A disciple will never forget this for the rest of his life. If it wasn't for you, I'd never know where one's limits are. If it wasn't for you, I would have never known how big the gap between strength and power really is. I'm very happy about that. Thank you. This move by Hodgins, not to mention the others. Even Liu Jiang himself was flabbergasted. Couldn't understand what he was saying at all. What do we do now? I should have known I wouldn't have agreed to those test questions with him in the first place. Now it's good to say nothing. The surrounding people were also frightened by the scene. Even that S-class awakened person felt an unprecedented shock. A powerhouse so strong was actually kneeling to an ordinary person, and also a mouthful of a teacher. Who wouldn't be shocked by this? The surrounding staff didn't dare to continue to come forward. Liu Jiang's identity has now become a mystery as well. There was a lot of speculation that this couldn't be the teacher he grew up with. That would make sense even if the strength was weaker. But how do you look at it? There's not much of an age difference between these two, is there? It wouldn't make sense to teach it from a young age. Could it be? Thought-provoking teacher? After everyone looked at each other, they immediately dismissed the idea. Although I don't know if Liu Jiang is strong or not, that look of his is really dull. There was no way it could be a thought-starter teacher, and the illogical idea was decisively abandoned. They really couldn't figure out why Hodgins, for the life of them, would call this guy a teacher. Hodgins wants a face and a face. Want money, have money. Want status, have status. This one is absolutely impossible. That S-class awakened person also felt that it was impossible. but soon he thought of a possibility. Hastily, he walked over to Hodgins and tapped him on the shoulder. Look at him seriously. Brother, don't worry. Tell me, does he have something on you? Don't worry. Tell me. I'm sure I won't let him get away with it. You don't need to stoop so low to him. Right now I could have him arrested, tortured, and made to give up your secret. It's been tried and true 100 times. Trust me. When this came out, it rendered both Hodgins and Liu Jiang speechless. Chapter 51. Who gives cigarettes to a patient? Liu Jiang first black-faced for a moment. Then silently, he walked over to, next to that S-rank awakened person. What were you talking about? That S-class awakened person also didn't put Liu Jiang in his eyes. Straight away, he took a step forward and looked at Liu Jiang with his head up. As he was about to speak, an invisible murderous aura hit him. This kind of strong perception only occurs when it's a matter of life and death. Did a boss appear nearby? Immediately, he was alert. Look around for the origin of that murderous aura. The others were also a bit curious when they saw this S-rank awakened person, acting strangely. Only, after scanning the area, he realized that there was really no monsters sent. Could it be a delusion on his part? And he was blissfully unaware that the Liu Jiang in front of him was the origin of that murderous aura. Hodgins also saw that Liu Jiang was getting angry and rushed forward to stop it, fearing that Liu Jiang would slap him to death. Don't do that, teacher. Unnecessarily screwing up your reputation for people like that. If it wasn't for Hodgins and Su Shaoqing pulling Liu Jiang all the way, I'm afraid that the person in front of him would really have to eat his words. With that, this kingfish case came to an end. Some of the remaining stray fish inside the river were cleared through by the S-class squad that rushed over. Liu Jiang also replanted a bunch of flowers and plants. The grass, not so much the one stolen from the supermarket entrance. Instead, Hodgins bought it. He thought Liu Jiang liked flowers and plants, so he shipped a big truck over. I don't know Liu Jiang just because too poor, can't afford to grow anything, so I planted some flowers and plants back. The other ones are just as interested, as long as it can be hoarded out for nothing. Liu Jiang likes it. And the vine flower, who was on the verge of death before, came to life because of that little bit of healing from the Fish King, only that both hands and feet were all crushed and fractured, and due to the fact that it had been too long, even a senior therapist had no way to heal him completely. I can walk normally, but I can't make it, can't even do some of the heavier jobs. Bamboo Green was hurt worse than Fujika, but because of her special body, it healed quickly. Nowadays it is perfectly capable of performing other tasks except for some psychological shadows that have not been treated. But when she learned that Fujika was being discharged from the hospital today, she also came to the hospital early. In his hand was Fujika's favorite, Soft Wacko, walked leisurely to his hospital bed. Looking at the Fujihana, who was staring at the window, Bamboo Green directly took that cigarette and threw it on his bed. What? Depression in the morning. Vineflower was also a bit happy after hearing Bamboo Green's voice. Turning his head, he glanced at the soft wazoo on the bed. Somewhat helplessly, he covered his eyes and laughed out loud. You sure know how to pick things out. What kind of person gives a newly discharged patient a cigarette? You're really the first one. Thanks. Though, Bamboo Green could see that Vineflower was in such a good state of mind, and he himself felt a little more at ease. Lowering his head, he snickered a few times as well, then slowly walked over and lightly punched Fujika's arm. You brat, what else are you thanking me for? I thought I saw that you usually like to smoke this one. It's not like I know anything about gift giving, so I got one of your usual favorites. What? You don't want it? No, I can take it. Fujihana put the cigarette away in a hurry. To be, how can you not want something from the captain? There was some flirting in the words, but Bamboo Green wasn't stupid, and quickly heard that it was dislike. Immediately, he pushed him again. Who are you, kid In Young? Soon the two were letting loose with laughter. Just like that, the inside of the ward was full with laughter. The nurse at the door could feel it. It seemed that whenever this woman came over, that patient inside was happy, and the others, on who, couldn't even talk him out of it. Fujihana is an orphan who grew up with the water plant Bamboo Green. It's not too much to say that the three of them are childhood friends. In Vineflower's mind, Bamboo Green was his own sister and Watercress was his own brother. It's just a shame that they'd been separated by heaven. Back then, they swore that they would live and die together. But now, they are injured, crippled, and dead. Long gone are the days. Fujihana lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, but this time he choked, desperately coughing, while Bamboo Ching handed over the water next to him. Fujiflower grabbed Bamboo Ching's hand, then looked at her with a serious and earnest face. So where are you going to go next? The words were spoken with firm eyes. Bamboo Green didn't answer this question of his, just silently lowered her head. Only Fujihana, who already knew everything. You can't hide it from me. You've been removed from the guild and have been banned from the global guild as well. Not to mention carrying out missions. Even the qualifications to enter a copy are no longer available. You tell me, what are you going to do next? Bamboo Green knew that this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. Sooner or later it would be exposed. Only, what she didn't expect was that Bamboo Green could know so quickly. There's no point in lying about it right now. So only silently could he raise his head and say softly, if it was before, I might have actually given up. But this time, it's different. I met a very special person and maybe I can learn more from him. Fujiflora looked at Bamboo Green with a face of disbelief. What kind of person would someone be who could make Bamboo Green progress? At this time, Liu Jiang sneezed again inside his home. A face of annoyance spat. What son of a called me names again? Why do you keep getting missed all day long? I'm not inviting anyone, either. Instead, Hodgins was inside the trellis, drenching the plants. That's right, because Hodgins pulls in so many flowers and plants. It won't fit on the dormitory balcony. Liu Jiang didn't want to waste it, so he built a trellis. And Hodgins' main task, that's watering the flowers and drenching the grass. To others, something like watering the flowers and drenching the grass would be as common as it gets, but not in Hodgins' eyes. He thinks that this is nothing more than a test given to him by Liu Jiang. Hone your patience, sure is a very tricky thing. Of course Liu Jiang had no such thoughts at all. It's just that I have nothing to do and I'm too lazy to grow it myself. And then it was all dumped on Hodgins. And Su Shaoqing fell asleep on the sofa. Yes, the sofa was also bought by Liu Jiang who tricked Hodgins. But it's not a big injustice. When Liu Jiang was snubbing him, he was counting the kid's food expenses for coming here on this couch. There's no pushy buying. Of course that's just his own definition. Hodgins also took it for granted that as long as he could learn from Liu Jiang, money was no object. It was at this time, too, outside the doorway in the distance, came a shout. Sir, is that you? Chapter 52, Join the Guild. They're giving too much. Is Mr. Home, Hodgins, who was watering the flowers, also heard the sound and then slowly walked out. Only a girl was standing in the doorway, wearing a tracksuit and holding a basket of fruit. It was only after Hodgins took a serious look around that he remembered that it was the injured girl from before. Bamboo Green, what do you want with my teacher? Bamboo Green was also very excited after seeing Hodgins. After all, Hodgins was a man she held in high esteem. Some of his legendary events are sort of, skimmed over themselves. Mr. Hodgins, I'm here to see the gentleman from the other day. Is he at home now? Bamboo Green was also beginning to look forward a little to Hodgins' answer. Only, Hoden was the one who just turned his head to look at the location of Liu Jiang's dormitory before looking back. The teacher is not available today. You may return. This answer was obviously a direct way to give the enthusiastic Bamboo Green a hard splash of cold water. The expression that had just been an easy smile instantly clouded over. Ah, so, then I'm really sorry, but I'm surprised this fruit basket was even brought. So please take it. I'll come back when Sir is next free. But this move was not appreciated by Hodgins in the least. Straight away, he interrupted her. Take your fruit basket away. Teachers don't just eat other people's food. And don't come over next time. The teacher doesn't like people who come over with an agenda. Looking at such a desperate Hodgins, Bamboo Green was somewhat helpless. But Liu Jiang had been her last chance. If you don't even have a last chance, then there's no point in living. Only now, there was no chance to even meet that gentleman. Does that count as a failure? The thought of it inwardly made me resentful. He could only lower his head and silently pick up the fruit basket, then turn around and walk away. Hodgins watched as she turned to leave, and a flicker rose within her, but not much, just a little. Then it was time to get back to watering the flowers. Only, would Bamboo Green be someone who would give up so easily? Apparently not. When Hodgins re-entered the trellis, Bamboo Green looked like he saw an opportunity. The whole body branched out at once. When Hodgins wasn't looking, he frantically ran to the front of that dormitory building and shouted at the entire building. Sir, I know you're in there. For whatever reason you won't take me, but let me see you at least once more. Will you? Such a loud voice was still heard by Liu Jiang, who was inside the dormitory, playing games. After Branch froze his body for a moment, he walked out into the hallway with some curiosity. Bamboo Green also saw Liu Jiang and couldn't stop her inner excitement. The smile showed from her face as well. Sir, I've finally met you. May I worship you? With these sudden words, Liu Jiang, who originally still had some curiosity, instantly stopped being curious. Turning on his heel, he walked into the dormitory and slammed the door hard, and spit back. Sure enough, curiosity killed the cat. The ancients didn't lie to me. After saying that, he just laid down on the sofa, not caring that there was still a person lying on it. It woke Su Shaoqing up in a flash. Even thought a sow had fallen on his belly. Such a big lump sitting directly here. Even after waking up and realizing it was Liu Jiang, kicking him twice was useless, like a stubborn cow. But just as Liu Jiang started a handful of games, another voice came from below the doorway. Sir, I don't know why you don't treat me well. Please take this basket of fruit with you, too. It's kind of my thing. No sooner had that been said than the fruit basket was gone from his hand, and Liu Jiang appeared in front of him at an unknown time. And he's got the fruit basket. And he just looked greedily at what was inside the fruit. Hey, get your stuff and don't tell me yet. Come, sit inside. This perverse behavior confused Bamboo Green. How come Liu Jiang became so enthusiastic all of a sudden? Upstairs, Su Shaoqing also plopped down on the escalator of the corridor, looking at Bamboo Green with a disinterested expression. What else is in your mouth? That's just the way he is. Just get used to it. Come in. Although Zhu Cheng wasn't sure what that meant, at the very least, he could finally go in. As long as there was a chance to contact Liu Jiang, it would be one more chance of victory. But when she walked into the room, the scene before her was so clean that she was a little overwhelmed. It was clear that the decorations and objects in this room were so old, and it was clear that these two were so unkempt no matter how they looked, but the room was just so clean. In fact, the rooms were all fully taken care of by Hodgins, who was a cleanliness freak. That's why it's so clean. These two guys do nothing but eat and sleep, so of course they couldn't have laid these things out so neatly. The reason why Bamboo Green could see Su Shaoqing was also because Hodgins had placed a boundary here. Whether it's a spirit, energy, or a monster, if it enters within this 10-mile radius, it will show itself. Bamboo Green also looked at the decor and style of the place with some disbelief. Shouldn't Country Z have already done that a long time ago? Helping the poor with precision? How can there still be such a dowdy place? But then again, in retrospect, top tycoons like Hodgins are here, so it wouldn't be because of a lack of money. It should be that they would have wanted to practice in such a place. Brainstorming still affirmed the idea. Soon, Bamboo Clear was casually in the room, finding a place to sit down. At this point Hodgins came up as well. He couldn't, after all, just let anyone come up and hokey-pokey the teacher. Must see what this guy's agenda really is. And the first purpose of Bamboo Green's coming up was to worship Liu Jiang as his master, but it was immediately denied. This result was within Hodgins' expectations, and it was still hard not to feel some pride inside when he saw that she had been rejected by her teacher so decisively, although we don't know what he's proud of. But the second condition, Liu Jiang actually agreed. Sir, I don't know how terrifying your strength really is though, but I know that you've never been in a copy before, because due to your strength, you can at least be ranked within the S-Class powerhouses, but I've searched all the rankings of S-Class awakened people around the world, and your name isn't in any of them, so I don't know why you don't want to participate in the copy refresh. Isn't this a great opportunity to make a name for yourself? Just as he said that, his words were immediately interrupted by Hodgins. Perfunctory. With teacher's strength, do you still need to go to a place like that? There's no way a teacher would agree to such an unreasonable request from you. Liu Jiang also gave a thumbs up in affirmation when he heard Hodgins' words. It was only when Tekikiyoshi spoke out that the awakened copy refreshed the leaderboard and could receive a very generous bonus every month. The smell changed. A copy of 10 levels or less will get you $3,000 a month. Copy up to 20 levels and you get $20,000 a month. Copy up to 30 floors and you get $100,000 a month. Copy up to 40 floors and you get $300,000 a month. Copy up to 50 floors and you get $500,000 a month. 60 times 70 tier copies. You can receive 1 million per month. For 80 floors, there are no degrees or limits. The strongest ones in the world, those S-Class awakened ones, are only at the 80-something level. No one has ever been able to reach the 90th floor. Of course, if someone can break through the 90th floor, the money can already be considered outside the body. Liu Jiang's eyes glistened when he heard this. After all, you're at least within the 10th floor, so wouldn't you be able to collect $3,000 a month? It doesn't smell any better than a part-time job. Chapter 53, Guild Selection. What? There's more to go on. 2 more copies to collect the $3,000. Liu Jiang had already been where he was before, staying until he threw up. Now it's going to take 2 more trips to that kind of place. It's so hard to make money in these days. Bamboo Green also didn't expect Liu Jiang to react like this. Still, it was patiently explained, and the reason why it was necessary. Yes, because the first level of the replica is where every awakened person must go. so naturally it can't be counted in the paycheck. Only when you brush up to the third level of the replica will you have a chance to apply for a state subsidy. At this point, Liu Jiang already had a look of despair on his face. If this first level was so difficult, wouldn't the second level be even harder? No, absolutely not. But my $3,000. Jesus Christ, why are you always so unfair to me? Bamboo Green looked at Liu Jiang, who was alone there sadly, and didn't know what to say. Sir, with your strength, you should easily be able to solve the first 20 levels of the copy. Why are you still so upset? Liu Jiang became a bit impatient when he heard this. With a worried frown, he grabbed Bamboo Green. That's easy for you to say. Have you ever been there? Have you ever experienced that kind of despair? Bamboo Green also do not know how to say. Can only look at the Liu Jiang in front of the eyes of the embarrassed hand without domination, then scratched his face with his hand. First, Mr. Though I know that places like replicas are, indeed, quite dangerous, but at least I made it through. The 23rd floor copy. Those first few levels don't seem that hard. That's what he said, but it always felt a little weird to say it to Liu Jiang. And this apprentice next to you. The copy seemed to be swept up to more than the 41st floor, right? But after saying that he regretted it. Does it say? Sir said that on purpose. After all, Hodgins was next to him as an apprentice. How could he not understand this? Is it a test for me? It was as if Bamboo Green had come to a realization, instantly understanding in seconds. Immediately, he slumped to the ground and cried out, Sir, I was wrong. It's me who doesn't understand what you're trying to do. Again, I'm terribly sorry. Bamboo Green's seconds of kneeling, which made the Liu Jiang next to him whole, not knowing anything about the situation. He could only look at Bamboo Green and blink dully, and Bamboo Green had brainstormed what Liu Jiang had just said, that Liu Jiang was a big brother who had swiped his copy to a very high level. I'm just tired of all the fighting and killing inside the replica. That's why I said something like that. Otherwise, with his current strength situation, how could he have stayed to say such words? Sure enough, I deserve to die. But those present, except for Liu Jiang and Su Shaoqing, were dumbfounded. Hodgins, however, stepped forward and smiled at Bamboo Green. Ha, you really are still too young. Such a simple question, and I can't believe I'm just now getting it. If it weren't for my big brother's magnanimity, I'm afraid you're not even qualified to come in here. Hodgins' words were even more explosive, once again shocking Liu Jiang and Su Shaoqing. What are they talking about? I don't get it at all, eh? And Su Shaoqing also glanced at Liu Jiang and said seriously, Is that what you mean? Liu Jiang could only shake his head dumbfoundedly as well, indicating that he didn't know. But the words of Bamboo Green and Hodgins continued on, and it gets longer and more confusing. It was like a string of screw codes that had Liu Jiang and Su Shaoqing talking in a daze, until Liu Jiang was all asleep. They just stopped. Hodgins also touched the sleeping Liu Jiang. Mr. Liu also jolted out of his sleep and looked around in horror. What's wrong? What's wrong? Did something happen? Hodgins says it all too. Teacher, I think her idea is too childish for you, but she is now obsessed with getting you to participate in the replica. If you don't need it, I can blow her out right now. Liu Jiang could only look at Hodgins with a helpless face. Not that what he said was wrong. Rather, this guy actually woke me up. Besides, what was he saying that I couldn't understand at all? I was going to casually make a few perfunctory remarks and just talk the girl out of it, but what she said afterward was just too tempting. Since Mr. insisted on not going, then I don't have to force myself. It's just a shame that the deluxe private rooms I prepared for you will have to be cancelled altogether again. Liu Jiang, who heard the word luxury, flew and re-ran to the side of Bamboo Green. A heavy lay directly in front of her, and struck a very handsome pose. The eyes revealed a hint of sincerity. Pretty please stay. For the matter of the replica, I think we can still consider it carefully. With that, he slowly got up. Actually, I've long thought about such things as entering a replica. The money and all that is outside of me. Mainly because I want to prove myself so badly. Give me a chance. I want to prove it. Liu Jiang's eyes revealed sincerity as he spoke. Every word doesn't seem perfunctory. No one else could see it, but he or she could definitely see that look. Perhaps Liu Jiang's words were false, but in his innermost heart, this was definitely what he was thinking at the deepest level. And what Liu Jiang was thinking at the moment was that he had to think of a way to mix the third level first. It's a $3,000 paycheck for nothing. The main thing is the deluxe private room, which is very high class at first sight. I don't know anything about it, but just the word luxury. We have to go on this trip today. Isn't it purely idiotic not to go for free when there's something to go for? Besides, this Hodgins guy can even make it to level 41. That means he's strong-willed enough. I'm not as strong-willed as I should be, but I should still have no problem surviving a 2-tier copy. The main thing is still white whoring. And at this time, Su Shaoqing and Hodgins didn't expect that Liu Jiang actually agreed so quickly. Su Shaoqing must have known that Liu Jiang was doing this for the sake of white whoring. But Hodgins is brainstorming again. Does it say? The realization dawned on him and he slumped to the ground with a jerk. Shouted, I understand, teacher. I'll never forget your teachings, and I'll be there for this copy. The sudden sound immediately startled Liu Jiang. Nuts. This one. How come she looks exactly like the girl in front of me? They're not twins here to screw me over, are they? In retrospect, the likelihood is high that both men came over to pay their respects. And Bamboo Green snapped again at those words. Does it say? This was followed by another violent fall to his knees, lying in front of Liu Jiang's face. Mr. Careless, you are on a level that is way above me. In just such a short meeting, you have benefited me greatly. Even if you are unwilling to accept me as your disciple, I am willing to follow you for the rest of my life. But when Su Shaoqing saw the scene, her person went numb. Don't! Are you too crazy? Can't you see the question mark all over this one? He's not at all what you think he is. Don't fall for it. But it was Liu Jiang who was the most confused. Sure enough, these two are here specifically to screw me over. First you want to worship me, then you freeload at my place. I kind of get it. The knees of both of them, they are truly worthless. Say 2 words and kneel. Say 2 words and kneel. Setting aside totally treats me like tribute, doesn't it? Chapter 54, I'll be the cowboy and you'll be the farmer, right? Inside the lab, a regular researcher, walking up next to a man, President Jiang. The ingredients of this fish head have all been examined. If you extrapolate on normal strength, you can reach the 50th tier of the replica's battle power. And this so-called President Jiang was the same S-rank awakened person who thought Liu Jiang was mentally ill before. Formerly known as Zhang Jitian, he was the penultimate in the rankings within the S-class awakened, located at the 18th position, and was the president of the Luo Tian Guild. He was working on it now, the fish head that had been cut off by Hodgins. Even though the entire body was gone, the cells inside that head were still multiplying like crazy. Maybe it could actually repair itself if it wasn't suppressed with drugs. This horrible desire to survive, even if there was only a glimmer of hope, did not give up. One can only imagine how strong its entire body was when it was alive. Next to the fish head was a suit of armor. A very wide punch mark has been made on his chest. This was the very same chest armor that Lithia had before. Zhang Jitian also had a very evil thought. If you reanimate the Fish King and then find a fine piece of chest armor, I wonder if it can break this armor with one punch. What a fun thing to think about and exciting. In the meantime, Liu Jiang also listened to Bamboo Green's advice and participated in the replica selection meeting. It's a place where everyone who wants to enter a higher level copy is required to enter and do some testing. Only those who are strong enough to enter a higher tier of replicas will be granted access to the next tier. Liu Jiang came on this trip to test it. Only the tests here are not all martial arts tests. There are also literary tests. If you don't pass, the state won't allow you to enter even if you've reached the strength required to enter the next level of the replica. For this kind of thing, Liu Jiang still trusted himself. Well, at least you're half a college student. The literature test is not even a concern. Rather, it was the martial test that was a bit of a concern. Soon Liu Jiang arrived at the entrance of the testing hall. There were also a couple of staff members standing in the doorway. Seeing Liu Jiang's naive appearance, he didn't even bother to care. Just playing with the cell phone in his hand with a bored look on his face. Didn't take Liu Jiang seriously at all. Until Liu Jiang took the initiative to come up and ask, "Hey, you guys work here, right? Excuse me, which way is the duplicate test platform?" But when Liu Jiang had finished his words, the two staff members in front of him continued to ignore the situation. After glancing at Liu Jiang, he continued to play with his cell phone. This move directly made Liu Jiang angry. "Hiya, my father and my mother never dared to give me that kind of temper. You actually put a face on me, but I don't have parents. But what does it matter?" The more Liu Jiang thought about it, the more angry he became. So he directly grabbed the staff member's collar and yanked hard. "What do, you asshole? Come up here and make faces at me. Ha, do you still want to work or not? Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you." But after Liu Jiang finished those words, the staff still didn't react at all. Still playing with the cell phone in his hand to himself, didn't take Liu Jiang seriously at all. It seems that this sort of thing has long been taken for granted, to a moment and then just yell, "Security! Where's security? Where's the guard? Hurry up and drag this one out." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, several security guards walked in the doorway. After seeing Liu Jiang trying to make a scene, he directly went next to him and picked up a fork and stuck it in his head. A few security guards were like forked dogs, directly inserting Liu Jiang out. But Liu Jiang is out. But Hodgins, who was behind him with several large bags of stuff, saw the scene. Seeing that his teacher was actually treated like this, anger instantly surged to his heart. Directly, he released his body's pressure, and that terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing those few security guards present to instantly break out in a cold sweat and go limp. Even the goalie at the gate was intimidated by the pressure. Hastily, he ran out like a pug. Bishop ran next to Hodgins. "Ho, Lord Hodgins, you're a big man, so you'll let ours go. It's our fault for not knowing you were coming here first." A couple of the goalies apologized to Hodgins as they slapped their faces. Only Hodgins showed no sign of abating. The old man's face darkened, a kind of high-placed stance, as he looked at the group. "What's the point of apologizing to me? Gotta ask my teacher." The staff member next to him was flabbergasted. "Hua, Hodgins' teacher? I've never heard of anyone else like that myself." But no one dared to be the first to come forward and ask, and could only stand in place and pick their fingers in aggravation. "Mr. Ha, that, your teacher, is?" Hodgins also didn't think that this group of losers actually didn't know who they had offended. That ponderous killing aura erupted once again. Just as he was about to teach these people in front of him a lesson, a hand came to rest beside his arm. When he turned around he realized it was Liu Jiang. "Forget it, Hodgins, we're still in a hurry. Let's just get in there, do it and get the hell out of here." After realizing that it was Liu Jiang, Hodgins also hastily took a step back and bowed. "Deeply express your apologies. Only this kind of thing." Although Liu Jiang felt embarrassed, but he got used to it after more. The two soon arrived. 2. At the training place. Originally, Liu Jia had thought that it wasn't just a simple training ground. It can be rare. It wasn't until he actually stepped into the place that he was truly amazed. Only the moment he stepped through the door, a very large place appeared before him. Together, this venue is the size of 16 soccer fields, and it has all the training equipment and countless people who are training and testing. Inside and out there are instruments that should be measured by different classes of people. The further inside, the higher the strength required. And most of the people testing here are skewed towards those within 20-tier copies. Outside of 20 by 20, there are pretty much just a few. Since Liu Jiang had only refreshed the first floor, Jiran was assigned to the second floor training place. The place was also lined with thousands of people early. Almost every one of them has the same kind of idea as Liu Jiang, trying to mix up a low-income policy. Not so with Hodgins, who was on the 42nd floor of the training facility with not a single person in sight. He's the only one, so there's no line at all. And there is a staff that is there for him in every way. "I'm here to be a cowboy. He's here to enjoy life, right?" The old man is not convinced. Liu Jiang angrily threw the water cup in his hand on the ground. Strutting around, he tried to walk to the training place where there were fewer other people. Only soon he was discovered and ended up being dragged back by a bunch of security guards again. And he was fined several $100s for littering. A direct hit to him. Chapter 55. Is this a warm-up? Pitiful. Is this? I haven't even gotten my $3,000 in low-income insurance yet, and I've been fined $500. But the staff didn't care that much about Liu Jiang and said that if Liu Jiang made any more trouble, they would blow him out. Although Liu Jiang was angry, he stopped to look around and gave up after careful consideration. "Let's get the low-cost insurance down first." With that, he ran behind that long line with a stubborn look on his face and got back in line, looking at the long line, and then at Hodgins, who was drinking red wine. It's really hard on the heart. How long is this going to take? In this way, Liu Jiang just had a breakfast in line, and it took 8 hours. I wondered before why all these people in front of me were carrying a bag. Now I realize it's all filled with food. It's really pissing me off. Now not only was I hungry, but my mind was starting to drift. So boring. It's even worse than the previous stay inside the copy. But looking at the group in front of him with a few hundred more people, his heart was much more solid. It wasn't worth spending so many hours coming over to stand in line. It was at this time that the sound of many people's noisy chatter began to come from the side. Everyone looked at the same spot in a concentrated manner. Some of the staff members also ran over. It's like welcoming a very important person. "Get out of here, all of you. Young Li has arrived." However, there are still many people who are not sure what kind of character Li Xiao is, until some of the general public recognized the man in front of them. "Don't you all recognize Young Li, the third son of the Phoenix Guild? Li Siki. There are occasional rumors about him on the internet," says another supreme genius. "At the age of 7, he was able to kick a boulder. At the age of 10, he was able to carry a car with one hand. And at the age of 16, he was even evaluated as the top 3 of the global genius ranking Heaven's Pride. now 18 years old. He has just been awakened and directly promoted to a B-rank awakened person. A prophet once predicted his future. I've heard that it's very likely that he'll be able to enter the ranks of Class A awakened before he turns 30, and the vice president of the Phoenix Guild, who still considers him the future of the family. Now that's coming to a fresh copy. Hearing the title of Phoenix City's third prince, another large group of people began to recognize this genius. After all, the name, Li Xiao, was so niche that it was normal not to recognize it. But the name Three Dukes had made waves on the internet. Although he is the third son, but the looks are still quite clean. He was seen wearing a pair of sunglasses, dangling and sipping milk tea while looking left and right to cut in line. Not a care in the world for these people who have been in line all day, strutting past them. Although there were also many dissatisfied voices, they were still in his way, and none of them dared to come forward, until he walked next to Liu Jiang. Straight away, Liu Jiang gripped his clothes, and Li Siki was instantly pulled down by this powerful and strange force. A feeling of irritation bubbled up from the sky. Who the hell is so ungrateful to rip off my old man? When he turned to take a look, he found a very angry nerd tugging at his shirt. Anger surged instantly. Your ing looking for death. Spread out on the count of 3 immediately. But before he could finish his sentence, he immediately tried to shake off Liu Jiang's hand with a strong effort. The results were predictable and gross. Liu Jiang spoke with a gloomy face. Can't you see we've been standing in line for so long? Don't think that just because you're a little kid, I won't dare hit you. Look at you. You're so human. Don't you know the truth about first come, first served? Hearing these words, Li Siki couldn't hold back any longer. As soon as he pulled Liu Jiang's collar, he directly pasted his body over and looked at Liu Jiang viciously. How dare you meddle in my business? Don't know who I am? Before he could finish his words, he was slapped over by Liu Jiang with a big pussy bucket. This powerful force directly caused Li Siki to spin in the air for a few big heels before slowly landing. For a moment, he was taken aback by this brute force and this impulsive energy. He hadn't slowed down enough to feel another massive killing aura. It was only when he looked up that he realized that the man in front of him actually had a powerful sense of oppression. It's almost taking my breath away. I can't. My heart is beating so fast. Li Siki's cold sweat began to flow out, a feeling he had never encountered before. What to do? Just as he was about to lose his grip, an assistant next to him woke him up. Young master, are you alright? I'll have the man dragged out. With that, he waved his hand and a bunch of security guards started coming around again. However, this action scared Li Siki, and he hastily held out his own hand and shouted, "Stop! Don't move yet! It's true I was wrong. I shouldn't have cut in line. Come on, let's get in line." But the aide next to him still tried to persuade something, but was immediately rebuked. It was a bit of a bummer, but who called him his lord? One can only look puzzled and rejoin him toward the back of the line. Liu Jiang didn't count much when he saw this. After all, it was getting close to being on its own. Soon some of the staff said, 5 more in the back. Liu Jiang just happened to be ranked 5th, so he logically entered. Within this so-called test bench, this place is nothing like the place one thinks it is. Was expecting some kind of hijinks or a very thrilling test here. I didn't realize that the only thing in front of me were some gym-only stamina testing machines, similar to some fitness equipment or something like that. On the other side of the office, there were 3 people sitting in the office, which was what the girl had called the text test. But Liu Jia quickly figured out that this was definitely not the place to test. Maybe just warming up. Yeah, that must be it. Halfway through his mind, the back of Liu Jiang's head was slapped by the staff member who came over and slapped him. What are you gawking at here? Don't you realize there are so many people lined up behind you? Hurry up! Liu Jiang could only rub the back of his head and walk up in aggravation, and muttered something carefully. Just test. Why are you being so mean? With that, he walked over to the so-called strength testing machine, only to see a muscular man standing in front of him, who was planning to punch that strength tester as hard as he could. It's really kind of funny how he builds up his strength though. Taking a horse stance is still like squatting in a latrine, and the whole face is red, like it's red hot. Waiting, Liu Jiang could not help but laugh a little, but after being glared at by the muscular man, he could only pretend to hold back his laughter again. But that look he just had was hilarious. The more he thought about it, Liu Jiang laughed again. But he wasn't happy for long before he was slapped on the head again, only to see the staff member walk over again. What are you laughing at, you asshole? You think you can be better than him? Don't let the back make fun of you when you go up there later, or you will shut your mouth right now. Right now. Chapter 56. What kind of questions are you asking? Why don't you ask what can come out of a cross between a rooster and a sow? Liu Jiang was inexplicably slapped hard on the head again, although there was some inner resentment, but after thinking about it, it was really my fault. How about not making fun of others? So one can only be embarrassed that one won't laugh anymore. The staff didn't let him idle, though, and pointed directly to the room next to him. Somewhat helplessly, he said, ha. There's someone here to test, so just go over there first. Liu Jiang glanced at the direction he was pointing in, which was exactly the office of that man test. I've heard that the pass rate here is so low that very few students, even those coming out of Qingbei University, can achieve 80 points. Liu Jiang does not believe in this evil, and today he has to see how difficult this exam is. But the main purpose of one's visit here today was to take a martial arts test. The literature test I wanted to save for the end and try again. So it was an awkward discussion with the staff. I mean, big brother, can I not go there first? Wait until I finish testing this martial. First. The words were barely out of his mouth when he saw the staff member slowly raise his hand. Liu Jiang also immediately admitted defeat when he saw this. Okay, I'll measure it. Can't I just measure it? When he finished speaking, he could only nod his head and run outside the doorway of that man testing private room in a grayish manner. What can we do about this? I'm not mentally prepared for the literature test, but the self-confidence is still there. Just as I thought of this, the door to the literature test was opened. A young man wearing glasses looking like a third-grade student was wiping his eyes while crying and saying a bunch of resigned words. You guys are too much of a bully. I hate you guys. After that, he ran off. Liu Jiang also rushed up to comfort. Guilty as charged. Man, isn't it just a test? If you study more, I'm sure you'll pass next time. But the dude pushed Liu Jiang away as if he didn't hear him. Arrogantly, he said, "Who's your buddy?" "I'm a girl." When these words came out, Liu Jiang's eyes were about to spurt out blood. "This leg hair is longer than my hair. You damn well told me you were a girl. Seriously, if I didn't look at you, I would really like to whack you to death." All that could be done afterward was to point at him helplessly. Dude, don't tease. You don't say you're a woman. I'd believe you even if you said you were an ape. As soon as those words came out, Liu Jiang was slapped over with a hard big pussy bucket. Then the girl in front of me ran off. Liu Jiang was rendered speechless. What's gotten into this one? Inside the workroom, though, came a few more interrogators' voices. Next, after hearing the shout, Liu Jiang also walked over with 2 small steps. The moment one walks into the office, the whole world seems to go quiet. It's a complete insulator when the door is closed, and you can't hear a thing from the outside. It's like a secret though is like. The atmosphere got serious all of a sudden. Liu Jiang was also a bit cautious and sat down across from those interrogators. I only saw that the screen still had the information from the last member of the text test. Wang Gang, female, 18 years old, graduated from Qingbei University and failed the exam by 32 points. This string of data directly scared Liu Jiang. Qingbei University can only get 32 points. Wouldn't that make me even more out of luck as an unranked second-tier university? But soon Liu Jiang composed himself. The interrogators in front of them, after scanning Liu Jiang's information, also started questioning Liu Jiang. Only 3 people were sitting in front of him, all with their backs turned, but it could be distinctly heard that there were a total of 2 men and 1 woman here. One of them, the woman, was right in the middle. And it was the woman who spoke first. Liu Jiang, from Zhuozhou. Rare. There was a moment of silence after that. Mr. Liu, we'll be asking you some brief questions next. And there's not a standard answer to these questions, but we'll come back and evaluate all the answers you've said. Please listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Hearing these professional words, Liu Jiang was also a little nervous. It's been a long time since I've experienced this feeling. I think I tried it once before in my own first interview. That's why Liu Jiang took this time of questioning very seriously. With a serious and earnest expression, he looked at the 3 interrogators in front of him. His mouth still gulped every now and then, until the first question came up. Who do you think is worth more, a pound of eggs or a pound of tofu? At first this question, Liu Jiang thought there was nothing strange about it. Isn't this test a market price? The egg soup doesn't specify where the eggs are from, and the tofu doesn't specify what kind of tofu, but on a normal basis, a pound of eggs is definitely more expensive than a tofu. Liu Jiang answered without hesitation. I choose socks. The words froze everyone in their tracks. No one knew exactly what was going through Liu Jiang's mind right now. Liu Jiang also asked him this answer to feel snickering when he was directly voted 0 by 3 votes. This directly confused Liu Jiang. And these 3 give as the answer or. Even the price of a pound of eggs and a tofu cannot be distinguished. This goods is here to do what? The 3 began to whisper as well. It's not supposed to be a psycho. Is it? Liu Jiang also heard them and instantly became angry. Straight away, he raged to the 3 of them. Hey, don't be sneaky. I can hear what you're all talking about. I answered the question wrongly. So what's the point of calling me a psychopath? The three inquirers also felt justified and could only cough awkwardly to apologize. Still, Liu Jiang was angry, but held his tongue in order to answer the questions afterward. At the same time he learned a lesson. That question just now was a regular giveaway, and it's a proper question asking room, not so much brainstorming. After figuring this out, Liu Jiang came to a realization. I am confident that the next question will not be difficult for me, but the second question left Liu Jiang baffled. Mr. Liu, let's start the second question. Pound s equals infinity pi slash n equals 2, 1 slash n8. May I ask how to solve this question? Liu Jiang's eyes flew out when he saw this question. What the kind of numbers are on this string? Is this something a human being can answer? Up there, besides that 1, 2, and 8, you tell me any other human being can figure out those numbers? But time waits for no one, and there are only 30 seconds to answer a question. But Liu Jiang really didn't understand the question above, so he could only answer it randomly. Buckle up for this one. You'll have to be more serious about the next one. The answer is infinity. The staff member nodded in relief. Correct answer. Firm expression. Sharp tone. We're satisfied. All three gave full marks for this question. This gives Liu Jiang all the whole will not. Serious answer is not right. Blindly, but also scored. Chapter 57, Feng Shui turns. Okay, I admit it was me that was shallow before too. But for the next question, I will be able to answer it flawlessly and never rely on luck. Liu Jiang was very determined, but it's only lip service. In fact, he'd forgotten all about his knowledge long ago, back in the days when he was in college. Who goes to college and still knows that stuff? It's not like you're going to graduate school. The next question, though, was soon to be asked. The interrogator also apologized for having just judged Liu Jiang's unreasonable behavior. Mr. Liu, truly a talent. We're the ones who just took too much offense. Please don't mind too much. Although Liu Jiang knew that just now that was his own blind guess, but to see these few people in front of him suddenly so polite, I'm weirdly embarrassed myself. So it can only be awkwardly stated. There's no problem with that. There's no problem with that. Then, since Mr. Liu has already disregarded his former suspicions, let's hurry up and start the next question. When he finished, he pulled out a book and turned a page. After a moment's contemplation, he said, if you were walking down the road and all of a sudden you realized that there was a dollar bill and $100 on either side of the road, which one would you choose to pick up? As soon as this question came out, Liu Jiang instantly froze. It's not right. It's 10 out of 12. This is a simple enough question, but if I say I took $100, it's definitely too obvious and definitely a punt. If I say I'm going to take the dollar, it's even more brainless to take a dollar instead of the $100. This is an interesting question. What happens if I say, take both? I choose two. The words were just in mid-sentence and immediately stopped. Liu Jiang also realized with a jolt that something was wrong again. He had only just said half of it himself, and these staff members were laughing like this. There's definitely something wrong. I just saw the three interrogators in front of me, fidgeting there like laughing fools. It's a bit insulting, to be honest. Liu Jiang gritted his teeth and questioned them with some anger. You guys are going overboard. That's already in the category of character assassination. Hearing Liu Jiang's tirade, the three interrogators also immediately stifled their laughter and forced themselves to calm down. After coughing twice it prompted Liu Jiang that time was almost up. Seeing that there were still 20 seconds left on it, Liu Jiang couldn't care less. Let's beat a dead horse. I choose to pick up neither. The three interrogators were immediately shocked at these words. Then he forced himself to be calm and asked Liu Jiang why. Liu Jiang's answer was also quite unexpected. Because. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The education I received from a young age told me that I must turn in any money I find and not be an insatiable glutton. If you're happy to find money, but the person who loses it will be very sad, so we must turn things in immediately when we see them. I suppose this set of questions came about as a test of my humanity. At these words, one of the interrogators had just taken a sip of water in his mouth and violently sprayed it out. That's an outrageous response. What kind of a humanity test for $100? But again, I can't find anything wrong with his statement. Handing in found money is indeed commendable, but there's just something odd about this question, and I just don't know what it is. Just as he was fretting a bit, he turned his head to look at the two interrogators next to him, noticed their expressions, which were even worse than mine. All seemed to be deeply troubled by the problem, and all looked sad. If the question is wrong, it seems right, but if he's right, it always feels like a cheap shot for the brat. It seems all three have the same idea. After some deep thought, he still gave Liu Jiang a pass. Ah, Mr. Liu, let's say you muddle through this question. Try harder next time. Don't always get into these bullseyes. What the do you mean? I got past it? Can you not write perfunctory on your face? What's with the look of disdain? It always felt as if he had won so dishonorably this time. What's with the bullhorn? Isn't that the right answer? But Liu Jiang still held back his anger with a constipated expression. But at least the question was right. Hold on. Liu Jiang Ben won back. This question is already outrageous enough. I didn't realize this next question was even more bizarre. May I ask, Mr. Liu, do you wash your ass or your feet first when you take a bath at night? At this moment, Liu Jiang could no longer hold back. The already constipated expression crumbled instantly. Directly 1 foot on the table, his whole body rushed to those chairs. As soon as he did, he strangled one of the interrogators. Question him hard. The 2 interrogators next to him were shocked to see this scene. What the is wrong with you? What does this have to do with entering a copy? Is it that you can't really find anything fun to do when you're getting a good paycheck to fool around here? Making a fool out of me. Ha! The 2 beside him also hurriedly told Liu Jiang to calm down. If you get impulsive this time, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. If you rush this one, you'll lose your chance completely. If you get impulsive this time, you'll spend the rest of your life in jail. We also followed normal logic for your question. We really blame our interrogators for this one. Hearing these words, Liu Jiang once again forced himself to hold back his anger as I returned to his previous position. But they came up with another question. Can I wash my pants and socks together? I'll go. This time Liu Jiang couldn't hold back any longer. Straight up, all 3 of them did it together. Obviously, though, since he did all that, the score naturally came in at a horrible 12. It's twice as many points lower than the Qingbei student who just got in. As he walked out the door, he was also mocked by the dude who had just finished his martial arts test. Thought you had a lot of power. It turned out to be a big one to hold back. These words once again irritated Liu Jiang, and without saying a word, he rolled up his sleeves and went up to give him 2 blows to the head. The move, though, was similarly inserted out by the security guards. In this way, Liu Jiang's first test, with a staggering total score of 12 points, managed to capture the name of the penultimate in the replica test list. The low income didn't mix, and I lost $500. I've been insulted. I've lost money on this deal. At the same time there was a dead pervert who came over and looked at the very sad Liu Jiang and threw a wink. Don't be discouraged, little sister. Everyone has bad plays sometimes. Liu Jiang also froze for a moment. Who is this big brother who is picking his nose while scratching his ass? TM, come up and call me sister directly. What the do I look like a woman? But the scene soon came back to him. It seemed to be the exact same scene as when he, himself, had just entered that interrogation room. What a creation! The Wind and the Water. Chapter 58, The Remartialization Test. Li Siki, who was still at the door in the queue, saw Liu Jiang, who was forked out, and hurriedly went forward to ask, Wait, what's going on here? The security guards say it all too. Young Li, you don't know anything. This one's stock is here to things up. The test isn't even over yet, and he's injured 3 interrogators, and also verbally insulting the normal people who are doing the testing. I suspected he was mentally ill, so I took him out. Upon hearing this list she stroked his chin. You should. This guy looks at me like I'm a bit of a square. Ha, not like a brute. Could my instincts be wrong? With that in mind, he took a big step next to Liu Jiang. After looking left and right for a while, Liu Jiang realized that he was covered in brokenness, but always gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Could it be an illusion? Sitting down, he wanted to go up and test Liu Jiang, but when he slowly approached Liu Jiang, he instantly locked eyes with Liu Jiang. That kind of horrible pressure came again once more, frighteningly Siki to hastily lower his head, a turn around in gray and run back again. This guy is definitely a powerhouse. It seems to be a deliberate attempt to hide its strength. No, we can't let these unreasonable guys piss off this powerful man. The thought grabbed the security chief. An angry face questioned him. Do you realize what you've done? Hurry up and put the one you just put back in for testing. Do you realize that what you just did almost got us killed? The security chief was also dumbfounded, but Li Xiao's words couldn't be disobeyed, so he could only reluctantly go over and give Liu Jiang another chance. Maybe this Liu Jiang character has some kind of friendship with Li Xiao. In any case, he cannot be offended. But Liu Jiang hadn't even gotten over the state of confusion he had just been in before he was once again dragged in by several security guards. The expression was blank. Hey, what are you guys doing? I'm telling you, I don't have a dime on me. It won't help if you re-pull me back. The security guard did not know what to say, and could only breathlessly drag Liu Jiang to the test machine and directly throw it down, then turned his head and walked away. Only, the man and a staff member who were still in the martial arts test before were left. Don't look, though I don't know what kind of relationship you have with Yun Li, but I advise you to give up. Something like a test, if you don't pass it, it's useless even if you have a hard background. Liu Jiang still didn't understand what he was talking about. The tester next to him scoffed once more. Look, he's so dumb, like the cure is drooling. Do you think he'll be able to test it? After saying this, both of them laughed loudly, leaving only Liu Jiang in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. Although angry, I really had to endure it this time. If it gets any rougher, this opportunity is probably gone. Besides, what kind of person is Mr. Li? How come I don't remember knowing this friend? Is it the girl from before? Just as I thought of this, the big brother who was testing in front of me ended it. Martial arts test score of 76. Upper middle of the pack. Inside the martial arts test, 76 points already belong to all out of the pass line. Even a low score on the literature test is almost enough to get into the second, third tier of copies. And after this man did the test, he walked next to Liu Jiang with a teasing face. When he wasn't looking, he popped him in the head with his hand, and making strange noises. How am I supposed to finish these tests later when I see you with this big smart face? The words were barely out of his mouth before the man in front of him was slapped in the face. Only Liu Jiang took one step and two steps next to the fist strength testing machine. After lowering his head in contemplation for a moment, he clenched his fists tightly. Before the crowd could react, a powerful explosion swept through the room. By the time that explosion stopped, everyone was looking at what was in front of them with dumbfounded eyes. Only Liu Jiang used only one punch and smashed the entire test bench, and the powerful impact generated directly gave that wall behind it a hole that was viciously smashed out. White smoke was still coming out of his hand. Liu Jiang, however, clearly didn't take this seriously, and with an overwhelmed look on his face, "Oh, is this machine broken? I haven't even pushed it hard enough. Why is it broken?" To others Liu Jiang looks a bit like Versailles, but Liu Jiang is really unaware of it. After all, he really hadn't exerted any force just now, and his fist hadn't even swung out completely before this test bench in front of him exploded, and stupidly looked at the staff member next to him and asked him if the machine was broken. But the scene had long since stunned the staff. Where have I seen such a scene in all my life? Even an S-rank awakened person, when testing these ordinary copies, would only be the strength of a B-ranked awakened person. And Liu Jiang is like a full-level S-rank awakened person who suddenly came here to brush his trumpet. He didn't have anything to say to Liu Jiang and pointed to the instrument next to him, indicating that he could move on to the next section. Although Liu Jiang was a bit confused, he scratched the back of his head and walked to the next section. This time all eyes were on Liu Jiang, and the testers, who were next door, all ran over to try to witness Liu Jiang. Let's see if he really has it in him. Liu Jiang also seemed to notice everyone's gazes. What's going on with all these people today? What's all this coming over to our side? He was oblivious to the fact that everyone was looking at himself, but Liu Jiang didn't care, and after stretching, he walked back to the leg test session. Anyone who can jump 5m in a standing long jump from a standing position in place is considered to have passed. Jumps of 10m count as good. A jump of 20m is considered excellent. Liu Jiang glanced at the distance ahead. Discovery isn't far away. Since he wasn't sure how far he was going to jump, he just had to plan on jumping behind the furthest line. Inwardly, I also wondered, I guess that's the passing line there? No wonder it's so close. With that in mind Liu Jiang stretched his legs. The staff also immediately reminded Liu Jiang, when I count to 3, you start jumping. Okay, then respond. Liu Jiang also looked over and nodded. The time has also begun to count down. 3, 2, 1. Just after the words were said, Liu Jiang's feet instantly burst open. A powerful wave of air instantly erupted, and before he could see what was going on, Liu Jiang was already at the finish line. When everyone slowed down, it was only then that they could see Liu Jiang's position clearly, and Liu Jiang was somewhat chagrined. It's over. Not a small heartbeat too much. Shouldn't we be disqualified again? Chapter 59, you call this a test? I call it a warm-up. Liu Jiang's display of strength shook the room. At this moment it seemed that those security guards felt that this friend that Yun Li had made was really not that simple. Liu Jiang stood frozen in place, scratching his stomach every now and then. This jumping out of the lineup shouldn't be a problem, should it? Who dares to question Liu Jiang's performance? The staff could only nod and run over. Coyly, no more questions. Sir, you may proceed to the next test, but the back projects are all the same. Liu Jiang all passed with ease. Swimming 100m in 1 second. Sprint 100m in 1 second. Push-ups 100 a second. Sit-ups 100 a second. Almost all of the items in the back of the program were over in an instant. at a second's notice, and the damage done to the test stand was as if it had just been in a fight. But even so, Liu Jiang still felt that this was just a warm-up before the test. The real testing hasn't even started yet, I guess. The backstage staff saw such a scene and also gave Liu Jiang a direct rating of 100 points. It was announced that with Liu Jiang's strength, he was fully capable of entering a copy of 20 floors or more. I was going to take this information and tell Liu Jiang, but just then, a man walked in, with a head of yellow hair, a cigarette in his mouth, and a pair of tight pants. He was no different than a spiritual boy. It was only when his entire body walked in completely that he saw clearly who the visitor was. Class A Awakener, Huang Lu. He looked inside the video, playing Liu Jiang's test over and over again. Inside, it was very upsetting. Liu Jiang. Ah, Liu Jiang. I can finally find you again. This time, I will make your life worse than death. The others were also frightened when they heard those words from Huang Lu. The body was very tense and all in a cold sweat. It wasn't until a little while later that a slightly older man approached, trembling. Supervisor Huang. Huang, what do you mean? Huang Lu threw his cigarette on the ground with a disdainful face and stomped it out. Isn't it just an awakened whose strength has already reached A class? Let him enter the copy. Gotta get him into a fun place. Though, there was a wry laugh after saying this. At this point, Liu Jiang had been placed in the waiting room. He wasn't idle, though, and was working on picking his feet. That is, until a few white-coated staff members walked in the doorway. The whole body was wrapped up in a solid package. There was no pattern on the dress either, except for the fact that it was white. It said staff, but it looked more like some kind of experimenter. The atmosphere, which was still somewhat quiet, became somewhat tense all of a sudden. Liu Jiang, right? We've looked into all your information. Father died when you were born, leaving only you and your mother. When you were a year and a half old, your mother died, too, and you were put in an orphanage when you were 2 years old. After graduating from college, I chose the path of awakening to rank. The information also shows that you were once trapped inside the first-tier copy for a month, came out in tattered clothes and carrying a knife, didn't you? Liu Jiang didn't intend to hide anything either, picking at his ears again. Yeah, but there's something I have to correct. I don't think I've been inside a copy for as long as a month. I feel like it's going to be, at most, 3 or 4 days or so. It may also. Just as the words came out of his mouth, the white-robed staff member slammed his palm on the desktop. The eyes revealed 12 points of seriousness within them. Listen to me very carefully. I'm here to confirm information now, not to play house with you. There's no mistaking the information. Yes means yes, no means no. This move also scared Liu Jiang, but it was only scary for a moment. He doesn't understand. I thought I said I was qualified. Just let me go after you give me the grade. Is there still a link to confirm the information? However, in order to ease this tense atmosphere, Liu Jiang also sat with his body and moistened his throat. Yeah, it's just that I just think there's something unreasonable about it. If I've been in there for a month, then I've been going without food or water for a month, and that's too much for a normal person to suffer. Have I eaten anything myself? This I do promise. Liu Jiang's words weren't finished before he was once again seriously interrupted. The staff didn't care if Liu Jiang agreed or not. They directly walked up next to him and rolled up his sleeves, put a stamp on his arm. Liu Jiang was also confused. I don't care how long you've been in there, but since you've already passed the test, let us take you directly into the replica. Said and did not care whether Liu Jiang agreed or not, directly dragged Liu Jiang away. This forceful move, although very impolite, Liu Jiang didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, just thought it was a mandatory part of getting into the replica. So there was no struggle, and they simply let them drag them along. And he was oblivious to the fact that this time it was Huang Lu who brought him into the copy. It is the 66th level of the replica, the Gate of Wisdom. It was a very scary copy where countless strong people had been buried, and none of these powerhouses are underpowered. To get through this layer, power alone is useless. If the IQ is not online, it will never go anywhere. Huang Lu was trying to utilize Liu Jiang's intelligence to trap him in this copy forever. And this time, there was another person who wanted to go to the 66th floor copy. This person is none other than Li Xiao, Li Siki. Since there are no dangerous places to fight in this copy, anyone with enough intelligence can just enter. List is just trying to pass once here so he can make a name for himself. However, the current him had been completely convinced by Liu Jiang's strength. Looking at this dilapidated testing place, Li Siki's entire being froze, staggered out into the test arena. Look at that floor, look at that wall, all of them have been severely damaged. Inwardly, I also silently reminded myself, if I were in my place could I do it? No, Even my brother couldn't have done it so easily. A little broken inside, he suddenly sat down on the ground. One of the scarier things is that he actually ate up the test spirit stones. I'm afraid I'm the only one who can see this kind of horrible power among all the people present. No one will notice here. I've seen S-Class awaken people with my own eyes. McTemples has said, this stone is 10 times harder than diamond and no longer belongs to an item on Earth. So no one has ever been able to break it so far. Even an S rank couldn't do it. But Liu Jiang did it. What a terrifying power this is. And at this moment, Liu Jiang had already been brought to the gate of the 66th floor's replica. Chapter 60, what's this? Wow. This is the first time I've seen that a copy can be this luxurious. A huge eye formed the gateway and contained countless purple gases around it as well. It was the eye that seemed to be staring at you dead in the face when you got a little closer. This is a copy of the 66th floor. Liu Jiang stood frozen in front of the gate for a moment. Going into that black and white horror place again? Wow. I really don't want to go back in there. But then he thought about the $3,000 of low-income insurance. Liu Jiang still gritted his teeth and walked in. It was a moment when a gentle breeze hit the air. Liu Jiang closed his eyes and smelled it. It was the smell of spring. The coolness is somewhat intoxicating. When he slowly opened his eyes, the imagined hellish scene didn't appear. Instead, a small town appeared in front of him. The town also rolled in smoke from the cooking pots. And when you listened closely, you could hear the sounds of some children playing and jostling. What is this place? Liu Jiang looked left and right for a moment with some disbelief, inwardly certain that there was absolutely no way this was a copy. But then again, one remembers that one did just walk through that door. Something was wrong. Very wrong. It's not supposed to be a scam, is it? Luckily there are people in this town. Let's go over and ask first. Soon Liu Jiang walked to the town's small street. There was no difference between this place and a normal street. The only difference was that all these people seemed to look a little odd. Although the body and organs are no different from humans, there will always be those who grow some extra weird organs. Some have pig noses, with rabbit ears, and others have horns on their heads, like humans and animals mixed together. But these were nothing unusual for Liu Jiang. Maybe it's just that people here like to wear weird decorations. Respect for other people's cultures. After all, to him, compared to monsters, these people were more like humans, right? It was also at this time that an older uncle next to him suddenly called out, lad, here. After Liu Jiang heard the voice, he turned his head and looked at the older man. He was seen sitting on top of a ground stall and kept winking at Liu Jiang. Liu Jiang was also a bit surprised, then pointed at himself with some confusion. Uncle, you're calling me. Of course I'm calling you, or else me. Get over here. With that, he waved his hand in a hurry to signal Liu Jiang to come over. Liu Jiang didn't understand any of this and walked over with curiosity, came to the uncle's stall and squatted down. Reaching out, he casually flipped through the older man's floor stand, and the uncle doesn't shy away from it. Boy, you don't look too smart to me at first glance. Probably from out of town. I have a few fine spirit stones here. Are you interested in taking a look? Just halfway through his words, he was gripped by Liu Jiang's collar. With a very sinister expression, he gritted his teeth and warned the older man. What did you just say? Old dang. Don't think that just because you're an old man, I won't dare to hit you. Pussyfoot around a bit more. Believe it or not, I'll Liu you ah. But this kind of scene uncle looked like he had encountered it many times. Didn't take it to heart at all. After casually waving his hand, he gave an expression like looking at, I can tell you, I'm a handful of years old. Can't stand the tossing and turning of you young fellows. If you move me again, I'm going to be lying here. It won't be a matter of buying a few spirit stones at that point. You're going to have to weigh that yourself. Once these words came out, Liu Jiang also felt that it was indeed true, but there was still something about that inner breath that I couldn't swallow. As soon as he did, he threw the older man to the ground. With a tug of his hands, he grabbed his stall and flung it with a hard, direct motion. In an instant, everything on it was thrown about. I'm the man who is the roadside beggar, just for you, leaning old denizens. Don't let me see you setting up a stall here next time, or the police won't be able to help you. But the older man in front of him was not impressed, and plopped down and sneered a few times. It was followed by a clap. Soon a bunch of big, bold men came out of the room. All of them are armed with sticks and weapons, and they don't look like they are to be messed with. All of them walked towards Liu Jiang with a lewd face. Yo, there's a little tender lamb so soon today. Looks like you won't be able to leave without peeling off a layer of your skin. Liu Jiang sort of understood. This Lao Dang Pure is a criminal gang. This kind of thing like doing more than one. The rhythm flow are so perfect, but today he's kind of kicked the bucket. Let's see me bring him to justice. Thinking to himself, he also walked up to the group with a disinterested look on his face. The move made a few of the big men happy. Hey yo, he actually came forward. What a rarity. Ah, ha ha ha, said everyone in the room, roaring with laughter. The surrounding passers-by seemed to have seen it as if they were not surprised, and paid no attention to Liu Jiang's death. But the group soon stopped laughing. Only a few bangs were heard. All of them are on the ground. All that was left was the uncle, who was lying on the ground with a dumbfounded look on his face, and Liu Jiang, whose fists were still smoking. The scene scared him so much that his legs went weak and he couldn't even run away. You are. What? People. Uncle knew clearly that his group of men were protected by the power of the rules. Even if the other party's strength was strong, it was impossible to ignore these rules. Turns out there's this unwritten rule in this town. As long as the town is reasonably safe from any outsiders, even if the opponent's strength was a whole stage higher than his own, there was no way he could harm the town. Here, one can only pass with intelligence. Only if you can outwit the people here can you walk away from the person who asked the question to you. That person. But Liu Jiang actually directly ignored these rules, and strutted away after trashing his own store. This move was not only shocking to the older man, it also caught all the eyes of the entire street. Liu Jiang is a man who can break the rules, and being able to break the rules means he can get us out of here. The thought swept through the entire street in an instant. Liu Jiang seemed to have noticed the gazes of these people as well. The heart is still a little nagging. What's wrong with these residents? They hadn't even looked at them squarely when they had just suffered themselves. Now that I want to leave myself, they won't think I want to run away after bullying the old man, will they? Although he was watching the people around him all the time, it was Liu Jiang who still didn't take the previous seriously. Anyway, one has a point, and there is nothing the police can do when they come. Thinking about it, he suddenly remembered a piece of news. The bumper sticker in question. As long as everyone here is willing to be certified as that uncle, then one does have some trouble. The more he thought about it, the more wrong. Liu Jiang suddenly stopped in his tracks, thinking in place for a moment. The surrounding gazes also stopped at Liu Jiang's figure. Until, in an instant, Liu Jiang violently pulled out his legs and ran. All the people on the street didn't want to let go of the chance to escape out of here. After seeing Liu Jiang trying to run, they all swarmed up. Just like that, Liu Jiang ran while a group of people chased after him. The man in the back thought, letting Liu Jiang take them out. Liu Jiang, however, thought, these people won't all want to arrest me and take me to the police station, right? Chapter 61. A copy that relies on intelligence to pass. I passed it by brute force. What's all this? It's obviously him touching the car, okay? Behind Liu Jiang chased a bunch of old people on the street, each with a hint of expectation in their expressions. Those who didn't know would think that they were just very angry and chasing after Liu Jiang. Soon Liu Jiang ran and hid inside a church. I thought they would come in after me, but after a long wait there seemed to be no movement. Liu Jiang peeked his head out to take a look. It was found that the street people all stood in the open space 100 meters away from the church, not daring to move forward a bit. Looks like this group of people are avoiding the church in some way. Liu Jiang also realized where he was and got up to take a look. Chairs were placed empty within the church, as if the place was filled with row after row of people. It was wide open right in the center, separating out a ring, and in the middle of this was placed a tabletop. It's a little scary how quiet it is, and you can clearly hear your own footsteps if you take a little step. Liu Jiang was somewhat curious as he slowly walked to the center of the ring. An ominous sign came over him, and he looked down at one of the placed chairs around him, as if countless people were watching, even if there was not a single person on the stage. The sunlight also shone through the window at this time, and the image of dust floating in the air was mapped out by the sunlight. Liu Jiang, who was still a bit nervous, also relaxed. This can't be the home of some rancher, can it? Otherwise there's no way the residents outside would be afraid to come in. The sound of a crisp leather-coated shoe came from the back of the church, one step at a time, so regular that it felt as if it were inside the church, playing a beautiful dance. Liu Jiang's eyes were a little dull as he glanced at the place where the voice came from, only to find an old man with a cane in his left hand and a holy book in his right walking out. He was dressed all in black, with only the garment, which seemed to be a suit, but the pants were quite chic, long and dragging on the ground like a skirt, only they were cut in the middle, and the whole man had the air of an aristocrat. Uncle, is this your house? I'm really a bit sorry about that. I just had to run and hide in your place for a bit. If there's really nothing else, I'll leave now. Liu Jiang could clearly feel that the uncle in front of him was very wrong. As soon as he came out, he was sulking, 80% because he didn't want people to break into this place of his, and once someone broke in, he would get angry, so those residents didn't dare to run in. The more he thought about it, the more wrong Liu Jiang, taking advantage of the uncle's unnoticed eyes to sneak around, his calf gently raised and took a step. After realizing that the older man still didn't respond, he tried to just slip away. But how could uncle let him go so easily? A couple of light coughs. You can leave if you want to. Answer my 2 questions before you go. An old voice came out of the older man's mouth. By now he had long since walked over to the tabletop in the center and gently placed the Bible on top of it. He looked up at the sunlight outside the window, then slowly at the Bible in his hand, and finally took out a pair of glasses from inside his pocket. I'm not asking too much, am I? Just answer my 2 questions. These 2 problems are nothing, but Liu Jiang is afraid that he will touch his own again. After all, we'll be looking for your old man for no reason, either to touch the porcelain or the pit. He is really afraid, but now that he wanted to sneak away, I guess he couldn't. So the dead horse was a dead horse. Liu Jiang turned around awkwardly and scratched his head. Uncle, I just came in to hide for a while. I didn't steal anything from you here. I'd find it a little unlikely that you'd let me go if you actually asked me 2 questions. I'll give you some money if you really can't. Thinking about it, something wasn't right. It seemed like he didn't have much money right now. After a moment of reaction, get some credit, get some IOUs. I'll pay you $100 or $80 after I get my paycheck. What do you think? A laugh couldn't be held back. What Liu Jiang said was a bit too cute. The old man has been here for I don't know how many years, and this is the first time I've heard such an odd question. After hearing this, the priest could not help but sneer out, his eyes glancing forward slightly to confirm that Liu Jiang was purely dull. The hanging heart within him also relaxed. Junior, I won't lie to you either. Tell you what, if you can answer 1 question for me, I'll let you go. How about that? I've never tried to break my word in all the years I've been here, so if you can answer, I'll be sure to let you go. An eerie aura slowly emanated from the priest's body from the moment he said those words. Only after a while did he realize that Liu Jiang had appeared next to him at some point, stripped off his clothes, and had been fanning himself there in horror. Uncle, you're on fire. Smoke all over. Did you forget to throw away your cigarette but when you stuffed it in your pocket? While saying this, he also took the clothes he was wearing and frantically slapped them on the priest's body. Since Liu Jiang's power was just a little too strong, even if it was just beside himself, taking clothes and frantically fanning himself, that was starting to be a little too much to bear. Brows tight, left expression showing a look worse than eating. What are you doing? Get lost, get lost. A somewhat impatient hand pushed Liu Jiang away. Wow, this guy can be so stupid that it feels like he couldn't answer a question even if he was given 10 hints. Only what needs to be carried out still needs to be carried out. After pushing Liu Jiang down, he left, turning over the moment in his hand and glaring hard at Liu Jiang. You brat, be honest with me. Liu Jiang was also dumbfounded. Didn't he just call me a young man? Why are you calling me a brat now? As expected, the old man's thinking changes when he says so, faster than a woman's face becomes, but after all, he is also an old man, and Liu Jiang can only look at him aggrieved, hands pointed at himself, looking accusingly at the priest. Just answer the question. What's the point of being so mean? 80% menopause. The priest couldn't hold back any longer. The bastard spoke without a brain, but every word hurt so much. It was followed by a hard slap on the table, so loud that it had echoed throughout the church. The next words that were said had completely lost the sense of gentility and elegance that had just come out, and were even dirtier than what Liu Jiang had cursed. I and yen Thailand bot euro. Do you and pound Thailand bot infinity pi? Asterisk 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 Q. Yen euro and pound yen and s. Frightened, Liu Jiang could only look aside and scratch his face helplessly, but his mouth still whispered a few words. Menopause is menopause. What's there to be proud of?